The Fates Divide by Veronica Roth. Performed by Austin Butler, Emily Rankin, Aaron Spencer, and MacLeod Andrews.
Prologue. Ija. Why so afraid? We ask ourselves. She is coming to kill us, we reply. We were once alarmed by this feeling of being in two bodies at once. We have grown accustomed to it in the cycles since the shift occurred, since both our current gifts dissolved into this new, strange one. We know how to pretend, now, that we are two people instead of one, though we prefer, when we are alone, to relax into the truth. We are one person in two bodies. We are not on Uruk, as we were the last time we knew our location. We are adrift in space, the bend of the blushing current stream the only interruption in the blackness. Only one of our two cells has a window. It is a narrow thing, with a thin mattress in it and a bottle of water. The other cell is a storage room that smells of disinfectant, harsh and acrid. The only light comes from the vents in the door, closed now, but not fully sealed against the hallway glow. We stretch two arms, one shorter and browner, the other long and pale, in unison. The former feels lighter, the latter clumsy and heavy. The drugs have faded from one body, but not the other. One heart pounds hard, and the other maintains a steady rhythm. To kill us, we say to ourselves. Are we sure? As sure as the Fates. She wants us dead. The Fates. There is dissonance here. Just as a person can love and hate something at once, we love and hate the Fates. We believe and do not believe in them. What was the word our mother used? We have two mothers, two fathers, two sisters, and yet only one brother. Accept your fate, or bear it, or suffer the fate, she said, we reply. For all else is delusion.
1. Sheathy. Verb. In Thuvhe, can, should, must. Chapter 1. Cyra. Losmet Noavek, my father and former tyrant of Shotet, had been presumed dead for over 10 seasons. We had held a funeral for him on the first sojourn after his passing, sent his old armor into space, because there was no body. And yet my brother, Ryzek, imprisoned in the belly of this transport ship, had said, Losmet is still alive. My mother had called my father Loz sometimes. No one else would have dared but Illyra Noavek. Loz, she would say, let it go. And he obeyed her, as long as she didn't command him too often. He respected her, though he respected no one else, not even his own friends. With her he had some softness, but with everyone else, well. My brother, who had begun his life soft, and only later hardened into someone who would torture his own sister, had learned to cut out a person's eye from Losmet, and how to store it, too, in a preservative, so it wouldn't rot. Before I truly understood what the jars in the weapons hall contained, I had gone there to look at them, on shelves high above my head, glinting in the low light. Green and brown and gray irises, afloat, like fish bobbing to the surface of a tank for food. My father had never carved a piece of someone with his own hands, nor had he ordered someone else to do it. He had used his current gift to control their bodies, to force them to do it to themselves. Death is not the only punishment you can give a person. You can also give them nightmares. When Akos Karasath came to find me, later, it was on the nav deck of the small transport ship that carried us away from my home planet, where my people, the Shotet, now stood on the verge of war with Akos's home nation of Thuvhe. I sat in the captain's chair, swiveling back and forth to soothe myself. I meant to tell him what Ryzek had told me, that my father, if he was my father, if Ryzek was even my brother, was alive. Ryzek seemed certain that he and I didn't actually share blood, that I was not truly a Novak. That was why, he had said, I hadn't been able to open the gene lock that kept his rooms secure, why I hadn't been able to assassinate him the first time I tried. But I didn't know how to begin. With the death of my father? With the body we had never found? With the niggling feeling that Ryzek and I were too dissimilar in features to have ever been related? Akos didn't seem to want to talk either. He spread a blanket he had found somewhere in the ship on the ground between the captain's chair and the wall, and we lay on top of it, side by side, staring out at nothingness. Current shadows, my lively, painful ability, wrapped around my arms like black string, sending a deep ache all the way down to my fingertips. I was not afraid of emptiness. It made me feel small, barely worth a first glance, let alone a second. And there was comfort in that, because so often I worried that I was capable of causing too much damage. At least, if I was small and kept to myself, I wouldn't do any more harm. I wanted only what was within arm's reach. Akos's index finger hooked around my pinky. The shadows disappeared as his current gift countered mine. Yes, what was within arm's reach was definitely enough for me. Would you say something in Thuvhe? He asked. I turned my head toward him. He was still looking up at the window, a faint smile curling his lips. Freckles dotted his nose and one of his eyelids, right near the lash line. I hesitated with my hand just lifted off the blanket, wanting to touch him, but also wanting to stay in the wanting for a moment. Then I followed the line of his eyebrow across his face with a fingertip. I'm not a pet bird, I said. I don't chirp on command. This is a request, not a command. A humble one, he said. Just say my full name, maybe? I laughed. Most of your name is Shotet, remember? Right. He lunged at my hand with his mouth, snapping his teeth together. It startled a laugh from me. What was hardest for you to say when you were first learning? Your city names. What a mouthful, I said as he let go of one of my hands to catch the other, holding me by pinky and thumb with all his fingertips. He pressed a kiss to the center of my palm, where the skin was calloused from holding current blades. Strange that something so simple, given to a hardened part of me, could suffuse me so completely, bringing life to every nerve. I sighed, acquiescing. Fine, I'll say them. Hessa, Shissa, Ozok, I said. There was a chancellor who called Hessa the very heart of Thuvhe. Her surname was Karaseth. The only Karaseth chancellor in Thuvhe's history, Akos said, bringing my palm to his cheek. I propped myself up on one elbow to lean over him, my hair slipping forward to frame both our faces, long on one side, though I was now silver-skinned on the other. I do know that much. For a long time, there were only 2 fated families on Thuvhe, I said, and yet, aside from that one exception, the leadership has only ever been with the Benezites, when the fates have named a chancellor at all. Is that not strange to you? Maybe we aren't any good at leading. Maybe fate favors you, I said. Maybe thrones are curses. Fate doesn't favor me, he said gently. So gently I almost didn't realize what he meant. His fate, the 3rd child of the family Karaseth, will die in service to the family Noavek, was to betray his home for my family, in serving us, and to die. How could anyone see that as anything but a hardship? I shook my head. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking, Cyra, he said. Then he paused, frowning at me. Did you just apologize? I do know the words, I replied, scowling back. I'm not completely without manners. He laughed. I know the Isandere word for garbage. That doesn't mean I sound right saying it. Fine, I revoke my apology. I flicked his nose, hard, and when he cringed away, still laughing, I said, What's the Isandere word for garbage? He said it. It sounded like a word reflected in a mirror, said once forward and once backward. I found your weakness, he said. I just have to taunt you with knowledge you don't have, and you're distracted immediately. I considered that. I guess you're allowed to know one of my weaknesses, considering you have so many to exploit. He raised his eyebrows in question, and I attacked him with my fingers, jabbing his left side just under his elbow, his right side just above his hip, the tendon behind his right leg. I had learned these soft places when we were training, places he didn't protect well enough, or that made him cringe harder than usual when struck. But I teased him now with more gentleness than I had thought myself capable of, drawing from him laughs instead of cringes. He pulled me on top of him, holding me by the hips. A few of his fingers slipped under the waistband of my pants, and it was a kind of agony I was unfamiliar with, a kind I didn't mind at all. I braced myself on the blanket, on either side of his head, and lowered myself slowly to kiss him. We hadn't kissed more than a few times, and I had never kissed anyone but him, so each time was still a discovery. This time I found the edge of teeth, skimming, and the tip of a tongue. I found the slide of a knee between mine, and the weight of a hand at the back of my neck, urging me closer, further, faster. I didn't breathe, didn't want to take the time, and so I ended up gasping against the side of his neck before long, making him laugh. I'll take that as a good sign, he said. Don't get cocky, Karaseth. I couldn't keep myself from smiling. Laws met, and whatever questions I had about my parentage didn't feel as close to me now. I was safe here, floating on a ship in the middle of nowhere, with Akos Karaseth. And then, a scream from somewhere deep in the ship. It sounded like Akos' sister, Cizi.
Chapter 2. Cyra. I know what it is to watch your family die. I am Cyra Karasith, after all. I watched Dad die on our living room floor. I watched Ija and Akos get dragged away by Shotet soldiers. I watched Mom fade like fabric in the sun. There's not much I don't understand about loss. I just can't express it the way other people do. My current gift keeps me all wrapped up tight. So I'm a little bit jealous of how Issei Benazit, fated Chancellor of Thuvhe, and my friend, can let herself grieve. She wears herself out with emotion, and then we fall asleep, shoulder to shoulder, in the galley of the Shotet exile ship. When I wake up, my back hurts from slumping against the wall for so long. I get up and lean to the left, to the right, while I take note of her. Issei doesn't look right, which I guess makes sense since her twin sister, Ori, died only yesterday, in an arena of Shotet, all chanting for her blood. She doesn't feel right either. The texture around her all fuzzy, like the way your teeth feel when you haven't brushed them. Her eyes skip back and forth over the room, dancing across my face and body, and not in a way that would make a person blush. I try to calm her with my current gift, sending out a smooth feeling, like unrolling a skein of silk thread. It doesn't seem like it does much good. My current gift is an odd thing. I can't know how she feels, not really, but I can feel it, like it's a texture in the air. And I can't control how she feels either, but I can make suggestions. Sometimes it takes a couple of tries, or a new way of thinking about it. So instead of silk, which had no effect, I try water, heavy, undulating. It's a bust. She's too keyed up. Sometimes when a person's feelings are too intense, it's hard for me to make an impact. Cyra, can I trust you? It's a funny word in Thuvhe. Can. It's can and should and must all squished together, and you can only suss out the true meaning from context. It leads to misunderstandings sometimes, which is probably why our language is described by off-worlders as slippery. That, and off-worlders are lazy. So when Issei Benazit asks me in my mother tongue if she can trust me, I don't really know what she means. But regardless, there's only one answer. Of course. I mean it, Cyra, she says, in that low voice she uses when she's serious. I like that voice, the way it hums in my head. There's something I have to do, and I want you to come with me, but I'm afraid you won't be... Issei, I cut her off. I'm here for you, whatever you need. I touch her shoulder with gentle fingers. Okay? She nods. She leads me out of the galley, and I try not to step on any kitchen knives. After she shut herself in here, she ripped all the drawers out, broke everything she could get her hands on. The floor is covered with shreds of fabric and pieces of glass and cracked plastic and unrolled bandages. I guess I don't blame her. My current gift keeps me from doing or saying things that I know will make people uncomfortable, which means that, after my dad died, I couldn't cry unless I was alone. I couldn't say much of anything to my mom for months. So if I'd been able to destroy a kitchen, like Issei did, I probably would have. I follow Issei out, quiet. We walk past Ori's body. It has a sheet tucked nicely around it, so it's just the slopes of her shoulders, the bump of her nose and chin. Just an impression of who she was. Issei stops there, draws a sharp breath. She feels even grittier now than she did before, like grains of sand against my skin. I know I can't soothe her, but I'm too worried about her not to try. I send airy feathergrass tufts and hard polished wood. I send warm oil and rounded metal. Nothing works. I chafe against her, frustrated. Why can't I do anything to help her? I think for a tick of asking for help. Akos and Cyra are right there on the nav deck. Mom's somewhere below. Even Akos and Cyra's renegade friend, Thuvhe, is right there, stretched out on the bench seats with a sheet of white blonde hair sprawled across behind her. But I can't call out to any of them. For one thing, I just can't. Can't knowingly cause distress, thanks to my gift curse. And for another, instinct tells me it's better if I can earn Issei's trust. Issei leads us down below, where there are 2 storage rooms and a washroom. Mom's in the washroom. I can tell by the sound of the recycled water splattering. In one storage room, the one with the window, I made sure of that, is my other brother, Ija. It hurt me to see him again, so long after his kidnapping, and so small compared to the pale pillar of Ryzek next to him. You think when people get older, they're supposed to get stronger, fatter. Not Ija. The other storage room, the one with all the cleaning supplies, holds Ryzek. Just knowing he's that close, the man who ordered my brothers taken and my dad killed, makes me tremble. Issei pauses between the 2 doors, and it hits me then that she's going in one of those rooms. And I don't want her to go in Ija's. I know he's the one who killed Ori, technically. That is, he was holding the knife that did it. But I know my brother. He could never kill anyone, especially not his best friend from childhood. There has to be some other explanation for what happened. It has to be Ryzek's fault. Issei, I say, what are you? She touches 3 fingers to her lips, telling me to hush. She's right between the rooms. Deciding something, it seems like, judging by the faint buzz around her. She takes a key from her pocket. She must have lifted it off Thuvhe when she went out to make sure we were headed to assembly headquarters, and sticks it in the lock for Ryzek's cell. I reach for her hand. He's dangerous, I say. I can handle it, she replies, and then, softening around the eyes, I won't let him hurt you. I promise. I let her go. There's a part of me that's hungry to see him, to meet the monster at last. She opens the door, and he's sitting against the back wall, sleeves rolled up, feet outstretched. He has long, skinny toes and narrow ankles. I blink at them. Are sadistic dictators supposed to have vulnerable-looking feet? If Issei's at all intimidated, she doesn't let on. She stands with her hands clasped in front of her, and her head high. My, Ryzek says, running his tongue over his teeth. Resemblance between twins never fails to shock me. You look just like Orieva Benezit, except for those scars, of course. How old are they? 2 seasons, Issei says, stiff. She's talking to him. She's talking to Ryzek, my sworn enemy, kidnapper of her sister, with a long line of kills tattooed on the outside of his arm. They will fade still, then, he says. A shame. They made a lovely shape. Yes, I'm a work of art, she says. The artist was a Shotet fleshworm who had just finished digging around in a pile of garbage. I stare at her. I've never heard her say something so hateful about the Shotet before. It's not like her. Fleshworm is what people call the Shotet when they're reaching for the worst insult. Fleshworms are gray, wriggly things that feed on the living from the inside out. Parasites, all but eradicated by Otherian medicine. Ah. His smile grows wider, forcing a dimple into his cheek. There's something about him that sparks in my memory. Maybe something he has in common with Cyra, though they don't look at all alike, at a glance. So this grudge you have against my people isn't merely in your blood? No. She sinks into a crouch, resting her elbows on her knees. She makes it look graceful and controlled, but I'm worried about her. She's long and willowy in build, not near as strong as Ryzek, who is big, though thin. One wrong move, and he could lunge at her, and what would I do to stop it? Scream? You know about scars, I suppose, she says, nodding to his arm. Will you mark my sister's life? The inside of his forearm, the softer, paler part, doesn't have any scars. They start on the outside and work their way around, row by row. He has more than one row. Why? Have you brought me a knife and some ink? Issei purses her lips. The sandpaper feeling she gave off a moment ago turns as jagged as a broken stone. By instinct, I press back against the door and find the handle behind my back. Do you always claim kills you didn't actually carry out? Issei says, because last time I checked, you weren't the one on that platform with the knife. Ryzek's eyes glint. I wonder if you've ever actually killed at all, or if all that work is done by others. Her head tilts. Others who, unlike you, actually have the stomach for it. It's a Shotet insult, the kind a Thuvhe wouldn't even realize was insulting. Ryzek picks up on it, though, eyes boring into hers. Miss Karaseth, he says without looking at me, you look so much like the elder of your two brothers. He glances at me then, appraising. Are you not curious what's become of him? I want to answer coolly, like Ryzek is nothing to me. I want to meet his eyes with strength. I want 1,000 fantasies of revenge to come suddenly to life, like hush flowers at the blooming. I open my mouth, but nothing comes out. Fine, I think, and I let out a peal of my current gift, like a clap of my hands. I've come to understand that not everybody can control their current gifts the way I can. I just wish I could master the part that keeps me from saying what I want to. I see how he relaxes when my gift hits him. It has no effect on Issei, none that I can see anyway, but maybe it will loosen his tongue. And whatever Issei is planning, she seems to need him to talk first. My father, the great Losmet Noavek, taught me that people can be like blades, if you learn to wield them, but your best weapon should still be yourself. Ryzek says, I have always taken that to heart. Some of the kills I have commanded have been carried out by others, Chancellor, but rest assured, those deaths are still mine. He slumps forward over his knees, clasping his hands between them. He and Issei are just breaths apart. I will mark your sister's life on my arm, he says. It will be a fine trophy to add to my collection. Ori. I remember which tea she drank in the morning, Carve bark for energy and clarity, and how much she hated the chip in her front tooth. And I hear the chants of the Shotet in my ears. Die, die, die. That clarifies things, Issei says. She holds her hand out for him to take. He gives her an odd look, and no wonder. What kind of person wants to shake hands with a man who just admitted to ordering her sister's death? And being proud of it. "You really are an odd one," he says. "You must not have loved your sister very much to offer your hand to me now." I see the skin pull taut over the knuckles of her other hand, the one not held out to him. She opens her fist and inches her fingers toward her boot. Ryzek takes the hand she offered, then stiffens, eyes widening. "On the contrary, I loved her more than anyone," Issei says. She squeezes him hard, digging in her fingernails. And all the while, her left hand moves toward her boot. I'm too stunned to realize what's happening until it's too late. With her left hand, she tugs a knife out of her boot from where it's strapped to her leg. With her right, she pulls him forward. Knife and man come together, and she presses, and the sound of his gurgling moan carries me to my living room, to my adolescence, to the blood that I scrubbed from the floorboards as I sobbed. Ryzek slumps and bleeds. I slam my hand down on the door handle and stumble into the hallway. I am wailing, crying, pounding on the walls. No, I'm not. My current gift won't let me. All it allows me to do, in the end, is let out a single, weak scream.
Chapter 3. Cyra. I ran toward CZ Karaseth's scream, Akos on my heels, not even bothering with the rungs on the ladder that took me below deck. I just jumped down. I went straight toward Ryzek's cell, knowing, of course, that he was likely the source of anything that caused screaming on this ship. I saw CZ braced against the corridor wall, the storage room door across from her open. Behind her, Tekka dropped down from the other end of the ship, beckoned here by the same noise. Issei Benazit stood inside Ryzek's cell, and below her, in a jumble of legs and arms, was my brother. There was a certain amount of poetry in it, I supposed, that just as Akos had watched his father spill his life on the floor, so I now watched my brother do the same. It took far longer for him to die than I anticipated. That was intentional, I assumed. Issei Benazit stood over his body the entire time, bloody knife in her fist, eyes blank but watchful. She had wanted to take her time with this moment, her moment of triumph over the one who killed her sister. Well, one of the ones who killed her sister, because Aija, who had held the actual blade, was still in the next room. Ryzek's eyes found mine, and almost as if he'd touched me, I was buoyed into a memory, not one that he was taking from me, but one I had almost hidden from myself. I was in the passage behind the weapons hall, with my eye pressed to the crack in the wall panel. I had gone there to spy on my father's meeting with a prominent Shotet businessman turned slumlord, because I often spied on my father's meetings when I was bored and curious about the happenings of this house. But this meeting had gone bad, which had never happened before when I peeked in. My father had stretched out a hand, 2 fingers held aloft, like a Zoldan ascetic about to give a blessing, and the businessman had drawn his own knife, his movements jerky, like he was fighting his own muscles. He brought the knife to the inside corner of his eye. "Cyra!" hissed a voice behind me, making me jerk to attention. A young, spotted Ryzek slid to his knees beside me. He cradled my face in his hands. I had not realized, before that moment, that I was crying. As the screaming started in the next room, he pressed his palms flat to my ears and brought my face to his chest. I struggled at first, but he was too strong. All I could hear was the pounding of my own heart. At last he pulled me away, wiped the tears from my cheeks, and said, "What does Mother always say? Those who go looking for pain find it every time," I replied, completing the phrase. Tekka held me by the shoulders and jostled me a little, saying my name. I looked at her then, confused. "What is it?" I said. "Your current shadows were—" She shook her head. "Never mind." I knew what she meant. My current gift had likely gone haywire, sending sprawling black lines all over me. The current shadows had changed since Ryzek tried to use me to torture Akos in the cell block beneath the amphitheater. They drifted on top of my skin now, instead of burrowing beneath it like dark veins. But they were still painful, and I could tell this episode had been worse. My vision was blurry, and there were impressions of fingernails in my palms. Akos was kneeling in my brother's blood, his fingers on the side of Ryzek's throat. I watched as his hand fell away, and he slumped, bracing himself on his thighs. "It's done," Akos said, sounding thick, like his throat was coated in milk. "After everything Cyra did to help me. After everything." "I won't apologize," Issei said, finally looking away from Ryzek. She scanned all our faces. Akos, surrounded by blood. Tekka, wide-eyed at my shoulder. Me, arms streaked black. Zizi, holding her stomach near the wall. The air was pungent with the smell of sick. "He murdered my sister," Issei said. "He was a tyrant and a torturer and a killer. I won't apologize." "It's not about him. You think I didn't want him dead?" Akos lurched to his feet. Blood ran down the front of his pants, from knees to ankles. "Of course I did. He took more from me than he did from you." He was so close to her I wondered if he would lash out, but he made a fitful motion with his hands, and that was all. "I wanted him to fix what he did first. I wanted him to set Aija right. It seemed to hit him all at once. Ryzek had been, my brother. But the grief was his. He had persevered, carefully orchestrated every element of his brother's rescue, only to find himself blocked again and again by people more powerful than he was. And now he had succeeded in getting his brother out of Shotet, but he had not saved him, and all the planning, all the fighting, all the trying was for nothing. Akos fell against the nearest wall to hold himself up, closed his eyes, and swallowed a moan. I found my way out of my trance. "Go upstairs," I said to Issei. "Take Zizi with you." She looked like she might object for a moment, but it didn't last. Instead, she dropped the murder weapon, a simple kitchen knife, right where she stood, and went to Zizi's side. "Tekka," I said, "would you get Akos upstairs, please?" "Are you?" Tekka started, and stopped. "Okay." Issei and Zizi, Tekka and Akos, they left me there, alone, with my brother's body. He had died next to a mop and a bottle of disinfectant. How convenient, I thought, and stifled a laugh. Or tried to. but it wouldn't stay stifled. In moments, my knees were weak with laughter, and I fumbled through my hair for the side of my head that was now silver skin, to remind myself how he had sliced and diced me for the entertainment of a crowd, how he had planted pieces of himself inside me, as if I was just a barren field to sow with pain. My entire body carried the scars Ryzek Noavek had given me. And now, at last, I was free of him. When I calmed, I set about cleaning up Issei Benazit's mess. Ryzek's body didn't frighten me, and neither did blood. I dragged him by his legs into the hallway, sweat tickling the back of my neck as I heaved and pulled. He was heavy in death, as I was sure he had been in life, skeletal though he was. When Akos's oracle mother, Thuvhe, appeared to help me, I didn't say anything to her, just watched as she worked a sheet beneath him so we could wrap him in it. She produced a needle and thread from the storage room, and helped me stitch the makeshift burial sack closed. Shotet funerals, when they took place on land, involved fire, like most cultures in our varied solar system. But it was a special honor to die in space, on the Sojourn. We covered the bodies, all but the head, so the loved ones of whoever was lost could see and accept the person's death. When Thuvhe pulled the sheet back, away from Ryzek's face, I knew she had at least studied our customs. I see so many possibilities for how things will unfold, Thuvhe said finally, dragging her arm across her forehead to catch some of the sweat. I didn't think this one was likely, or I might have warned you. No, you wouldn't have, I said, lifting a shoulder. You only intervene when it suits your purposes. My comfort and ease don't matter to you. Cyra, I don't care, I said. I hated him. Just don't pretend that you care about me. I am not pretending, she replied. I had thought, surely, that I might see some of Akos in her, and in her mannerisms, yes, perhaps he was there. Mobile eyebrows and quick, decisive hands. But her face, her light brown skin, her modest stature, they were not his. I didn't know how to evaluate her honesty, so I didn't bother. Help me carry him to the trash chute, I said. I took the heavy side of his body, his head and shoulders, and she took his feet. It was lucky that the trash chute was only a few feet away, another unexpected convenience. We took it in stages, a few steps at a time. Ryzek's head lolled around, his eyes open but sightless, but there was nothing I could do about it. I set him down next to the chute, and pressed the button to open the first set of doors, at waist height. It was fortunate that he was so narrow, or his shoulders wouldn't have fit. Together, Thuvhe and I folded him into the short channel, bending his legs so the inner doors would be able to close. Once they had, I pressed the button again, to open the outer doors and slide the tray in the chute forward to launch his body into space. I know the prayer, if you want me to say it, Thuvhe said. I shook my head. They said that prayer at my mother's funeral, I said. No. Then let us just acknowledge that he has suffered his fate, Thuvhe said. To fall to the family Benazit. He no longer needs to fear it. It was kind enough. I'm going to clean myself up, I said. The blood on my palms was beginning to dry, making them itch. Before you do, Thuvhe said, I will warn you of this. Ryzek was not the only person the Chancellor blamed for her sister's death. In fact, she likely began with him because she was saving the more important piece of retribution for later. And she won't stop there, either. I have seen enough of her to know her nature, and it is not forgiving. I blinked at her for a moment before it made sense to me. She was talking about Aija, still locked away in the other storage room. And not just Aija, but the rest of us, complicit, Issei believed, in Orieva's death. There is an escape pod, Thuvhe said. We can put her in it, and someone from the assembly will fetch her. Tell Akos to drug her, I said. I don't feel up to a fight right now.
Chapter 4. Akos. Akos waded through the cutlery that was all over the galley floor. The water was already heating, and the vial of sedative was ready to dump into the tea. He just had to get some dried herbs into the strainer. The ship bumped along, and he stepped on a fork, flattening the tines with his heel. He cursed his stupid head, which couldn't stop telling him that there was still hope for Aija. There are so many people across the galaxy, with so many gifts. Somebody will know how to put him right. Truth was, Akos was tired of hanging on to hope. He'd been clawing at it since he first got to Shotet, and now he was ready to let go, and just let fate take him where it wanted him to go. To death, and Noavex, and Shotet. All he'd promised his dad was that he would get Aija home. Maybe here, floating in space, was the best he could do. Maybe that would just have to be enough. But... Shut up, he said to himself, and he dumped the herbs from the galley cabinet into a strainer. There weren't any ice flowers, but he'd learned enough about Shotet plants to make a simple calming blend. At this point, though, there was no artistry in it. He was just going through the motions, folding bits of garak root into powdered fenzu shell and squeezing a little nectar on top of it all for taste. He didn't even know what to call the plants that made up the nectar. He'd taken to calling the little fragile flowers mush flowers while he was at the army training camp outside Voa, because of how easily they fell apart. But he'd never learned the right name for them. They tasted sweet, and that seemed to be their only use. When the water was hot, he poured it through the strainer. The extract it left behind was a murky brown, perfect for hiding the yellow of the sedative. His mom had told him to drug Issei, and he hadn't even asked why. He didn't care, as long as it got her out of his sight. He couldn't quite escape the image of her standing there watching Ryzek Noavek gush blood like it was some kind of show. Issei Benezit may have worn Ori's face, but she wasn't anything like her. He couldn't imagine Ori just standing there and watching someone die, no matter how much she hated them. Once the extract was brewed and mixed with the drug, he brought it to Cizi, who was sitting alone on the bench just outside the galley. "You waiting for me?" he said. "Yeah," she said. "Mom told me to." "Good," he said. "Will you take this to Issei? It's just to calm her down." Cizi raised an eyebrow at him. "Don't drink any of it yourself," he added. She reached for it, but instead of taking the mug, she put her hand on his wrist. The look in her eyes changed, sharpened, like it always did when his current gift dampened her own. "What's left of Ija?" she asked. Akos's whole body clenched up. He didn't want to think about what was left of Ija. "Someone who served Ryzek Novek," he said with venom, "who hated me and Dad and probably you and Mom too." "How is that possible?" she frowned. "He can't hate us just because someone put different memories into his head." "You think I know?" Akos all but growled. "Then maybe he held me down while someone tortured me." Akos shoved the mug into her hands. Some of the hot tea spilled on both their hands. Cyra jerked away, wiping her knuckles on her pants. "Did I burn you?" he said, nodding to her hand. "No," she said. The softness her current gift brought to her expression was back. Akos didn't want tenderness of any kind, so he turned away. "This won't hurt her, will it?" Cyra said, tapping a fingernail on the mug so he would hear the ting-ting-ting. "No," he said. "It's to keep from having to hurt her." "Then I'll give it to her," Cyra said. Akos grunted a little. There was some more sedative in his pack. Maybe he ought to take it. He'd never been so worn, like a half-finished weaving, light showing between all the threads. It would be easier just to sleep. Instead of drugging himself to oblivion, though, he just took a dried hush flower petal from his pocket and stuck it between his cheek and his teeth. It wouldn't knock him out, but it would dull him some. Better than nothing. Akos was coasting on hush flower an hour later when Cyra came back. "It's done," she said. "She's out." "All right," he said. "Then let's get her into the escape pod." "I'm going with her," Cyra said. "If Mom's right, and we're headed into war, Mom's right." "Yeah," Cyra said. "Well, in that case, whoever's against Issei is against Thuvhe. So I'm going to stick with my chancellor." Akos nodded. "I take it you won't be," Cyra said. "Fated traitor, remember?" he said. "Akos." She crouched in front of him. At some point he had sat down on the bench, which was hard and cold and smelled like disinfectant. Cyra rested an arm on his knee. She had tied her hair back, messy, and a chunk of curls had come loose, falling around her face. She was pretty, his sister, her face a shade of cool brown that reminded him of Trellin pottery. A lot like Cyra's, and Ija's, and Jorek's. Familiar. "You don't have to do anything you don't want to. Just because Mom raised us fate-faithful and obedient to the oracles and all that," Cyra said. "You're a Thuvhe. You should come with me. Leave everyone else to their war, and we'll go home and wait it out. No one needs us here." He'd thought about it. He was as torn now as he'd ever been, and not just because of his fate. When he came out of the daze of the hush flower, he would remember how nice it felt to laugh with Cyra earlier that day, and how warm she was, pressed up against him. And he would remember that as much as he wanted to just be in his house again, walk up the creaky stairs, and stoke the burnstones in the courtyard, and send flour up into the air as he kneaded the bread, he had to live in the real world. In the real world, Ija was broken. Akos spoke Shotet, and his fate was still his fate. "Suffer the fate," he said, "for all else is delusion." Thuvhe sighed. "Thought you might say that. Sometimes delusion's nice, though." "Stay safe, okay?" he said, taking her hand. "I hope you know I don't want to leave you again. It's pretty much the last thing I want." "I know." She squeezed his thumb. "I still have faith, you know, that one day you'll come home, and Ija will be better, and Mom will stop with the oracle bullshit, and we can cobble together something again." "Yeah." He tried to smile for her. He might have halfway accomplished it. She helped him get Issei settled in the escape pod, and Tekka told her how to send out a distress signal so the pod would be picked up by assembly goons, as Tekka called them. Then Thuvhe kissed their mom goodbye and wrapped her arms tight around Akos's middle until her warmth was pushed all the way through him. "You're so damn tall," she said softly as she pulled away. "Who told you that you could be so much taller than me?" "I did it just to spite you," he replied with a grin. Then she got in the pod and closed the doors. And he didn't know when he would ever see her again. Tekka tripped up to the captain's chair on the nav deck and pried the cover of the control panel off with a wedge tool she kept on her belt. She did it while whistling. "What are you doing?" Cyra asked. "Now's not really the time to take apart our ship. First, this is my ship, not ours," Tekka said with a roll of her blue eye. "I designed most of the features that have kept us alive so far. Second, do you really still want to go to assembly headquarters?" "No." Cyra sat in the first officer's chair to Tekka's right. "The last time I went there, I overheard the representative from Trella call my mother a piece of filth. She didn't think I could understand her, even though she was speaking Otherian." "Figures." Tekka made a scoffing sound in the back of her throat as she pulled out a handful of wires from the control panel, then ran her fingers down them like she was petting an animal. She reached under the wires, to a part of the control panel Akos couldn't see. So far, her entire arm disappeared. A projection of coordinates flashed up ahead, glowing right across the current stream in their sights. The ship's nose. Akos was sure there was a technical name for it, but he didn't know it, so he called it a nose. Drifted so they were moving toward the current stream instead of away. "You going to tell us where we're headed?" Akos said, stepping up to the nav deck. The control panel was lit up in all different colors, with levers and buttons and switches everywhere. If Tekka had spread her arms wide, she still wouldn't have been able to reach all of them from where she sat. "I guess I can, since we're all stuck in this together now," Tekka said. She gathered her bright hair on top of her head and tied it with a thick band she wore around her wrist, swimming in a technician's coveralls. With her legs folded up beneath her on the captain's chair, she looked like a kid playing pretend. "We're going to the exile colony, which is on Agra." Agra. The shadow planet, people called it. It was rare to meet an Agran, let alone fly a ship inside of Agra. It was as far from Thuvhe as any planet could be without leaving the safe band of current stream that encircled the solar system. No amount of surveillance could poke through its dense, dark atmosphere, and it was a wonder they could get any signal from the newsfeed. They never fed any stories into it either, so almost no one had ever seen the planet's surface, even in images. Cyra's eyes, of course, lit up at the information. Agra? But how do you communicate with them? The easiest way to transmit messages without the government listening in is through people, Thuvhe said. That's why my mom was on board the Sojourn ship, to represent the exiles' interests among the renegades. We were trying to work together. Anyway, the exile colony is a good place for us to regroup, figure out what's going on back in Voa. I have a guess, Akos said, crossing his arms. Chaos. And then more chaos, Thuvhe said with a sage nod. With a short break in between. For chaos, of course. He couldn't imagine what Voa looked like now that, the Shotet believed, Ryzek Novak had been assassinated by his younger sister right in front of them. That was how it had looked, anyway, when Cyra cut her brother in the arena, waiting for the sleeping elixir she had arranged for him to drink that morning to kick in and knock him flat. The standing army might have taken over, under the leadership of Vakrez Novak, Ryzek's older cousin, or those who lived on the outer edges of the city might have taken to the streets to fill the power vacuum. Either way, Akos imagined streets full of broken glass and blood spatter and ripped paper floating in the wind. Cyra tipped her forehead into her hands. And Lasmet, she said. Thuve's eyebrows popped up. What? Before Ryzek died, Cyra gestured vaguely toward the other end of the ship where Ryzek had met his end. He told me my father is still alive. Cyra didn't talk about Lasmet much, so all Akos knew was from history class, as a kid, and rumor. Not that Thuvhe's rumors about the Shotet had proved to be all that accurate. The Novaks hadn't been in power in Shotet before the Oracle spoke the fates of the family Novak for the first time, just 2 generations ago. When Lasmet's mother came of age, she had taken the throne by force, using her fate as justification for the coup. And later, when she had been sitting on the throne for at least 10 seasons, she had killed off all her siblings' children so her own would be guaranteed power. That was the kind of family Lasmet had come from. And he had been, by all accounts, every islet as brutal as his mother. Oh, honestly, Thuvhe groaned. Is it some kind of rule of the universe that at least one Novak asshole has to be alive at any given time, or what? Cyra swiveled to face her. What am I then? Not alive? Not an asshole, Thuvhe replied. Bicker with me much more and I'll change my mind. Cyra looked faintly pleased. She wasn't used to people not considering her just another Novak, Akos assumed. Whatever the rules of the universe pertaining the Novaks, she said, I don't know how Lasmet is still alive, just that Ryzek didn't appear to be lying when he told me. He wasn't trying to get anything in return. He was just warning me, maybe. Thuvhe snorted. Because what? Ryzek loves doing favors? Because he was scared of your dad, Akos said. When Cyra did talk about Ryzek, she always talked about how afraid he was. What could scare a man like Ryzek more than the man who had made him the way he was? Right? He's more terrified than anyone. Or he was, anyway. Cyra nodded. If Lasmet is alive, her eyes fluttered closed. That needs to be corrected. As soon as possible. That needs to be corrected. Like a math problem or a technical error. Akos didn't know how you could talk about your own dad that way. It rattled him more than it would have if Cyra had seemed scared. She couldn't even talk about him like he was a person. What had she seen him do to make her talk about him that way? One problem at a time, Tekka said, a little more gently than usual. Akos cleared his throat. Yeah. First, let's survive getting through Agra's atmosphere. Then we can assassinate the most powerful man in Shotet history. Cyra opened her eyes and laughed. Settle in for the long ride, Tekka says. We're bound for Agra.
Chapter 5. Seizi. The escape pod is only just big enough for the two of us pressed together. As it is, my shoulder is still jammed up against the glass wall. I fumble on the little control panel for the switch that activates the distress signal. It's lit up pink, and it's one of only 3 switches in front of me, so it's not hard to find. I flip it up and hear a high-pitched whistling, which means the signal is transmitting, Tekka said. Now all that's left to do is wait for Issei to wake up, and try not to panic. Being on a little transport vessel like the one we just left is nerve-wracking enough for a Hesse girl who's only left the planet a couple times, but the escape pod is another thing. It's more window than floor, the clear glass curving up over my head and all the way down to my toes. I don't feel like I'm looking at its space, so much as getting swallowed by it. I can't think about it, or I'll panic. I hope Issei wakes up soon. She's limp on the bench seat next to me, and her body is framed by a blackness so complete, she really does look like the only thing in the entire universe. I've known her only a couple years, since Ori disappeared to take care of her after her face got cut with a Shotet knife. She grew up far away from Thuvhe, on a transporter ship that took goods from one end of the galaxy to the other, whatever they could haul. It was a good thing Ori had been around to force us to talk to each other in the beginning. I might never have talked to her otherwise. She was intimidating even without the title. Tall and slim and beautiful, scars or no scars, and radiating capability like a machine. I don't know how long it takes for her eyes to open. She drifts for a while, staring all bleary at what's in front of us, which is flat nothing in between the far-off wink of stars. Then she blinks at me. See? She says. Where are we? We're in an escape pod, waiting for the assembly to come get us, I say. An escape pod? She frowns. What did we need to escape from? I think it's more that they wanted to escape from us, I say. Did you drug me? She rubs her eyes with a fist, first the left one, and then the right. You gave me that tea. I didn't know there was anything in it. I'm a good liar, and I don't think twice. She wouldn't accept the truth, that I wanted to get her away from the rest of my family just as much as Akos did. Mom said Issei was going to try to kill Aija the same way she did Ryzek, and I wasn't willing to risk it. I don't want to lose Aija again, no matter how warped he is now. Mom warned them you might try to hurt Aija too. Issei curses. Oracles. It's a wonder we even let them have citizenship, with all the loyalty her mother shows her own chancellor. I have nothing to say to that. She's frustrating, but she's my mother. I continue. They put you in the pod, and I told them I was going with you. The scars that cross her face stay stiff, while her brow furrows. She rubs them, sometimes, when she thinks no one is looking. She says it helps the scar tissue to stretch out, so one day she'll be able to move those parts of her face again. That's what the doctor said anyway. I once asked her why she just let the scars form instead of getting reconstructive surgery on Ophir. It's not like she didn't have the resources. She told me she didn't want to get rid of them, that she liked them. Why? She finally says after a long pause. They're your family. Ijah's your brother. Why would you come with me? Giving an honest answer isn't as easy as people say. There are so many answers to her question, all of them true. She's my chancellor, and I'm not going to oppose Thuvhe like my brother is. I care about her, as a friend, as whatever else we are to each other. I'm worried about the wild grief I saw in her right before she killed Ryzek Novak, and she needs help to do what's right from now on, rather than what satisfies her thirst for revenge. The list goes on, and the answer I choose is as much about what I want her to hear as it is about the truth. You asked me if you could trust me, I finally say. Well, you can. I'm with you, no matter what. Okay? I thought, after what you saw me do, I think of the knife she used to kill Ryzek dropping to the floor and push the memory away. I thought you wouldn't want to be anywhere near me. What she did to Ryzek didn't disgust me. It worried me. I don't care that he's dead, but I do care that she was able to kill him. I don't try to explain that to her, though. He killed Ori, I say. So did your brother, she whispers. It was both of them, Cece. There's something wrong with Ijah. I saw it in Ryzek's head right before... She chokes before she can finish her sentence. I know. I grab her hand and hold on tight. I know. She starts to cry. At first, it's dignified, but then the beast of grief takes over, and she claws at my arms to get away from it, sobbing. But I know as well as anybody that there's no escape. Grief is absolute. I got you, I say, rubbing circles on her back. I got you. She stops scratching after a while, stops sobbing, just leans her face into my shoulder. What did you do? She asks, voice muffled by my shirt. After your dad died, after your brothers, I just did things for a long time. I ate, showered, worked, studied. But I wasn't really there. Or at least, I didn't feel like I was. But it was like when feeling comes back to a limb that's gone numb. It comes back in little prickles, little pieces at a time. She lifts her head to look at me. I'm sorry I didn't tell you what I was about to do. I'm sorry I asked you to come see that, she says. I needed a witness, just in case it went wrong, and you were the only one I trusted. I sigh and push her hair behind her ears. I know. Would you have stopped me, if you knew? I purse my lips. The real answer is that I don't know. But that's not the one I want to give her, not the one that will make her trust me. And she has to trust me if I'm going to do any good in the war that's coming. No, I say. I know you only do what you have to. It was true, but it didn't mean I wasn't worried about how simple it had been to her. And the distant look in her eyes as she led me to that storage room, and the perfect hesitation she had shown Ryzek as she waited for just the right moment to stab him. They're not going to take our planet, she says to me in a dark whisper. I won't let them. Good, I say. She takes my hand. We've held hands before, but that doesn't mean it doesn't still send a thrill through me when her skin slides over mine. She is still so capable, smooth and strong. I want to kiss her, but this isn't the time, not when there's still Ryzek's blood drying under her fingernails. So I just let the touch of her hand be enough, and we stare out together at nothingness.
Chapter 6. Akos. Akos fumbled with the chain around his neck. The ring of Jorek and Ara's family was a now familiar weight right in the hollow of his throat. When he wore armor, it made an imprint in his skin, like a brand. As if the mark on his arm wasn't enough to remind him of what he had done to Suzau Kuzar, Jorek's father and Ara's violent husband. He wasn't sure why he thought of killing Suzau in the arena now, standing outside his brother's cell. It was time to decide if Aija ought to stay drugged. For how long? Until they got to Agra? After that? Or if, now that Ryzek was dead, it was safe to risk Aija wandering around the ship clear-headed? Cyra and Tekka had left the decision up to him and his mom. His mom was right next to him, her head reaching just a few izits higher than his shoulder. Hair loose and messy around her shoulders, curled into knots. Thuvhe hadn't been much of anywhere since Ryzek died, holing up in the belly of the ship to whisper the future to herself, barefoot, pacing. Cyra and Tekka had been alarmed, but he told them that's just how oracles were. Or at least, that was how his mother, the oracle, was. Sometimes sharp as a knife, sometimes half outside her own body, her own time. "Aija's not how you remember him," he said to her. It was a useless warning. She knew it already, for one thing. And for another, she had probably seen him just the way he was now, and 100 other ways besides. Still, "I know," was all she said. Akos tapped the door with his knuckles, and then unlocked it with the key Tekka had given him, and walked in. Aija sat cross-legged on a thin mattress they had thrown into the corner of the cell. An empty tray next to him with the dregs of soup left in a bowl on top of it. When he saw them, he scrambled to his feet, hands held out like he might put them in fists and start pummeling. He was wan and red-eyed and shaky. "What happened?" he said, eyes skirting Akos's. "I felt something." "What happened?" "Ryzek was killed," Akos replied. "You felt that? Did you do it?" Aija asked with a sneer. "Wouldn't be surprised. You killed Suzau. You killed Kalmev. And Vas," Akos said. "You've got Vas somewhere in that memory stew, don't you?" "He was a friend," Aija said. "He was the man who killed our father," Akos spat. Aija squinted and said nothing. "What about me?" Thuvhe said, voice flat. "Do you remember me, Aija?" He looked at her like he had only just noticed she was there. "You're Thuvhe," he frowned. "Your mom. There's gaps." He stepped toward her and said, "Did I love you?" Akos had never seen Thuvhe look hurt before, Not even when they were younger and told her they hated her because she wouldn't let them go out with friends, or scolded them for bad scores on tests. He knew she got hurt, because she was a person as well as an oracle, and all people got hurt sometimes. But he wasn't quite ready for how the look pierced him when it came, the furrowed brow and downturned mouth. Did I love you? Akos knew, hearing those words, that he had definitely failed. He hadn't gotten Aija out of Shotet, as he had promised his father before he died. This wasn't really Aija, and what might have restored him was gone now that Ryzek was dead. Aija was gone. Akos's throat got tight. Only you can know, Thuvhe said. Do you love me now? Aija twitched, made an aborted hand gesture. Maybe, Thuvhe nodded. Okay. You knew, didn't you, that I was the next oracle, he said. You knew I would be kidnapped. You didn't warn me. You didn't get me ready. There are reasons for that, she said. I doubt you would find any of them comforting. Comfort, I just snorted. I have no need for comfort. He sounded like Ryzek then, that Shotet diction put into Thuvhe. But you do, Thuvhe said. Everybody does. Another snort, but no answer. Come here to drug me again, did you? He nodded to Akos. That's what you're good for, right? You're a poison maker, and Cyra's whore. Then Akos's hands were in fists in Aija's worn shirt, lifting him up so his toes were just brushing the floor. He was heavy, but not too heavy for Akos with the energy that burned inside him, energy that had nothing to do with the current. Akos slammed him into the wall and growled, "Shut your mouth." "Stop, both of you," Thuvhe said, her hand on Akos's shoulder. "Put him down, now. If you can't stay calm, you'll have to leave." Akos dropped Aija and stepped back. His ears were ringing. He hadn't meant to do that. Aija slid to the floor and ran his hands over his buzzed head. I am not sure what Ryzek Novek dumping his memories into your skull has to do with being so cruel to your brother, Thuvhe said to Aija. Unless it's just the only way you know how to be now. But I suggest you learn another way, and quickly, or I will devise a very creative punishment for you, as your mother and your superior, the sitting oracle. Understand? Aija looked her over for a few ticks. Then his chin shifted up and down just a little. We are going to land in a few days, Thuvhe said. We will keep you locked in here until our descent, at which point we will ensure you are safely strapped in with the rest of us. When we land, you will be my charge. You will do as I say. If you don't, I will have Akos drug you again. Our situation is too tenuous to risk you wreaking havoc. She turned to Akos. How does that plan sound to you? Fine, he said, teeth gritted. Good. She forced a smile that was completely without feeling. Would you like anything to read while you're in here, Aija? Something to pass the time? Okay, Aija said with a half shrug. I'll see what I can find. She stepped toward him, making Akos tense up in case she needed his help. But Ija didn't stir as she picked up his empty tray, and he didn't look up at either of them as they left the room. Akos locked it behind him and checked the handle twice to make sure the lock held. He was breathing fast. That was the Ija he remembered from Shotet, the one who walked around with Vas Kuzar like they were born friends instead of born enemies, and the one who held him down while Vas forced Cyra to torture him. His eyes burned. He shut them. "Had you seen him that way?" he said. "In visions, I mean." "Yes," Thuvhe said, quiet. "Did it help? To know it was coming?" "It's not as straightforward as you think," she said. "I see so many paths, so many versions of people. I'm always surprised to discover which future has come to pass. I'm still not sure which Akos I'm speaking to, for example. There are many that you could be." She lapsed into quiet and sighed. "No," she said finally. "It didn't help." He gulped and opened his eyes, not looking at his mother, but at the wall opposite him. "I'm sorry I couldn't stop it. I failed him. Akos." She gripped his shoulder, and he let himself feel the warmth and the strength of her hand for a tick. The cell that had held Ryzek was scrubbed clean, like nothing had ever happened. In some secret part of himself, he wished Ija had died too. It would be easier than this, a constant reminder of how he'd messed it all up and couldn't fix it. "There's nothing you..." "Don't," he said, more harshly than he meant to. "He's gone, and now there's nothing left to do but bear it." He turned and left her standing there, caught between two suns who weren't quite the same as they used to be. They took turns sitting on the nav deck to make sure the ship didn't steer straight into an asteroid or another spaceship or some other piece of debris. Thuvhe had the first shift, since Tekka was exhausted from reprogramming the ship in the first place, and Cyra had spent the last several hours mopping up her own brother's blood. Akos cleared the floor of the galley and rolled out a blanket in the corner, near the medical supplies. Cyra came to join him, her face scrubbed shiny and her hair in a braid over one shoulder. She lay shoulder to shoulder with him, and for a time neither of them said anything at all, just breathed in time together. It reminded him of being in her quarters on the Sojourn ship, how he could always hear when she was up because the tossing and turning stopped, and all he could hear were her breaths. "I'm glad he's dead," Cyra said. He turned to face her, propping himself up on one elbow. She had trimmed the hair neatly around the silver skin. He'd gotten used to it now, shining on one side of her head like a mirror. It suited her, really, even if he hated what had happened to her. Her jaw was set. She started on the straps of the armor that covered her arm, working them back and forth until they were loose. When she shucked it, there was a new cut on her arm, right near her elbow, with a hash through it. He touched it lightly with a fingertip. "You didn't kill him," he said to her. "I know," she said. "But the Chancellor isn't going to take note of him, and..." She sighed. I guess I could have gotten some revenge from beyond death if I'd let him go unmarked, dishonored him by pretending he never existed. But you couldn't do that, Akos supplied. I couldn't, Cyra agreed. He's still my brother. His life is still notable. And you're upset that you couldn't punish him. Sort of. Well, if my opinion counts for anything, I don't think you need to regret showing some mercy, he said. I'm just sorry you went to all the trouble of sparing him for me, and then it didn't even matter. With a heavy sigh, he slumped to the ground again. Just another way that he'd failed. She laid a hand on him, right over his sternum, right over his heart, with the scarred arm that said so much and so little about her at once. I'm not, she said. Sorry, I mean. Well, he covered her hand with one of his own. I'm not sorry you've got Ryzek's loss marked on your arm, even though I hated him. The corners of her mouth twitched up. He was surprised to find that she had chipped off a little piece of his guilt, and he wondered if he'd done the same for her, in his way. They were both people who carried every scrap of everything around, but maybe they could help each other set things down, piece by piece. It was good he felt this way, he thought. With Ija gone, all that he had left to do was meet his fate, and Cyra and his fate were inextricable. He would die for the family Noavek, and she was the last of them. She was a happy inevitability, brilliant and unavoidable. Acting on impulse, Akos turned and kissed her. She stuck her fingers in one of his belt loops and pulled him tight against her, the way they had been earlier when they were interrupted. But the door was closed now, and Tekka was fast asleep in some other part of the ship. They were alone, finally. The chemical floral smell of the ship was replaced with the smell of her, of the herbal shampoo she'd last used in the ship's shower, and sweat and sendis leaf. He ran potion-stained fingertips down the side of her throat and across the faint curve of her collarbone. She pushed him over so she was straddling him, and pinned his hips down for a tick, just to tug his shirt out from under his waistband. Her hands were so warm against him he could hardly breathe. They found the soft give of flesh around his middle, the taut muscle wrapped around his ribs. She undid buttons all the way up to his throat. He'd thought of this when he helped her take her clothes off before that bath in the renegade safe house. How it might be to take off their clothes when they weren't injured and fighting for their lives. He'd imagined something frantic, but she was taking her time, running her fingers over the bumps of his ribs, the tendons on the inside of his wrists as she freed the buttons on his cuffs, the bones that stuck out of his shoulders. When he tried to touch her back, she pressed him away. That wasn't how she wanted it just then, it seemed like, and he was happy to give her what she wanted. She was the girl who couldn't touch people after all. It sparked something inside him to know that he was the only one she'd done this with. Not excitement, but something softer, tender. She was his only, and fate said she would be his last. She pulled back to look at him, and he tugged at the hem of her shirt. "May I?" he said. She nodded. He felt suddenly tentative as he started undoing her shirt buttons from throat to waist. He sat up just enough to kiss the skin he revealed, is-it by is-it. Soft skin for someone so strong. Soft over hard muscle and bone and steely nerve. He tipped them over so he was leaning over her, leaving just enough space between them to feel her warmth without touching her. He stripped his shirt from his shoulders and kissed her stomach again. He'd run out of shirt to unbutton. He touched his nose to the inside of her hip and looked up at her. "Yes?" he said. "Yes," she said roughly. His hands closed over her waistband, and he ran parted lips over the skin he exposed, is-it by is-it.
Chapter 7. Cyza. The assembly ship is the size of a small planet, wide and round as a floater, but so much bigger it's downright alarming. It fills the windows of the little patrol ship that picked up our escape pod, made of glass and smooth pale metal. "You've never seen it before?" Isa asks me. "Only images," I say. Its clear glass panels reflect the current stream where it burns pink, and emptiness where it doesn't. Little red lights along the ship's borders blink on and off like inhales and exhales. Its movements around the sun are so slight, it looks still. "It's different in images," I say, "much less impressive." "I spent 3 seasons here as a child." Issei's knuckles skim the glass. "Learning how to be proper. I had that brim accent. They didn't like that." I smile. "You still do, sometimes, when you forget to care." "I like it." "You like it because the brim accent is so much like your Hessen one." She pokes her fingertip into my dimple, and I smack it away. "Come on," she says. "Time to dock." The ship's captain, a squat little man with sweat dotting his forehead, noses his little ship toward the massive assembly one. "To secure entrance B," I'd heard him say. The letter was painted above the doors, reflective. 2 metal panels pull apart under the B, and an enclosed walkway reaches for our ship's hatch. Hatch and walkway lock together with a hiss. Another crew member seals the connection with the pull of a lever. We all stand by the hatch doors as they open, making way for Issei to stand at the fore. It's a skeleton patrol crew that picked us up, meant to cruise around the middle band of the solar system in case someone's in trouble. Or making it. There's just a captain, a first officer, and 2 others on board with us, and they don't talk much. Likely because their Otherian isn't strong. They sound like Trellans to me when they do speak. I skip ahead into the bright tunnel beyond the hatch doors to catch up to Issei. The glass walls are so clean. I feel like I'm floating in nothingness for a tick, but the floor holds firm. I just make it to Issei's side when a group of official-looking people in pale gray uniforms greets us. At their sides are non-lethal channeling rods, designed to stun, not kill. The sight is reassuring. This is how things should be. Controlled, but not dangerous. The one in front, with a row of medals on his chest, bows to Issei. "Hello, Chancellor," he says in crisp Otherian. "I am Captain Morrell. The assembly leader has been informed of your arrival, and your quarters have been prepared, as well as those of your guest." Issei smooths her sweater down, like that's going to get the folds out of it. "Thank you, Captain Morrell," she says, all traces of brim accent gone. "May I introduce Cyza Karaseth, a family friend from the nation planet of Thuvhe." "A pleasure," Captain Morrell says to me. I let my gift unfold right away. It's just instinct at this point. Most people react well when I think of my current gift as a blanket falling over their shoulders, and Captain Morrell is no exception. He relaxes right in front of me, and his smile softens, like he actually means it. I think it works on Issei too, for the first time in days. She looks a little softer around the eyes. "Captain Morrel," I say, "thank you for the welcome." "Allow me to escort you to your quarters," he says. "Thank you for delivering Chancellor Benezit safely here, sir," he adds to the captain who brought us here. The man grunts a little and nods at Issei and me as we turn to go. Captain Morrel's shoes snap when he walks, and when he turns corners, they slide a little as the balls of his feet twist into the floor. If he's here, it's because he was born into a rich family on whatever his home planet is, but doesn't have the disposition, or the stomach, for actual military service. He's just right for tasks like these, which require manners and diplomacy and polish. When the captain delivers me to my room, right next to Issei's, for convenience, I sigh with relief. After the door shuts behind me, I let my jacket slide off my shoulders and fall to my feet. The rooms have been set for us, clearly. That's the only explanation for the field of feathergrass twitching in the wind on the far wall. It's footage of Thuvhe. Right in front of it is a narrow bed with a thick brown blanket tucked around the mattress. I put a hand on the touch panel near the door, flicking images and text forward until I find the one I want. Wall footage. I scroll until I find one of Hessa in the snow. The top of the hill sparkles red from the domed roof of the temple. I follow the bumps of house roofs all the way to the bottom of the hill, watching weather vanes spin as I do. All the buildings are hidden behind a white haze of snowflakes. Sometimes I forget how beautiful my home is. I see just the corner of the fields my dad farmed, and the image cuts off. Somewhere past them is the empty spot where we held Ija's and Akos's funerals. It wasn't my idea. Mom was the one who stacked the wood and burnstones, who said the prayer and lit it up. I just stood close by in my kutia coat, the face shield on so I could cry without anyone seeing. I hadn't thought of Ija and Akos as lost, truly lost, until then. If Mom was burning the pyres, I thought, that must mean she knew they were dead, in the way only an oracle could know things. But she hadn't known nearly as much as I thought. I fall to the bed and stare up at the snow. Maybe it wasn't smart to come here, to contend with a chancellor instead of following my own family. I don't know much about politics or government. I'm Hessa-born, so far out of my realm of knowledge it's almost funny. But I know Thuvhe. I know people. And someone needs to look out for Issei before she loses herself in grief. Issei's wall just looks like a window to space. Stars all glinting, little pricks of light, and the bend and swell of the current stream. It reminds me of a fight we had early on, before I knew her better. "You know nothing about my planet and its people," I said to her then. It was after she had gone public as chancellor. She and Ori had shown up at my apartment at school, and she had been rude to me for being so familiar with her sister. And for some reason, my current gift had let me be rude back. "This is only your first season on its soil." The broken look she gave me then is a lot like the one she's giving me now, as I walk into her quarters, twice the size of the ones given to me, but that's not surprising. She sits on the end of her bed in an undershirt and underwear that's really just a pair of shorts clinging to her long, skinny legs. It's more casual than I've ever seen her before, and more vulnerable, somehow, like letting me see her right after waking ripped her open somehow. "All my life I have loved this planet, more fervently than my family or my friends or even myself," she had replied back then. "You have walked all your seasons on its skin, but I have buried myself deep in its guts, so don't you dare tell me that I don't know it. The thing about Issei is, her outer shell is so thick I don't always believe there's something under it. She's not like Cyra Novak, who lets you see everything writhing just out of reach, or like Akos, whose emotions glitter in his eyes like precious metal caught in the bottom of a pan. Issei is just blank. My friend, the one I told you about, will be here soon, she says, her voice rough. He wasn't far from here when I called. She'd commandeered the nav deck for a while when the patrol ship first picked us up, saying she needed to make a call to an old friend, one she grew up with. Ast was his name. She said she could use someone's help, someone who wasn't tied to the Assembly or Thuvhe or Shotet. Ast was brimspawn, as some people like to call it, born out on some broken moon beyond the current stream barrier. I'm glad, I say. I try one of my favorite feelings on her now, to calm her. Water, which is odd, since I don't know much about water, having grown up on an ice planet. But there was a hot spring in the basement of the temple in Hessa, to enhance the visions of the oracle, and Mom had taken me there once to learn to tread water. It was dark as a tomb down there, but the hot water had surrounded me, all soft like silk, only heavier. I let that heavy silk fold around Issei now, watch that tension in her shoulders ebb away. I'm learning her, slowly, and it's easier now that we're not on that little Shotet ship anymore. He was the mechanic's son, on the ship where I was raised, she says, rubbing her eyes with the back of a hand. Her trade vessel was always adrift, never staying anywhere for long. The perfect place for someone who needed to stay hidden. He was there too, during the attack. He lost his father, some of his friends too. What does he do now? Still a mechanic? Yeah, she says. He was just finishing up a job on a fueling station near here, though. Good timing. Maybe it's the idea that she needs somebody else, even though I'm here. Or maybe it's just plain jealousy. But I don't feel good about Ast, and I don't know what he'll make of me. It's like thinking about him summons him, because the door buzzes right then. When Issei opens it, there's an assembly type standing right there, his eyes sliding down her bare legs. Behind him is a broad-shouldered man holding 2 big canvas bags. He puts the side of his hand against the assemblyman's shoulder, and what looks like a flying beetle whizzes out of his sleeve. "Pazha!" Issei exclaims as the beetle lands on her outstretched hand. It's not a real bug. It's made of metal and emits a constant clicking. It's a guide bot, meant to help the blind maneuver. Ast tilts his head toward it, following the sound, and drops his bags just inside the doorway. Issei, with the beetle perched on her knuckles, throws her arms around him. Her current gift is tied to memory. She can't take a person's memories the way Ryzek could, but she can see their memories. Sometimes she sees them even when she doesn't want to. So I understand when she tucks her nose into his shoulder, taking a sniff of him. She told me once that because smells are so tied to memory, they're special to her. They turn the tide of memory she sees when she touches somebody into a little trickle. Controlled, for once. It's not until Ast blinks that I notice his eyes. His irises are ringed with pale green light, and his pupils are circled with white. They're mechanical implants. They only move by shifting, incremental. I know they likely don't show him much, enough to help him maybe, but they're just supplements, like the beetle Issei called Pazha. Nice new tech, Issei says to him. Yeah, they're the new fashion in Othir, he drawls in a brim lilt. Everybody who's anybody is cutting out their eyes with butter knives and replacing them with tech. Always with the sarcasm, Issei says. Do they actually help? Some. Depends on the light. Ast shrugs. Seems like a nice setup in here. He flicks his fingers, sending Pazha away from Issei's fist and into the room. It flies the perimeter of the room, whistling at each corner. Big. Smells clean. Surprised you're not wearing a crown, Chancellor. Didn't go with my outfit, Issei says. Come on, meet my friend, Cizi. The beetle is whizzing toward me now, turning fast circles around my head, shoulders, stomach, legs. I tried to hear the clicking like he does, how it reveals the shape and size of me to him, but my ears aren't trained for it. He's dressed in so many layers, I don't know what piece of clothing is what. Does the hood belong to his jacket, or the sweatshirt under it? How many t-shirts is he wearing? 2 or 3? There's a screwdriver at his hip, where a knife ought to be. Ast, he says to me in almost a grunt. He holds out his hand, waiting for me to step forward and take it. And I do. Cizi, I say. His skin is warm, and he has a good grip, not too tight. By instinct, I pick a current gift feeling for him. Waves of warmth, like ripples in the air. Most of my textures work for people who aren't in some kind of turmoil, at least a little. But the ones I like to use are the ones people don't detect. But judging by his little frown, he knows something isn't right. Whoa, he says to me. What's that all about? Oh, sorry, I say. My current gift is hard for me to control. I always lie about that. Makes people less wary. Cizi is the daughter of the Oracle of Thuvhe, Issei says. Sitting Oracle, I correct automatically. There are different kinds? Ast shrugs. Didn't know that. We don't have oracles out there in the brim, or fated nobility. Fated families aren't nobility on Thuvhe, I say. Just unlucky. Unlucky? Ast raises his eyebrows. I take it your fate doesn't meet with your approval? No, it doesn't, I say softly. He fusses at his lower lip. One of his fingernails is so bruised it looks painted. Sorry, he says after a beat. Didn't mean to touch on a sore subject. It's fine. It's not true, and I get the sense we both know that, but he doesn't press me. Issei searches out her gown from the floor and pulls it over her shoulders, fastening it in front so the skirt is closed, though she doesn't bother with a dozen or so buttons that go up over her undershirt. You might have guessed that I didn't ask you here to bring me my old stuff, Issei says, folding her hands in front of her. She's switching into her formal speech, her chancellor posture. I can tell Ast notices something different. He looks almost alarmed, his eyes twitching from side to side. I want to ask for your assistance, for a longer period, she says. I don't know what you're doing, what you're leaving behind, but there aren't many people left I can trust. Maybe just the people in this room, and... He puts up a hand to stop her. Quit it, he says. Of course I'll stay, as long as you need. Really? He holds out his hand, and when she takes it, he shifts their grip, grasping her at the thumb, the way soldiers do. He brings their joined hands to his heart, like he's swearing an oath. But brimspawn don't swear oaths, except by spitting, rumor has it. I'm sorry about your sister, he says. I only met her once, I know. But I liked her. It's beautiful, in its way. Straightforward and honest. I can tell why she likes him. I try another feeling, for him. An embrace of arms, locked around the chest. Firm, but bracing. Now that's downright disconcerting, Cizi, he says. No way to turn it off? My brother's current gift can, but I've never found anything else that does. I say, I've never met someone so aware of my gift before. I would ask him what his is, if that wasn't so impolite. Don't get so twitchy about it, Ast, Issei says. Cece's been helping me a lot. Well, good. He manages a small smile in my direction. Issei's opinion about a person says a lot to me. It says a lot to me, too, I say. I've heard a lot of stories about the ship you two grew up on. She probably told you it smelled like feet, he says. She did, I say, but she also said it was charming, in its way. Issei reaches for my hand, sliding her fingers between mine. It's the three of us against the galaxy now, she says. Hope you're both ready. Don't be so dramatic, Ast says. She purses her lips, tightens her hand on mine, and says quietly, I'm not. Chapter 8. Cece. Every now and then it hits me that most people don't make friends wherever they go. I do. Assembly headquarters is like anywhere else. People just want to be heard, even if what they have to say is boring. And boy, is it boring most of the time. I get good information from it sometimes, though. The woman behind me in the cafeteria line that morning, piling synthetic eggs high on her plate and covering them with some kind of green sauce, tells me there's a greenhouse on the second level stocked with plants from all over the solar system, a different room for each planet. I inhale a bowl of cooked grains and head there as soon as I can. It's been such a long time since I saw a plant. That's how I end up in the hallway just outside the room for Thuvhe. The corners of the windows are dusted with frost. I would need to put on protective gear to go in, so I stay just outside, crouched near the cluster of jealousies growing by the door. They're yellow and teardrop-shaped, but if you touch one at just the right time in its growth, it spits out a cloud of bright dust. Judging by the swollen bellies of these, they're just about ready to burst. You know, try as we might, we can't seem to grow hush flowers here, a voice says from behind me. The man is old, deep lines frame his eyes and mouth, and bald, the top of his head shiny. He wears pale gray slacks, like all the assembly staff do, and a thin gray sweater. His skin, too, looks almost pale gray, like he got caught downwind of the wrong field on Zold. If I think hard enough about it, I can probably figure out where he's from by the color of his eyes, which are lavender, the only remarkable thing about him, as far as I can tell. Really? I say, straightening. What happens when you try? They die? No, they just don't bloom, he says. It's as if they know where they are, and they save all their beauty for Thuvhe. I smile. That's romantic thought. Too romantic for an old man like me, I know. His eyes sparkle a little. You must be a Thuvhezite, to look so fondly at these plants. I am, I say. My name is Cece Karaseth. I offer him my hand. His own is dry as an old bone. I'm not permitted to tell you my name, as it would hint at my origins, he says, but I am the assembly leader, Miss Karaseth, and it is lovely to meet you. My hand goes limp in his. The assembly leader? I am not used to thinking of the person with that title as a real person, with a creaky voice and a wry smile. When they are selected from a pool of candidates by the representatives of all the planets, they are stripped of name and origin, so as not to show any bias. They serve the solar system in its entirety, it said. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you, I say. Something about the man makes me think he will like a subtle manifestation of my current gift, the touch of a warm breeze. He smiles at me, and I think it must have worked on him, since he doesn't look like a man given to smiling. "I am not offended," he says. "So you are the daughter of an oracle, then?" I nod. "The sitting oracle of Thuvhe, yes." "And the sister of an oracle, too, if Ija Karaseth still lives." He says, "Yes, I've memorized all the oracle names, though I confess I had to use a few memory techniques. It's quite a long mnemonic device. I would share it with you if it didn't have a few vulgarities thrown in to keep it interesting." I laugh. "You have come here with Issei Benezit?" he says. "Captain Morrel told me she had brought 2 friends with her on this visit." "Yes, I was close with her sister, Ori," I say. "Orieva, I mean." He makes a soft, sad sound, lips closed. "I am deeply sorry for your loss, then." "Thank you," I say. For now, I can push the grief aside. It's not something this man would be comfortable seeing, so it wouldn't show even if I wanted it to, thanks to my gift. "You must be very angry," he says. "The Shotet have taken your father, your brothers, and now your friend?" It's a strange thing to say. It assumes too much. "It's not the Shotet who did it," I say. "It was Ryzek Novak." "True." He focuses on the frosty windows again. "But I can't help but think that a people who allow themselves to be ruled by a tyrant, such as Ryzek Novak, deserves to shoulder some of the blame for his behavior." I want to disagree with him. Supporters of the Novaks, sure, I can blame them. But the renegades, the exiles, the poor and sick and desperate people living in the neighborhood around that building we used as a safe house, they're just as victimized by Ryzek as I am. After visiting the country, I'm not sure I can even think of the Shotet as one thing anymore. They're too varied to be lumped together. It would be like saying that the daughter of a Hessian farmer and a soft-handed Shissa doctor are the same. I want to disagree, but I can't. My tongue is stuck, my throat swollen with my stupid current gift. So I just look passively at the assembly leader and wait for him to talk again. "I am meeting with Miss Benezit later today," he says at last. "I hope that you will attend. She is a bit thorny at times, and I sense your presence would soothe her." "That's one of the things I like about her," I say, "that she's thorny." "I am sure in friendship it is an entertaining quality," he smiles, "but in political discussions it is often an impediment to progress." I give in to the instinct to step back from him. "That depends on how you define progress, I suppose," I say, keeping my tone light. "I hope that we will agree on a definition by the day's end," he says. "I will leave you to look at the plants, Miss Karaseth. Do stop by the Tepessar area. It's too hot to go in, but you've never seen anything like those specimens, I promise you." I nod, and he takes his leave. I remember where I've seen those eyes before, in pictures of the intellectual elite on Kolond. They take some kind of medicine designed to keep someone awake for longer than usual without suffering fatigue, and light-eyed people's irises often turn purple from prolonged use. That he's from Kolond doesn't tell me much about him. I've never been there, though I know the planet is wealthy and not particularly concerned about its oracles. but those eyes do. He's someone who values advancement over his own safety or vanity. He's focused and smart, and he probably thinks he knows better than the rest of us. I understand now what Issei meant when she said it was me, Ast, and her against the galaxy. It's not just the Shotet we're up against. It's the Assembly, too. Ast, Issei, and I sit on one side of a polished glass table, and the Assembly leader sits on the other. It's so clean that his water glass and the pitcher next to it almost look like they're floating. I rammed my legs against the edge when I sat down, because I wasn't sure where the table ended. If it's supposed to disarm me, it worked. Let us first talk through what happened in Shotet, the Assembly leader says as he pours himself a glass of water. We're in the outer ring of the Assembly ship, which is arranged in concentric circles. All the outer walls are made of glass that turns opaque when the ship rotates to face the sun, so nobody's corneas get burned. The walls to my left are opaque now, and the room is heating up, so there's a ring of sweat around my collar. Ast keeps pinching the front of his shirt and pulling it away from his body to keep it from sticking. I am sure the footage the sites provided is more than sufficient, Issei says, clipped. She's wearing chancellor clothes, a heavy Thuvhe dress, long-sleeved, buttoned up to her throat. Tight boots that made her grimace while she laced them. Her hair is pinned to the back of her head and shines like she lacquered it there. If she's hot, which she must be, that dress is made for Thuvhe, not this. She doesn't show it. Maybe that's why she put such a dense layer of powder on her skin before we left. I understand your reticence to discuss it, the Assembly leader says. Perhaps Miss Karasith can give us a summary instead. She was there too, correct? Issei glances at me. I fold my hands in my lap and smile, remembering that the Assembly leader's preferred texture was a warm breeze. That's how I need to be, too. All warm and casual, a layer of sweat you don't mind, a gust of air that almost tickles. Of course, I say. Cyra Novak challenged her brother, Ryzek, to a duel, and he accepted. But before either of them could hit each other, my brother, Ija, appeared. I choke. I can't say the rest. Sorry, I say. My current gift isn't being cooperative. She can't always say what she wants to say. Issei clarifies. Which is that Ija was holding a knife to my sister's throat. He killed her. The end. And Ryzek? Also killed, Issei says. And for a tick I think she's going to tell him what she did on the ship. How she went into the storage room with a knife and teased a confession out of him, and then stuck him with the blade like it was a stinger. But then she adds, by his own sister, who then dragged the body aboard, I assume to keep it from being defiled by the mob that had erupted into chaos. And now, his body is drifting through space, I assume, Issei says. That is the preferred Shotet method of burial, no? I don't familiarize myself with Shotet customs, the Assembly leader says, leaning back in his chair. Very well. That is all as I expected. As far as how the rest of the galaxy has responded, well, I have been fielding messages from the other leaders and representatives since your sister's death was broadcast. They have interpreted the killing as an act of war and wish to know how we will proceed from here. Issei laughs. It's the same bitter laugh she gave Ryzek before she cut him open. "We," she says, "2 seasons ago, I asked for support from the Assembly to declare war on Shotet in light of the killing of our falling oracle. And I was told that the civil dispute between Shotet and Thuvhe, as you have termed it, is an intraplanetary matter, that I needed to handle it internally. And now you're wondering what we will be doing? There is no we, Assembly Leader." The Assembly Leader looks to me, eyebrows raised. If he expects me to, what word did he use? Soothe her? He's going to be disappointed. I don't always get to control my current gift, but I don't want to do something just because he says so. I'm not sure yet whether there's any advantage to Issei being soothed. 2 seasons ago, Ryzek Noavek didn't kill a chancellor's sister. The Assembly Leader replies, all smooth and level. Shotet was not in a state of total upheaval. The situation has changed. The opaque panels on the left side of the chamber are starting to lighten up again, turning from wall to window. "Do you know how long they've been attacking us?" Issei says. "Since before I was born. Over 20 seasons. I am aware of the history of conflict between Thuvhe and Shotet." "So what was your thought process then?" Issei says. "That we're just a bunch of thick-headed ice flower farmers? So who cares if we get attacked, as long as the product is safe?" She laughs harshly. "The town of Hessa is decimated by guerrilla warfare, and you call it a civil dispute. My face gets carved up, and my parents get killed, and no one budges an inch except to send condolences. One of my oracles dies, and another is kidnapped, and it's my job to handle it. So why are you all hopping with excitement to help me now? What has everyone scared?" His eye twitches a little. "You must understand that to the rest of the galaxy, the Shotet were little more than an annoyance until the Noaveks came into power," he says. "When you came to us 2 seasons ago, describing vicious warriors, we thought of the sad wrecks who once came begging at another planet's doorstep every season to dig through our trash. They've been looting hospitals and attacking fueling outposts for longer than 2 seasons on their sojourns," she replies. "This escaped the attention of every single planet's leadership until now?" "Not precisely," the Assembly Leader says. "But we received information from a credible source that Lazmet Noavek is still alive, and will soon move to reclaim his place at Shotet's helm. You have not been alive long enough to truly grasp this, but Ryzek was remarkably civil compared to his father. He inherited his mother's desire for diplomacy, if not her ease with it. It was under Lazmet that Shotet became fearsome. It was still under his guidance, from beyond the grave apparently, that Ryzek pursued oracles and indeed your sister at all." "So you're all afraid of him, this one man?" asked Frowns. "What can he do? Shoot fire out of his ass?" "Lazmet controls people, quite literally, using his current gift," the Assembly Leader says. "His abilities, combined with the new strength of the Shotet fighting force, are not to be underestimated. We must treat the Shotet as an infestation, a blight on land that could otherwise be used for ice flower farming, for something useful and valuable." His eyes glitter. "I may not have grown up fancy, but I know how to speak subtext. He wants the Shotet gone. At one point, they were a husk of a people, clanking around the galaxy in their big, outdated ship, starved and sick and sagging. He wants that back. He wants more ice flowers, more valuable Thuvhe land, more for him and nothing for them. And he wants to use Issei to get it. Mom used to tell me that all the galaxy once mocked the Shotet. Dirty scavengers, they called them, and flesh worms. They flew in circles around the solar system, chasing their own tails. Half the time they didn't even sound like they were saying words. I knew all this. I'd heard it, even said some of it myself. But the assembly leader isn't just mocking the Shotet now. Then tell me, Issei says, what disciplinary action the Assembly has planned for the Pithar, given that the Pithar leadership suggested it might be amenable to a trade agreement with Shotet not long ago. Don't play the fool with me, Chancellor, the Assembly leader says, but not like he's mad, more like he's tired. You know that we can't act against Pitha. The galaxy cannot function without the materials Pitha provides. I'd never given Pitha much thought before. I'd actually never thought about politics, period, until I fell back in with the Benezit sisters after my dad died. But the assembly leader is right. Durable materials from Pitha make up almost all the good tech in the galaxy, including ships. And in Thuvhe, especially, with our frozen air, we rely on insulated Pithar glass for our windows. We can't afford to lose them any more than the rest of the Assembly of 9 planets can. Pitha has retracted their willingness to engage with Shotet, and that will have to be enough. As for the rest of the nation planets, they still believe the war effort should be headed up by Thuvhe, given that it is an intraplanetary matter. They are open to discussions about aid and support, however. So, in other words, Ast says, you'll throw money at her, but she still has to give you a wall of flesh between Shotet and the rest of you. My, you certainly do enjoy dramatic language, don't you, Mr.? The assembly leader tilts his head. Do you have a surname? I don't need any kind of honorific, Ast says. Call me Ast or don't call me anything. Ast, the assembly leader says, and he softens his voice like he's talking to a child. Money is not the only form of aid the assembly can offer. And if war is what confronts you, Miss Benezit, you are in no position to refuse our help. Maybe I don't want to fight a war, she says, sitting back in her chair. Maybe I want to broker a peace. That is, of course, your prerogative, the assembly leader replies. However, I will be forced to pursue an investigation I had hoped I would be able to avoid. An investigation into what? Issei scowls. It would be quite simple for a person to consult the heat signatures in the Voa amphitheater at the time of Ryzek's alleged death. And if a person did, they might see that Ryzek was alive when he was taken aboard that transport ship, the assembly leader says, which means that if his body is adrift in space, as you say, someone else must have killed him, not Cyra Novak. Interesting theory, Issei says. I can't think of why you would lie to me and tell me Cyra Novak committed the crime in the arena, unless you needed to protect yourself, Miss Benezit, the assembly leader says. And if you were to be investigated for murder, particularly premeditated murder against a self-declared sovereign, then you would not be permitted to rule Thuvhe until you were acquitted. So, just to clarify, asked Sez, glowering, you are threatening to tie Issei up in bureaucratic nonsense if she doesn't do as you say. The assembly leader only smiles. If you would like me to proofread your declaration of war before you send it to the Shotet, I will happily take a look at it, he says. I must now take my leave. Good day, Miss Benezit, Miss Karaseth. Asked. His head bobs 3 times, once for each of us, and then he's gone. I glance at Issei. Would he really do that? I say. Charge you with murder? I don't doubt it. Her mouth puckers. Let's go.
Chapter 9. Cyra. Cyra? Tekka raised an eyebrow at me outside the ship's little bathroom when I got up for my shift. I was dressed only in underwear and my sweater from the day before. I avoided her eyes as I searched the ship's storage room for a spare mechanic's uniform. We were all running out of clothes. Hopefully they would provide for us on Agra. Tekka cleared her throat. She was leaning against the wall, arms folded, a plain black eye patch covering her missing eye. I don't have to worry about little Karaseth Noavek's spawn running around someday, do I? She yawned. Because I really don't want to. No, I said with a snort. Like I'd take that risk. Never? She frowned a little. There's this thing called contraception, you know. I shook my head. Nothing is certain. The little mocking expression she always wore when she was looking at me faded, leaving her serious. My current gift, I explained, holding up a hand to show her the shadows that curled around my knuckles, stinging me, is an instrument of torture. You think I would risk inflicting that torture on something growing inside me? Even if it's a very limited risk? I shook my head. No. She nodded. That's very decent of you. I added, it's not like that is the only thing you can do with someone anyway. She brought her hands up to her face, groaning. I did not want any information that specific, she said, voice muffled. Then don't ask probing questions, genius. I found a mechanic's jumpsuit buried under a stack of towels and stood to hold it up to my body. The legs were too long, so I would have to roll them, but it would have to do. I dove back into the pile to look for underwear. How long until we get to Agra? I said, because we're going to run out of food pretty soon, you know. Food and toilet paper. The recycled water is starting to smell weird too, Tekka agreed. I think we'll make it, without too much snacking. A few days. This ship's upgrades are pretty brilliant, I said. I found a pair of too big underwear wedged into a corner of one of the shelves, and clutched the ball of clothes to my chest as pain burned across my back. You did them all? Jorik helped, she said. Her face fell a little. Not sure where he is right now. He was supposed to send a message from Voa once he made sure his mother was safe. I didn't know Jorik well, just that he was a more virtuous soul than his father had been and was, apparently, a renegade. So I didn't try to reassure her. My words would have been empty. We'll find out about a lot of things when we get to Agra, I said. Jorik's status among them. "Yeah," Tekka shrugged. "Get to the nav deck, Noavek. Your break is over." The next few days passed in a haze. I spent most of the time sleeping, tucked in the galley near the sink, or sitting up in the first officer's chair while Akos took his shift. Our surroundings seemed designed to drive us all mad. They yielded so little of interest. The sky was dark, and without stars, planets, or drifting ships to break it up, completely flat. I often had to check the nav map to make sure we hadn't stalled. I shared most of my waking time, when not in the captain's chair, with Tekka, trying to distract myself from my current gift. She taught me a game she usually played with multicolored stones, though we used handfuls of beans from the galley and drew dots on them to tell them apart. We spent most of the time arguing over which beans were which, but I came to see that bickering was a sign of friendship with Tekka, and mostly didn't mind it, as long as no one stormed out. Akos sometimes joined us before going to sleep, sitting too close to me and tucking his nose into my hair when he thought Tekka wouldn't notice. She always did. My nights I spent huddled together with Akos when I could, and finding new places to kiss. Our first fumbles at intimacy had been full of awkward laughter and uncomfortable squirming. I was learning to touch another person, as well as to touch him in particular, and it was difficult to learn everything at once. But we were both happy to practice. Despite his constant nightmares, he didn't wake screaming, but he often woke with a start, a sheen of sweat on his brow, and my lingering grief for the brother who had been twisted into a monster. We found snatches of happiness together, built largely on ignoring everything around us. It worked well. It worked well, that was, until Agra came into view. "Why?" Tekka said, staring at the black hole of a planet we were headed toward. "Would anyone ever settle here?" Akos laughed. "You could say the same about Thuvhe." "Don't call it that when we land," I said, cocking an eyebrow. "It's Urek or nothing." "Right." Urek meant empty, but said with reverence, not like an insult. Empty, to us, meant possibility. It meant freedom. Agra had come into sight as a small, dark gap in the stars ahead, and then the gap had turned into a hole, like a stray ember burned through fabric. And now it loomed darkly above the nav deck, devouring every fragment of light in its vicinity. I wondered how the first settlers had even known it was a planet. It looked more like a yawn. "I take it it's not an easy landing," Akos said. "No." Tekka laughed. "No, it's not. The only way to get through it without getting ripped to shreds is to completely disable the ship's power and free fall. Then I have to reactivate the ship's power before we all liquefy on impact." She brought her hands together with a smack. "So we all need to strap in and say a prayer, or whatever makes you feel lucky." Akos looked paler than usual. I laughed. Thuvhe came up behind us, clutching a book to her stomach. There were few books aboard the ship. What use would they have had? But those she had been able to rummage, she had brought to Ija one by one, along with his food. Akos didn't ask about him, and neither did I. I assumed his status was unchanged, and that the worst parts of my brother lived on in him. I needed no further updates. "Look," Thuvhe said. is simply a construct to make people believe they are in control of some aspect of their destinies. Thuvhe appeared to consider this, but Akos just rolled his eyes. Or maybe it's just a word for what fate looks like to the rest of us, I said to her. I was the only one willing to argue with Cyra. Thuvhe was too reverent, and Akos too dismissive. You've forgotten what it's like to stare at the future from this angle instead of your own. Cyra smirked at me. She smirked at me often. Perhaps you are correct. Everybody strap in, Thuvhe said. Oracle, I need you in the first officer's chair. You know the most about flying. Hey, I said. Current gifts go haywire on Agra, Thuvhe said to me. We're not sure how yours will do, so you sit in the back. Keep the Karaseth boys in line. Cyra had escorted Ija to a landing seat already. He was strapped in and staring at the floor. I sighed and made my way down to the main deck. Akos and I sat across from Ija, and I pulled the straps across my chest and lap. Akos fumbled with his own, but I didn't help him. He knew how to do it. He just needed to practice. I watched Thuvhe and Cyra as they prepared for landing, poking buttons and flicking switches. It seemed routine for Thuvhe. That was reassuring, at least. I didn't want to free fall through a hostile atmosphere with a captain who was panicking. Here we go, Thuvhe shouted, and with only that warning, all the lights in the ship switched off. The engine stopped its whirring and humming. Dark atmosphere struck the nav window like a wave of Pithar rain, and for a few long moments I couldn't see anything, couldn't feel anything. I wanted to scream. Agra's gravity caught us, and it was worse, much worse than feeling nothing. My stomach and my body felt suddenly separate, one floating up and the other pulling hard to the ground. The craft shuddered, metal plates squeaking against their screws, the steps to the nav deck rattling. My teeth clacked together. It was still too dark to see anything, even the current shadows that twisted around my arms. Next to me, Akos let out a litany of curses under his breath, in 3 languages. I couldn't speak. My flesh weighed too heavily on my bones. A slamming sound, then, and the engine whirred again. Before the lights turned on, though, the planet lit up beneath us. It was still dark. Neither sun nor current stream could possibly penetrate Agra's atmosphere. But it was dotted with light, veined with it. The ship's control panel glowed, and the horrible, heavy falling sensation disappeared as the ship moved forward instead of down, down, down. And then, hot and sharp and strong, pain.
Chapter 10. Akos. Cyra was screaming. Akos's hands were shaking from the landing, but still undoing the straps that held him in place, almost without his permission. Right when Akos was free, he launched himself from his seat and slid to his knees in front of Cyra. The shadows had pulled away from her body in a dark cloud, the same way they had when Voss forced her to touch him, down in the amphitheater's prison where she had almost lost her life. Her hands were buried in her hair, clenched. She looked up at him, and a strange smile twisted her face. He put his hands on hers. The shadows looked like smoke in the air, but they pulled back into Cyra's body like dozens of strings yanked at once. Cyra's odd smile was gone, and she was staring at their joined hands. "What will happen when you let go?" she said quietly. "You'll be just fine," he said. "You'll learn to control it. You can do that now, remember? She let out an airy laugh. I can hang on as long as you like, he said. Her eyes hardened. When she spoke, it was with gritted teeth. Let go. Akos couldn't help but think back to something he'd read in one of the books Cyra had put in his room on the Sojourn ship. He'd had to read it through a translator because it was written in Shotet, and it had been called Tenets of Shotet Culture and Belief. It said the most marked characteristic of the Shotet people is directly translated as armored, but outsiders might call it metal. It refers not to courageous acts in difficult situations, though the Shotet certainly hold valor in high regard, but to an inherent quality that cannot be learned or imitated. It is in the blood as surely as their revelatory language. Metal is bearing up again and again under assaults. It is perseverance, acceptance of risk, and the unwillingness to surrender. That paragraph had never made more sense to him than it did right now. Akos obeyed. At first, when the current shadows reappeared, they formed the smoky cloud around her body again, but Cyra set her jaw. Can't meet the Ogrins with the death cloud around me, she said. Her eyes held his as she breathed deeply. The shadows began to worm their way beneath her skin, traveling down her fingers, wriggling up her throat. She screamed again, right into her teeth, 6 Izits from his face. But then the breath hissed out, same as it had come in, and she straightened. The cloud was gone. They're back to how they were before, he said to her. Like they were when I met you. Yeah, she said. It's this planet. My gift is stronger here. You've been here before? She shook her head. No, but I can feel it. Do you need a painkiller? He said. Another head shake. Not yet. I have to readjust sometime. May as well be now. Tekka was talking on the nav deck in Otherian. Ship ID Renegade Transport, Captain Sarukta requesting permission to land. Captain Sarukta, permission granted to landing area 32. Congratulations on your safe arrival, a voice responded over the intercom. Tekka snorted as she switched off the communicator. I bet that's standard practice, congratulating people on surviving. I've been here before, Thuvhe said, wry. It is indeed standard practice. Tekka guided them to landing area 32, somewhere between the veins of light that had greeted them once they passed the atmosphere. Akos felt a bump as they touched down, and then they were there, on a new planet, on Agra. Agra was a mystery to most of the galaxy. It had become the subject of a lot of rumors, from as silly as Ogrins live in holes underground, to as dangerous as Ogrins are shielding their own atmosphere so we won't find out they're making deadly weapons. So when Akos stepped out of the ship, he didn't know what would greet him, if anything. For all he knew, Agra was barren. His hold on Cyra's hand loosened as he paused at the bottom of the steps to stare. They were in a city of sorts, but it was like no city he'd ever seen. Small buildings, glowing with green and blue lights of all shapes and sizes, rose up all around them, dark shapes against a dark sky. Growing around and between them were trees without leaves to absorb the sun. Their branches twisted around pillars, folding whole towers into their arms. The trees were tall, too, taller than anything else around, and the contrast of the clean lines of buildings and the organic curves of growing things was strange to him. The glowing, though, that was even stranger. Faint dots wove through the air that he recognized as insects. Panels of light showed dim impressions of the insides of houses, and in the narrow channels of water that replaced some of the streets, there were streaks of color like poured dye, and the flash of movement as some creature made its way along. "Welcome to Agra," an accented voice said from some place up ahead. Akos could only see the man by the white orb that hovered around his face. As he spoke, in competent Shotet no less, the orb attached to his chest, right under his chin, and lit his face from beneath. He was middle-aged, lined with stark white hair that curled around his ears. "If you'll form a short line, we can note your presence here and then escort you to the Shotet sector," he said. "We have only an hour before the storms begin." "The storms?" Akos raised an eyebrow at Cyra, and she shrugged. She didn't seem to know any more than he did. Tekka was first in line, reporting her surname with a brisk tone that read as businesslike. "Surukta," the man repeated as he typed her name into the small device in his hand. "I knew your mother. I was sad to hear of her passing." Tekka mumbled her way through something, maybe gratitude, though it didn't sound like it. Then it was Cyra's turn. "Cyra," she said. "Novik." The man paused with his fingers over the keys. He looked menacing with that white light glowing under his face, casting shadows that filled his eye sockets and the deepest creases of his face. She stared back, letting him look her over, from silver skin to armored wrist to worn boots. But he didn't say anything, just typed her name into his device and waved her past. She kept her hand in Akos's. Her arms stretched out behind her until he too was waved along. Tekka tripped over to them, her eyes wide and shining. "Amazing, right?" she said, smiling. "I always wanted to see it." "You've never come before," Cyra said. "Not even to see your mother?" "No, I was never allowed to visit her." There was an edge to her voice. "It wasn't safe. The exile colony has been here for over 2 generations, though, ever since the Noveks came into power. And the Ograns just let you stay here," Akos said. "They say anyone who can survive this planet has a right to be here," Tekka said. "It doesn't look as dangerous as I was expecting," Cyra said. "Everyone always talks about how hard it is to survive here, but it seems peaceful enough." "Don't let it fool you," Tekka said. "Everything here is ready to attack or defend. The plants, the animals, even the planet itself. They can't eat sun, so they eat each other instead. Or you." "The plants are carnivorous," Akos said. "From what I know," she shrugged. "Or they eat the current, which probably explains why they've been able to survive here. If there's anything Agra has a lot of, it's the current." She smiled with some mischief. And as if the constant threat of being devoured wasn't enough, well, let's just say he's not talking about a little awakening shower when he says storms. "Cryptic, aren't you?" Cyra said, frowning. "Yes," she grinned. "It's nice to have the upper hand for once. Come on." Tekka led them to one of the canals. They had to go down some steps to get to the water's edge. They were cracked from the tree roots and uneven. Akos reached down to run his hand over the persistent roots, which were covered in a fine, dark fuzz. There were plants here, He hadn't thought about foreign plant species on Thuvhe, mostly because there were no plants to be found on Thuvhe, at least not where he could reach them. But Agra was thick with trees. He wondered with a thrill of excitement what you could make with the plants here. A boat waited at the edge of the canal, long and narrow, with room for only 4 people across each row of benches. Akos guessed by its glint that it was made of metal. It was dark except for the glow of the water beneath it, a streak of rosy pink. "What's that light?" he asked Thuvhe. But Thuvhe wasn't the one who answered. It was the woman stationed at the front of the boat, her dark eyes lined with white paint. At first he thought maybe there was a practical reason for the paint, but the longer he looked at her, the more it seemed just decorative, like the black lines people smudged near their eyelashes at home. Here, white just showed up better. "There are many strains of bacteria that live in Agra's waters," she said. "They light up in different colors. Let them remind you that only our darkest water is safe to drink." Even the water could defend itself on Agra. Akos walked the unsteady plank that connected shore to boat and stepped on one bench to get to another. Cyra settled herself next to him, and he put his hand on her wrist, where the armor ended. He squeezed and leaned over the edge of the boat to look at the water. The streaks of pink were moving, lazy with the current of the water. He tried not to think about Sifa and Ija settling in behind them. Sifa's eyes watchful so his own didn't have to be. But the boat dipped with their weight, and his stomach sank, too. He couldn't avoid Ija and Agra like he had on the ship. They were going to be stuck together, the Thuvhezites among Shotet, among Agrans. The woman at the front sat, taking into her hands huge oars that dangled on either side of the vessel. With a sharp yank, she drove them forward, her face showing no effort. She was strong. "A useful current gift," Cyra commented. "It comes in handy every now and then. Most of the time I am called upon to open stubborn jars," the woman said, as she found a rhythm in her rowing. The ship cut through the water like a hot knife through butter. "Don't put your hands in the water, by the way." "Why not?" Cyra said. She just laughed. Akos kept looking over the side, at the changing colors beneath the water's surface. The pink glow clung to the shallows, near the edge of the canal. Where it was deeper, there were specks of blue, wisps of purple and wells of deep red. "There," the Agran woman said, and he followed the tilt of her head to a massive shape in the canal. At first he thought it was just more of the bacteria finding the current. But as they slid past it, he saw it was a creature, twice as wide as their narrow boat, and twice again as long. It had a bulbous head, or he assumed it was a head, and at least a dozen tentacles that tapered to feathery ends. He was able to see it only because of how the bacteria clung to it, like paint streaking its smooth sides. It turned, tentacles twisting together like rope, and on its flank he saw a mouth as big as his own torso, framed all around by sharp, narrow teeth. He stiffened. "The undersides of these boats are made of a current shielding material we call soju," the Agran woman said. "The animal, a galansk, is drawn to the current to devour it. If you put your hand in the water, it would be drawn to you, but it can't sense us in this boat." And, true to her word, with the next pull of her oars, the galansk turned again and dove deep, becoming just a faint glow under the surface of the water. A moment later, it was gone. "You mine this metal here?" Thuvhe asked the woman. No, "There's nothing on this planet that is not current rich," the woman said. "We import soju from Asander." "Why do you live on a planet so determined to kill you?" he said. The Ogren woman smiled at him. "I could ask the Shotet the same question." "I'm not Shotet," he said. "Are you not?" she said with a shrug and continued to row. His back ached by the time they got to their destination, from the stress of the landing followed by sitting on the uncomfortable bench in the boat. The Ogren woman steered them toward the edge of the canal, where there were stone steps overrun with the same velvet-soft wood he had touched earlier. Next to the steps was the yawn of a tunnel. "We must go underground to avoid the storms," she said. "You can explore the Shotet sector another time." The storms. She said it reverently, but not fondly. It was something she feared, this woman with the strength of half a dozen people, and that made Akos fear it too. He climbed out of the boat on unsteady legs, relieved to find solid ground. He reached back to help Cyra, his mouth drawn into a thin line. "I thought the Shotet were fierce," he said, "but the people here must be downright lethal." "A different kind of ferocity, perhaps," she said. "They don't hesitate, but they fight without finesse. It's a kind of clumsy courage, and a kind of madness, too, to live in a place like this." Akos knew, listening to her, that she had spent more time observing the Ogrens than she would ever admit to, that she didn't even realize there was anything to admit to, because she assumed all other people were as inquisitive as she was. She had likely watched every piece of footage of Ogren combat she could get her hands on, and a half a dozen other subjects besides. All those files were stored in her quarters on the Sojourn ship, her little den of knowledge. They walked into the tunnel, led at first by the Ogren woman's whistling alone. But 10 paces in, Akos saw light. Some of the stones in the walls of the tunnel were glowing. They were small, smaller than his fist, and set at random into the walls and ceiling. The woman whistled louder, and the stones grew brighter. Akos pursed his lips, hiding his face as he tried a whistle of his own. The light in the stones near him went white, with the warmth of sunlight. Was this as close to sunlight as Agra ever got? He glanced at Cyra. She winced, the current shadows lively across the back of her neck, but she was smiling at him. "What?" he said. "You're excited," she said. "This planet is probably going to kill us, and you love it." "Well," he said, feeling defensive, "it's fascinating, that's all." "I know," she said. "It's just, I don't expect other people to love the odd and dangerous things I love." She draped her arm around his waist, her touch light so he didn't feel her weight. He leaned into her, slinging his own arm over her shoulders. Her skin went blank again at his touch. Then he heard it. The low rumble, like the planet itself, was growling, and at this point he wouldn't have been surprised to hear that it was. "Come along, ice dwellers," the Ogren woman sang, her voice ringing. She reached down and stuck her pinky through something, a metal loop in the dark floor. With a flick of her wrist, a trapdoor pulled up from the ground, scattering dust. Akos spotted narrow stairs that disappeared into nothingness. Well, he thought, time to summon some Shotet metal.
Chapter 11. Cyra. The last time I had walked into a crowd, it was to pretend to kill my own brother, and they had thirsted for my blood. And before that, he had carved my skin from my head to the tune of hundreds of cheers. I reached up to touch the silver skin that covered me from throat to jaw to skull. No, I did not have pleasant memories of crowds, and I was not likely to form them here, with only Ogrins and Shotet exiles waiting for me. We had walked down the dark stairs, feeling our way with the soles of our shoes and the brushes of our fingers, and turned a sharp corner, and here we were, in a dim waiting space with creaky wood floors, and the glow of Ogrin clothing, most of which adorned Shotet bodies, though I only knew because of the language they spoke. Ogrin clothing, which even the Shotet wore here, had no real distinct style, some of it tight and some flowing, some ornate and some simple, but the embrace of that ever-present glow was there, in bracelets and anklets and necklaces, shoelaces and belts and buttons. One man I passed even had stripes of red light, faint but still light, stitched into the back of his jacket. It gave everyone an eerie look, lit from beneath by their garments, their faces difficult to see. Those with fair skin, like Akos's, almost gave off their own light. Not an advantage on a planet as hostile as this. There were benches for sitting, and high tables for standing around. Some held glasses with a clear substance that scattered light inside them. I watched a bottle passed through a group of people, bobbing along like their hands were waves. Children sat in a circle near my feet, playing a game with quick hand motions passed in a round. Two boys, a few seasons younger than me, play-fought near one of the massive room's wooden pillars. This was a space for gathering, and, I sensed, not much else. This was not where the Shotet lived or worked or ate, but just a space to wait out the storms. The Ogrin woman had remained vague about what the storms actually were. Not surprising. Ogrins seemed to trade in vague language and weighty looks. Tekka melded into the crowd right away, throwing her arms around the nearest exile she recognized. That was when people began to take notice of us. Tekka, with her pale skin and even paler hair, required no introduction. Akos was a head taller than most people in the room, and drew eyes naturally. And then there was me, glinting silver skin and current shadows crawling all over my body. I tried not to tense as some people went quiet at the sight of me, and others muttered, or pointed. Who had taught them manners? I was used to this sort of reaction, I reminded myself. I was Cyra Noavek. Guards at the manor backed away from me instinctively. Women held their children near at the sight of me. I drew myself up straighter, taller, and shook my head when Akos reached for me to help me with my pain. No, better to let them see me as I was. Better to get this over with. I pretended I was not breathing harder. Hey! Tekka pinched the elbow of my oddly sized mechanic's jumpsuit and tugged. Come on, we should introduce ourselves to the leadership. You don't know them already? I said, as Akos searched behind him. For his mother and brother, I assumed, though he had been avoiding them since we landed. I tried to imagine how I would have acted if my mother had returned to my life after I had accepted that I would never see her again. In my mind, it was a happy reunion, and we fell into our old rhythms of care and understanding. It certainly wasn't that simple for Akos, with the history of betrayal and subterfuge that existed between him and Thuvhe. But even without that, perhaps it was never simple. Perhaps I would have avoided Illyra just as he avoided his mother. Or maybe it was just that she spoke in riddles, and it was exhausting. Once Akos had rounded up his family, we all followed Tekka deeper into the room. I tried to keep myself from marching, though that was my instinct. Scare them on purpose, so I didn't have to watch them grow frightened by accident.
"So we're right near the village of Gallo," Tekka said. "It's mostly full of Shotet exiles now, but there are still some Ogrins who live here. Merchants mostly. My mother said we'd integrated pretty well." "Oh!"
Tekka threw her arms around a pale-haired man with a mug in hand, then shook hands with a woman with a shaved head, who tapped Tekka's eye patch in gentle mocking.
"I'm saving my fancy one for a special occasion,"
Tekka replied.
"Do you know where Etrek is? I have to introduce him to—"
"Ah." A man had stepped forward, tall, though not as tall as Akos, with long dark hair drawn up into a knot. I couldn't decide, in this light, if he was my age or 10 seasons older. The rumble in his voice didn't do much to help.
"Ah, here she is," the man said. "Ryzek's scourge turned Ryzek's executioner."
He put an arm around me, turning as if to draw me into a group of people all holding glasses of whatever it was. I pulled away from him so quickly he might not have had the chance to feel my current gift. Pain darted across my cheek and followed my next swallow down my throat. "Call me that again and I will—"
"What? Hurt me?"
The man smirked.
"It would be interesting to see you try. Then we would see if you were as good at fighting as they say."
"Regardless of whether I am a good fighter or not," I snapped, "I am not Ryzek's executioner."
"So humble,"
an older woman across from me said, tipping some of her drink into her mouth.
"We all saw what you did on the news feed, Miss Novak. There's no need to be shy about it."
"I am neither shy nor humble," I said, feeling my mouth twist into my sourest smile. My head was pounding. "I just don't believe everything I see. You should have learned that lesson well enough, exile." I almost laughed, seeing all their eyebrows pop up in unison. Akos touched my shoulder, the part covered with fabric, and bent closer to my ear. "Slow down on making enemies," he said. "There's plenty of time for that later." I stifled a laugh. He had a point, though. At first, all I saw next was a broad smile in the dark, and then Jorek collided with Akos. Akos looked too confused to return the embrace. Actually, he didn't seem particularly affectionate as a rule, I had noticed. But he managed to give Jorek a good-natured slap on the shoulder as he pulled away.
"Took you long enough to get here," Jorek said. "I was beginning to think you guys got kidnapped by the Chancellor."
"No," Akos said. "Actually, we abandoned her in an escape pod."
"Really?"
Jorek's eyebrows popped up. "That's sort of a shame. I liked her." "You liked her?" I said.
"Miss Novak,"
Jorek said, bobbing his head to me. He turned back to Akos.
"Yeah, she was a little scary, and apparently I gravitate toward that quality in friends."
My cheeks warmed as he looked from Akos to me and back again, pointedly. Jorek thought of me as a friend? "How's your mom?" Akos said to him. "Is she here?" Jorek had stayed behind after our little mission to ensure that his mother made it through the chaos of Voa.
"Safe and sound, but no, she's not here," Jorek said. "She said if she ever manages to land on Agra, she's never going to try to take off again. No, she's keeping an eye on things for us in Voa. Moved in with her brother and his children."
"Good," Akos said. He scratched the back of his neck, and his fingertips scraped along the thin chain he wore, the one with the ring R.A. Kuzar had given him hanging from the end of it. He didn't wear it out of affection, as R.A. and Jorek had undoubtedly hoped he would, but as a burden, a reminder. Tekka had disappeared for a moment, but she returned now with a sturdy woman at her side. She was not tall or short, really, and her hair was pulled back into a tight braid. The smile she gave me was warm enough, though, like the others, she didn't even glance in Akos's direction. Her attention was solely mine.
"Miss Novak,"
the woman said, offering her hand.
"I am Asa. I sit on our council here."
I glanced at Akos, asking a silent question. He rested his hand on the bare skin where my neck met my shoulder, extinguishing my current shadows. I knew without trying that I was not capable of controlling my gift right now, as I had learned to in the renegade hideout in Voa. Not in Agra's current gift-enhancing atmosphere, with days of limited sleep behind me. It was taking all the energy I had just to keep it contained, so it wouldn't explode out of me as it had when we first landed. I took the woman's hand and shook it. Akos may not have commanded her attention before, but his ability to extinguish my gift certainly did. In fact, everyone around us looked at him, specifically at the hand he kept on my skin. "Call me Cyra, please," I said to Asa. Asa's gaze was curious and sharp. When I dropped her hand, Akos dropped his, and my current shadows returned. His cheeks were bright with color, and it was spreading to his neck.
"And you are?"
Asa asked him. "Akos Karaseth," he said, a little too quietly. I wasn't used to the meek side of him, but now that we weren't constantly surrounded by the people who had kidnapped him or killed his father or otherwise tormented him, well, perhaps this was what he was like, under somewhat more normal circumstances.
"Karaseth,"
Asa repeated.
"It's funny. For the duration of this exile colony's existence, we have never had a fated person pass through our doors. And now we have 2.
4, actually," I said. "Akos's older brother Ija is somewhere, and his mother, Sifa. They're both oracles." I cast a glance around for both of them. Sifa emerged from the shadows behind me, almost as if summoned by her name alone. Ija was a few paces behind her.
"Oracles? 2 oracles,"
Asa said.
She was finally startled, it seemed.
"Asa," Sifa said, nodding. She wore a smile intended, I was sure, to be inscrutable. I almost rolled my eyes. "Thank you for sheltering us," Sifa said. "All of you. We have walked a hard road to get here."
"Of course,"
Asa said stiffly.
"The storms will be over soon, and we will be able to find a place for you to rest."
Asa stepped closer. "But I must ask, Oracle, should we be concerned?" Sifa smiled. "Why do you ask?"
"Hosting 2 oracles at once seems like—"
Asa frowned.
"Not a good sign for the future."
"The answer to your question is yes. Now is indeed the time for concern," Sifa said softly. "But that would be the case whether I was here or not." She tilted her head, and another Ogren woman, this one fair-skinned, dotted with freckles, and wearing bracelets that lit up a gentle white, stepped forward. The bracelets helped me to see her face when she gestured to me, whispering in Etrek's ear. "Miss Novak," the Ogren woman said then, when her whispering was finished. Her eyes, as dark as my own, followed the current shadows that now cradled my throat like a choking hand, and felt much the same. "My name is Isa, and I have just heard from someone in our communications tower. We have received a call for you from Assembly headquarters." "For me?" I raised my eyebrows. "Surely you're mistaken. The recording was broadcast on the Assembly-wide news feed a few hours ago. That is as quickly as we can receive them on Agra. Unfortunately, this one has a time limit," she said. "The message is from Issei Benazit. If you wish to respond, you must be prepared to act immediately." "What?" I demanded. I felt a buzzing in my chest, like the hum of the current, but stronger, more visceral. "I have to respond immediately?" "Yes," Isa said, "or you will not get back to her in time. Our communications delay is regrettable, but there is no way to bypass it. We can record you from here and send the footage up to the next satellite, which departs our atmosphere in just minutes. Otherwise, we must wait another hour. Come with me, please." I reached for Akos's hand. He gave it and held on tight, and we followed Isa through the crowd. Isa had the message cued to a screen on the far wall. It was as large as I was with my arms outstretched. She had me stand on a mark on the floor, shoot away everyone who was standing around me, including Akos, and turned on a light that cast my face in yellow. This was for the camera that would record my message, I assumed. I had been instructed in matters of diplomacy by my mother, but only as a child. After her death, neither my father nor my brother had bothered to continue that part of my education. They had assumed, reasonably, that I would never need to know those things, weaponized girl that I was. I tried to remember what she had told me. Stand up straight. Speak clearly. Don't be afraid to think about your answer. The pause feels longer to you than it does to them. That was all I could remember. It would have to be enough. Issei Benazit appeared on the screen before me, larger now than she had ever been in life. Her face was uncovered. The disguise was unnecessary now that her sister had been killed, I assumed, and the two could no longer be confused for each other. The scars stood out from her skin, prominent but not garish. Though the rest of her face was painted with makeup, the scars had been left alone. At her insistence, I assumed. Her black hair shone, pulled back from her face, and she wore a high-collared dress, I assumed I could only see to her waist, made of a thick black material that looked almost liquid. An off-center button shone gold against her throat, and there was a gold band around her forehead. A crown of sorts, though the least ornamental one I had ever seen. This was not a chancellor who wanted to be associated with the abundance and wealth of Othir. This chancellor led Ozok, Shissa, and most important, Hessa, the very heart of Thuvhe. She appeared to have taken great pains not to appear pretty or delicate. She was striking, eyes lined in careful black, skin left to its usual olive tone without embellishment, other than powder to limit its shine. I, meanwhile, hadn't had a proper bath in over a week, and I was wearing an ill-fitting jumpsuit. Wonderful. "This is Issei Benazit, fated Chancellor of Thuvhe, speaking on behalf of the nation planet of Thuvhe," she began. The room went quiet around me. I squeezed my hands into fists at my sides. Pain raced through my body, sparking in my feet and spreading through my legs and around my abdomen. I blinked tears away and forced myself to focus and stand as still as I could. "This message is addressed to the successor of the so-called throne of Shotet," she continued.
As Ryzek Novak has been confirmed dead by blood succession laws obeyed by the Shotet people themselves, it must be delivered to Cyra Novak before the common break of day, measured on this day at 6:13 a.m. The past few seasons have brought with them several acts of Shotet aggression. In one invasion, our falling oracle was killed, and our rising oracle was kidnapped. And just a few days ago, my sister, Orieva Benezit, was kidnapped and murdered in a public forum.
She had practiced this statement. She had to have, because she didn't so much as stumble over the words, though her eyes glittered with malice. Perhaps that was just my imagination.
The escalation of these aggressive acts has become impossible to ignore. It must be met with strength.
She cleared her throat, quietly, just a brief moment of humanity.
What I will read to you now are the terms of Shotet surrender to Thuvhe. Item 1. Shotet will disband its standing army and surrender all weapons to the Thuvhezite state. Item 2. Shotet will surrender its sojourn ship to the Assembly of 9 planets, and forego the sojourn in favor of settlement in and around the area known as Voa, immediately north of the southern seas. Item 3. Shotet will permit Thuvhezite and Assembly troops to occupy Shotet until such time as Shotet has been restored to order and peaceful cooperation with Assembly and Thuvhezite authority. Item 4. Shotet will desist in referring to itself as a sovereign nation, and will instead acknowledge its belonging to the nation of Thuvhe. Item 5. Shotet will pay reparations to all public facilities and families affected by Shotet aggression of the past 100 seasons, on the planet of Thuvhe and abroad, in an amount to be determined at a later date by a committee of Assembly and Thuvhezite authorities. Item 6. All Shotet identifying as exiles of the Novak regime will return to Thuvhe and settle at a location distinct from Voa, where they will be pardoned and granted full Thuvhezite citizenship.
I felt like my entire body was curling into a fist, one finger at a time, squeezing blood from every knuckle. I hardly noticed the pain of my current gift, though the shadows raced along my skin at their deepest, densest black.
You will respond to this message accepting these terms, or I will issue a declaration of war, at which point the blood of your own people will be on your hands, Issei continued. A response must be received by the common daybreak, measured on this day at 6:13 a.m., or your life will be assumed forfeit, and we will proceed to the next member of your family line. Transmission complete.
Issei's face disappeared from the screen. Everything was silent around me. I closed my eyes and fought for control of my body. Now is not the time, I told it, as it raged with pain. Now is not the time to take up space in my head. I tried again to think of my mother's lessons, but I could only think of her. The tilt of her neck, the cold smile she wore when she wanted someone to wither from the inside out. The way she used her quiet, rich voice to get exactly what she wanted. I could try to imitate her, but it wouldn't work for me. I already knew that I was no Illyra Novak. The only persona I had ever been able to adopt was that of Ryzek's scourge, and I desperately didn't want to be that. Not again. Never again. Are you ready to respond, Miss Novak? You have only a few minutes, Issa said. I was not ready to respond. Not ready to act as the leader of a divided country that had never showed me anything but disdain. Around me now were the critical eyes of people who had been exiled because of the cruelty of my own father and my own brother. I was aware of the insult it must have been to them, to see me treated like their leader when I was really part of the same family that had tortured and excluded them. But someone had to do this, and right now, the task fell to me. I would have to do my best. I straightened, cleared my throat, and nodded. Issa nodded back. I focused on the sights ahead of me, recording my image and voice to send it along to Issei.
This is Cyra Noavek, acting sovereign of the rightful nation of Shotet,
I said, and though my voice shook, the words were right. The yellow light burned against my face, and I stared straight ahead. I would not flinch at my current shadows. I would not. I flinched. It didn't matter, I told myself. I was in pain. Flinching was what I did.
Shotet rejects your terms of surrender, as living under them would be worse than the bloodshed to which you referred, I continued. Ryzek Noavek is dead, and the crimes he committed against Thuvhe, whether directly or indirectly, are not representative of his people.
I had run out of formal language.
I think you know that, I said instead. You have walked among us and met our resistance effort face to face.
I stopped, thought about what I wanted to say.
The nation of Shotet respectfully requests a cessation of hostilities until such a time as we can meet and discuss a treaty between our two nations, I said. War is not what we want. But make no mistake, we are a nation, divided though we are between Agra and Urek, and will be treated as such. Transmission complete.
I didn't realize, until I was finished, that I had just revealed the location of the exile colony, formerly secret to all but the Ogrins, to Issei Benezit. It was too late to change that, though. Before anyone could speak, I held up a hand to get Issa's attention. Can I record another message? This one is to be delivered immediately to Voa satellites. Issa hesitated. Please, I added. It couldn't hurt. Okay, she said, but it must be brief. The briefest, I said. I waited for her signal to begin. This message I could do without thinking, without rehearsing. When Issa nodded, I took a breath and said, People of Voa, this is Cyra Noavek. Thuvhe has declared war on Shotet. Hostiles incoming. Evacuate to the Sojourn ship immediately. I repeat, evacuate to the Sojourn ship immediately. Transmission complete. With that, I bent at the waist, bracing myself on my knees, and struggled to breathe. I was in so much pain my legs felt like they would give out at any moment. Akos rushed forward, clutching first at my shoulders and then at my hands. I braced myself against him, my head slotted next to his, my forehead against his shoulder. You did well, he said quietly. You did well. I have you. I have you. When I glanced over his shoulder, I saw tentative smiles, heard murmurs that almost seemed approving. Was Akos right? Had I really done well? I couldn't believe that was true. War was coming. And no matter what Akos said, no matter what anyone said from now on, I was the one who had urged it forward.
Chapter 12. Sizi. "This Cyra Novik?" asked Sez as he turns the smooth stone in his left hand. I had noticed that Ast was always moving, whether bouncing his knees or chewing on the pliable edge of his comb, or fidgeting with something between his fingers. "There any chance she'll agree to the terms?" I laugh. The idea of Cyra Novik, who'd kept fighting in the arena, even after her own brother peeled skin from her head, handing over her country to Thuvhe without so much as an argument, is downright ridiculous. "Well, it's not like I've met her," Ast says, defensive. "Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at you," I say. "It's just, she'd fight with a wall if it got in her way." "I don't anticipate her surrender, no." Issei gives her response like she's sitting far away instead of right across the room. She's at a little table next to the window. We're on the side of the assembly satellite, facing away from the sun, so the window shows stars and space and current stream, instead of an image of Thuvhe. It makes Issei look smaller and younger than she usually does. "They aren't built for surrender, the Shotet. The assembly leader was right. They're like an infestation. You think they're small, so they'll be easy to deal with, but they just keep coming and coming." I go cold at the word infestation. That's not a way to talk about people, even if they are on the other side of a war. That's not the way Issei talks about people either, not even when she's angry. She straightens up and clasps her hands in her lap. "I need to decide my next move," she says, assuming the war declaration will go out as planned. Ast runs the palm of his thumb over the stone. It's from his home planet, some brim rock that has a number instead of a name. With air, you can't breathe without a gasper. The slang term for whatever the actual device is called. He spent most of his life with a bulky thing strapped to his face, just so he could survive, he told me. "You gotta make whatever time you've got worth it," he said to me, like he'd said it dozens of times before, like it wasn't closer to a manifesto than casual conversation. "I think you need to strike hard," he says after a few circles of his thumb. "The Shotet don't respect anything less. Hit 'em hard, or you may as well not hit 'em at all." Issei's head lowers like she's disappointed, only I know it's not that. It's just that she's bearing a lot of weight. She's fighting her own war, as well as the war the assembly planets want, as well as the one against the grief that surges up inside her, right where I can see it, making her say and do things she wouldn't usually say or do. "I could hit the center of Voa," she says. "That's where most of the Novik supporters live." The center of Voa was where we walked to get to the amphitheater, where I got a cup of tea from one of the vendors, and his eyes crinkled at the corners when he passed it to me. She can't just hit the center of Voa. "You'd take out Ryzek's lackeys as well as make a statement," Ast points out. "It's a good idea." "That's not a military target," I say. Ast shakes his head. "There aren't any Shotet civilians, not really. They all know how to kill. Issei and I know that better than most." The attack that took his father was the same one that gave Issei her scars, I've learned, and the same one that claimed her parents' and friends' lives. Their ship, the ship that had housed Issei most of her life, was boarded by Shotet sojourners who interpreted scavenging as theft and murder. It made both of them biased in the same way, as well as tying them together in a way I couldn't quite grasp. "What weapon will you use?" he says. "A foot army wouldn't be good strategy against the Shotet, given the skill level of their average citizen." They aren't citizens of Shotet, Issei says tautly. They are in active rebellion against my rightful governance. Ast replies quietly. I know. Issei chews on a knuckle, her teeth digging hard into the skin. I want to tug her hand away from her mouth. I still have to confirm with the Pithar leadership, but it's their technology we'll be using. They call it an anti-current blast. It's effective. I could aim it at the amphitheater where Ori was killed, and the destruction would radiate outward from there. It would level the building completely. My breaths come shallow. This is why I came here. To stop Issei from doing something she'll regret, to make sure Thuvhe stays on the right path. So I have to calm her down. I have to stop both of them while they're still building momentum. I push my gift forward in a rolling wave, hitting them both at once. Ast flinches at it, like he always seems to, but Issei doesn't seem to notice it. I imagine the current gift water lifting the weight from her body away, so she floats, then dragging at her limbs gentle as it pulls back to me. There are laws against striking at civilian targets unnecessarily, I say softly. Issei looks at me lazily, like she's half asleep. Her lower lip is streaked red. There's a soldier encampment outside Voa, I suggest. Where we don't even know anyone will be, Ast argues. Voa's in a state of total upheaval. The soldiers have probably gone into the city to keep order. Attack the encampment, and you risk just slicing and dicing at some tents and buildings. Issei is still chewing that knuckle. A flash of red shows me it's bleeding now. She's got that same wild energy she had before she killed Ryzek. Only now there's no focus to go along with it. Ast offers her a place to put her destructive energy, but at what cost? Civilian lives? Old men and women, children, dissenters, renegades, the sick and needy? Not to mention the cost to her, as the person who orders that kind of destruction. Come on, think. Killing people isn't the only way to be effective, I say. The Shotet have a few things they hold dear. Their language. I choke as Ast's irritation with me flares to life, and my current gift responds, keeping me from continuing. Yeah, sure. Let's go after abstractions instead of concrete targets, Ast says. That'll work. I push my gift forward again, another wave. What Issei needs right now is a little bit of calm and peace, and no matter how tied Ast and Issei are to each other, he can't give her that. I can. Shh, Ast, Issei says, holding up a hand. See, go on. I wait for the tight feeling in my throat to work itself loose. It takes Ast calming down for it to happen, and not just his calm, but his shame at keeping me from talking. It's not until his expression is well and properly cowed that I can speak again. Their language is dear to them, I say, as well as the oracles, which are out of the question, and the sojourn. The sojourn, Issei nods. You're right. Her eyes are alight. We could hit the ship. They just got back, so there's probably just a skeleton crew aboard. Loss of life will be minimal, but the symbolic victory would be enormous. It's not my solution, but it's not Ast's either. I guess that's better than nothing. Ast frowns, his eyes fixed as ever on an uncertain point at middle distance. He hasn't moved in a while, so the flying beetle that guides him with its clicking and chirping is just perched on his shoulder, its antennae shifting in the same incremental way his mechanical eyes do. It's a little soft, he says. It's better to regret being too soft than being too hard, Issei says, in a clipped voice that says the discussion is over. I'll contact General Then, make sure we have surveillance images of the ship that aren't from half a season ago. She smiles at me, the expression a little too fierce for my comfort. It means that Issei, who killed Ryzek, is still in there somewhere, waiting to strike again. I shouldn't be so alarmed by it, really. This is what attracted me to her to begin with, after all. She's capable, decisive. She didn't need anybody to take care of her, least of all me. She'd never admit to needing it now. But the thing about falling for somebody is, you want to take care of them. So that's what I'm going to do. We eat dinner together, Ast, Issei, and me. Since Ast doesn't respond well to my current gift, I have to learn how to deal with him the way everybody else does. Trial and error. So this time I tried to ask him about growing up on the ship with Issei, and it seems to set him at ease. He tells me about trying to teach Issei how to fix engines, which is what his dad did, and all she wanted to do was pry bolts loose. She tried to get him to join in on her etiquette lessons once, and he made her laugh so hard she snorted tea up her nose. "It came out my eye," she says as she laughs. Slowly but surely, I decide, I'll pry my way between them. Not to get in the way, but to make sure she does the right thing. The level-headed thing. Her message to General Then sounded steady enough, and she's laughing now, as she tells stories from her past. But I'm still worried. After you've watched someone kill a man with a kitchen knife, there's a lot more to worry about. Ast leaves once the plates are cleared, and I get ready to go too, sure she's tired out from the day's decisions. But she catches my hand as I rise from my chair and says, "Would you mind staying a while?" "Of course," I say. She loses all her ease like she's shedding clothes, pacing the length of the windows and then turning to walk back. I tried to help her, but just as it did when she was on her way to Ryzek's cell on the renegade ship, my current gift fails me. She tugs her hair, agitated, so it curls tighter around her ears. "My gift comes with its challenges too," she says to me after a few laps around the room. For a long time, I thought her gift was simple, just seeing other people's memories at a touch. But it's more than that. She lives with the past always tugging at her, trying to carry her away on its tide. Since Ori... She stops, swallows, starts again. I've been getting stuck in memories, which is fine when they're good ones, like with Ast, but they're not always good, and they come into my dreams. She flinches and shakes her head. "We could talk about something lighter," I say, "until you fall asleep." "I'm not sure. I don't think it'll work." She's still shaking her head. "I wonder if... It's silly, but whatever will help you," I say. "I wondered if you could let me into your memories," she says. "If I used my current gift to see them, maybe I could get some peace. For a little while." "Oh." I hesitate. I don't have that many good memories to choose from. The ones from my childhood are tinged with sadness, because they're all building up to Ija and Akos being taken, or my father dying. The ones from after, where I'm trying to pull Mom back from constant distraction, aren't great either. It wasn't until I reunited with Ori that things lightened up more often, and that was partly because I was getting to know Issei. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. It's an invasion of privacy," Issei says. No, it's not that," I say. I was just thinking that a lot of my good memories involve you and Ori, and I wasn't sure if that would be uncomfortable. Oh. She pauses. No, that's fine. I move to her bed and sit on the edge of it, where the blanket is still smooth and tucked under the mattress. I pat the space next to me, and she sits down, angled so she can look me in the eye. Give me a tick, I say. A tick, she smiles. That's one of my favorite Hessian words. I close my eyes then, so I can remember. It's not just about thinking of when I met her, or when I felt like I was really her friend. It's about the details. What the air smelled like, how cold it was, what I was wearing. And that's not so easy. I was in school, so I was always wearing my uniform the first few times we spent together. A thick robe that covered my clothes so they wouldn't get plant dust and bark and stems all over them. Go ahead, I say, as I remember the smell of peeling skin from a salt fruit, green and tangy. She's used her current gift on me before, when we were getting to know each other better, so I know to expect her hand on my face. Her fingers are cold and a little clammy, but they warm up fast on my cheek and anchor at my jaw. Then we're moving together into the past. I stood behind a rope barrier with a crowd pressing against my back. I didn't mind it then because it meant warmth, shelter against the wind and snow. I still had to curl my hands into fists inside my mittens to keep my fingers warm. But I didn't feel that chill, that deep chill that makes your teeth feel brittle. We stood there for a long time before the ship appeared above us, lowering without swerving to the landing pad. The ship was small and humble, a Hesse transport. The people around me gasped when they recognized it. The battered metal, the heat vents that keep the engine from freezing. To me, it seemed like a message. I am one of you. Just a simple Thuvhe. It was a manipulation. The Hesse ship landed, and the door opened, and a woman in black stepped out. Her face was covered, of course, from nose on down. But she wasn't wearing goggles like the rest of us were, so I could see her dark eyes, with their narrow slope, eyelashes pressed up into the skin above them. At the sight of her, everybody cheered. Not me, though. I was trying to figure out if I was seeing things. Those were Ori's eyes, but I hadn't seen her in years, and she was... well, she was Ori. A tick later, another woman stepped out behind the first. The Chancellor's sister, I assumed. Only I could have sworn I was seeing double. She was the same. Same height, same coat, same face covering. Same eyes that scanned the crowd without feeling. The women walked shoulder to shoulder toward the building. They didn't stop to grasp hands. They lifted gloved hands to wave, their eyes crinkled in smiles that we couldn't see. One's gait was smooth, like she was rolling over the ground on wheels. The other's was buoyant, making her head bob up and down as she moved. When they passed me, I couldn't help it. I pulled my goggles down so I could see their faces better, see for myself if this was Ori or not. One set of eyes found mine. Her steps faltered, just a little, and then they were gone. Later that day, I heard a knock. I lived in the dormitory just next to the hospital, connected to it by a covered bridge. Sometimes I leaned my forehead against the glass and stared down at the ice flower fields from there. I could only see smudges of color from up here, where the buildings of Ozak dangled in the sky like chandeliers. My rooms were small and packed tight with objects. Fabric, mostly. Paper, and as a result, books, was a luxury on a planet without many trees. But we spun fabric out of ice flower stems and treated it with purity petal essence to make it soft. We dyed it all kinds of colors, muted and bright, dark and light. Anything but gray, which was what we saw all the time. I hung fabric across shelves to hide what was on them. I draped it on the walls to cover up where they peeled. Mostly, my room was a kitchen. I had little burners here and there with something stewing on them, and the air was full of steam or smoke, depending on the day. They weren't clean rooms, but they were warm. They weren't fit for the company I got that day, though. I wiped my hands on an apron and opened the door, sweat wetting my brow. A very tall, thick man stood right in front of me, looking gruff. "Their Highnesses of the family Benezit request the honor of your hospitality," the man said. He wasn't a Thuvhe. I could tell by how he left his shirt buttons open at the throat. He was wearing pale gray, which meant he must be from the assembly, and his formal tone confirmed it. I said, because it was all I could manage. Then my current gift kicked in, and his posture relaxed, so I didn't feel as nervous. "Of course, they are welcome here, as are you." The man gave me a little smile. "Thank you, ma'am, but my job is to stay outside the door," he said. He checked my apartment to make sure it was safe, roaming through each room with his eyes on all my stuff. Even poked his head into the bathroom to make sure nobody was crouched in my shower with a knife. Or so I assumed. Then he stepped out, nodded to someone out of sight, and there they were. 2 tall, lean women in black dresses buttoned up to the throat, hooded, with fabric covering their faces. I stepped back to let them in, but I didn't greet them. All I could do was stare at them. Then one of them stepped past me to close the door and smiled at me. I could tell by how her cheek creased. "Cece," she said. And then I knew. I really knew. It was her. "Ori," I said, and we collided in a tight hug, squeezing little laughs out of each other. Over her shoulder, I saw her sister walking through my little apartment, trailing her fingers over everything she passed. She paused by the shelf where I kept pictures of my family behind a gauzy hanging, so I didn't have to look at them if I thought it might hurt too bad. I pulled away from Ori, who fumbled to pull her hood and face covering down. She looked just like I thought she would. The same, but sharper, older. Her black hair was mussed from the hood, and straight as straw, pulled into a knot at the back of her neck. Her mouth, already tilted up at the corners, curled into a deeper smile. I can't believe you're the Chancellor's sister. I can't believe you're here," was what I meant to say, but I couldn't. "I'm so sorry." She looked down. If there had been another way. How could you lie to me all our lives? I thought, because I knew I couldn't say it. I couldn't say anything at all, in fact. I put my hand on her elbow and guided her into the room, toward the cushions I had piled around a burner, and a sturdy pot with tea steeping in it. I was studying the effects of cold-steeped ice flour against the warm kind. "Where did you go?" I said. "The assembly ship," she said. "Issei was there, recovering." She looked to her sister then, so I knew the Chancellor's name was Issei. She perched on the only chair in the room, close to her sister. Her hands were folded in her lap for a tick or two before she rolled her eyes and tugged the face covering away from her mouth and nose. The scars that bisected her face were wicked and fresh, judging by their bright red color. They weren't beautiful. Scars rarely were. "Recovering from this is what she means." Issei waved a hand in front of her face. I tried to smile. "That must have been difficult." Issei snorted. "So you're the oldest Karaseth, then," she said. "You're the talk of the system these days. The Karaseths. Oracle, traitor, and, well, the one who ought to be careful around knives. The first child of the family Karaseth will succumb to the blade. Isn't that your fate?" I choked. "My brother is not a traitor. I'll be as careless around knives as I damn well please. Get out of my apartment. Who the hell do you think you are?" I couldn't say any of those things, though. "Issei," Ori said, chastising. "I suppose I shouldn't bring up unpleasant subjects uninvited," she said, "but it's the reality of who you are, and who I am, and who my sister is. And I like to face reality." "You're being rude," Ori said. "It's fine," I said, my tongue finally loosening. "I've experienced worse." Issei laughed, like she knew what I was trying to say. Maybe she did. She must have been educated by the assembly, at least for a little time, and they, better than most, must have known how to say two things at once. "They would have loved you at the assembly ship," she said in a low voice. "Good memories," I said, "not ones where you're angry with me." Issei pulls me out of memory and into the assembly ship again, and though she's scolding me, she's also laughing. "I'm sorry. It's hard to control," I say with a giggle. "I was horrible to you." Issei's eyes sparkle a little when she looks at me next. They're a nice color, dark brown with a little warmth to it, like rich earth. "How did you ever become my friend?" "Come back in, and I'll show you," I say. The smell of spice came to me first. My hands were buried in it, plunged into a wad of dough the size of my head. A cloud of flour puffed up around my face as I slammed the dough down on the counter. I didn't visit home often, but it was the deadening time, and I had never missed the blooming in Hessa, so I was there for a few days. Sitting at the table behind me was Issei Benezit. She had refused to go to the temple with Ori, who wanted to ask the Oracle, Mom, about something. So Ori dropped her off here, like she was a kid that needed to be watched, even though she knew we didn't like each other much. Issei had a full cup of tea in front of her. As far as I could tell, she hadn't even touched it since I had made it an hour before. "So," she said, after I had folded the dough over itself and slammed it down again, "do you come home often?" "No," I said, and I was surprised by how sharp the answer came out. Normally my gift didn't let me talk that way to people. "Any particular reason?" I paused. I wasn't sure I'd be able to answer her question. Most people didn't really want to hear about my troubles, even if they asked, which meant I literally couldn't talk about them. Grief had a way of doing that, making people uncomfortable. "Too many shadows in this house," I said, inching toward the subject slowly. "Ah," Issei said, And then, to my surprise, she said, "Want to tell me about them?" I laughed. "You want to hear about them?" She shrugged. "We don't seem to be good at talking about the more casual stuff, and I don't have the time for that anyway. So, yeah, I want to hear about them." I nodded and slapped the dough ball down on the counter. I licked some of the raw dough off my fingers before washing them in the sink and wiping them dry on a cloth. Then I led her to the living room. The whole house smelled yeasty and spiced from the bread. My pants were still marked with flour fingerprints. I pointed to a part of the living room floor that looked just like every other part of the floor, worn and wooden. "There," I said. "That's where his body fell." Issei didn't ask me who I was talking about. She knew the story. Everyone in Thuvhe knew the story. Instead, she crouched next to the spot where my father died and ran her fingers over the rough grain. I just stood there, frozen. And then I started to talk. "I sat with his body for hours before I cleaned it up," I said. "Part of me expected, I don't know, for him to wake up maybe, or for me to wake up from the nightmare." I let out a little sound, something small and pained. Then I had to deal with it. Wrap up his body, find a bucket and fill it with warm water, get a bunch of old rags. Imagine standing there at the linen closet trying to figure out how many rags you need to clean up your father's blood. I choked, but not from my current gift this time. On tears. I hadn't cried around another person since my current gift developed. I had thought it was just out of the question for me now, like asking people rude questions or laughing when someone took a spill on an icy road. Issei began to mouth a prayer. Only it wasn't one of comfort, or even the one a person said when someone died. It was a blessing for a sacred place. Issei thought the place where my father died was sacred. I knelt next to her, wanting to hear her voice as it shaped the words. Her hand wrapped around mine. And it was more than strange, touching someone who I didn't even know, didn't even like. But she squeezed tight, so I wouldn't let go, and finished up the prayer quietly. I still didn't let go. "I've never been able to tell someone that before," I said. "It makes people too uncomfortable. Takes more than that to make me uncomfortable," she said. Her cool fingers sweep over my cheekbone, catching tears. She tucks a curl behind my ear. "Your definition of a good memory needs work," she says, softly. The very gentlest of jokes. "I hadn't cried in seasons, unless I was alone," I say. "No one was ever there to comfort me, not even my mother. All the tragedies of my life, they're too hard for most people to handle. But you could handle it. You could handle whatever I told you." Her hand is still behind my ear. Then it's in my hair, twisting the curls around her fingers. And I kiss her. Once, soft, brief. Again, harder, with her kissing me back. Again, like we can't stand to be apart. My rough hands find the back of her neck, and we're pressed together, fitted together, tangled together. We bury ourselves as deep in this little pocket of happiness as we can get.
Chapter 13. Akos. The exiles fit them into temporary housing all stacked on top of each other, the beds dug right into the wall in metal-lined slots. It wasn't a permanent arrangement, but it would do for a few days. That's what the exile who showed them their beds had said, anyway. Cyra took the topmost bed. They weren't wide enough to fit 2 people, so there was no chance of sharing, because she was a good climber, and Tekka, equally nimble, took the second highest. Sifa and Ija took the lower 2 beds in the stack, so Akos found himself right in the middle, between 2 Thuvhe and 2 Shotet. It was like fate had given up on subtlety and had decided to just start poking at him. Even though there was a sheet of metal separating him from Tekka's bed, he still heard the slide of sheets as she tossed and turned all night. He woke to the woman who slept in the next column over, dropping to a half-crouch below him. There was something about the way she moved, the way her legs bent, that he recognized. "Must be losing my touch if I can rouse you," the woman said roughly, as she pulled on a pair of pants. She glanced up at him. "I know you from somewhere," he said, swinging his legs over the edge of his bed and dropping to the floor. He curled his toes against the cold of the ground. "I was there when you earned your armor," she said. "One of your observers. Your Karaseth." Earning armor required 3 witnesses. It had taken him a long time to get Vakres Novek, the general, to agree to summon them for him. Vakres had sneered at the idea that someone who wasn't Shotet-born could kill an armored one. It had been Malin, his husband, who talked him into it. "If he fails, so what?" he had said, nodding to Akos. "You prove a Thuvhe isn't fit to wear our armor. And if he succeeds, it reflects well on your training. Either way, the gain is yours." He had winked at Akos then. Akos had the feeling Malin got his way with Vakres more often than not. "Good to see you found your footing," the woman said. "That business with the armored one was a bit unorthodox." She nodded to his wrist, where he'd marked the loss of the animal as surely as he would have marked any other life. A strange thing to the huddle of Shotet who had granted him armor. He had put a hash through the mark like Cyra told him to, though. He didn't cover up the marks when the woman looked them over, like he might have around his family, but he did run the tip of his finger across the line that belonged to Vas Kuzar. He hadn't decided yet whether he thought of it as a triumph or a crime. "Enough chatter," Tekka growled from the above bunk. She threw her pillow, hitting the woman in the head with it. Akos had gotten spare clothes from an exile about his size the night before, so he got dressed and splashed water on his face to wake himself up. Cool water ran down the back of his neck and followed his spine. He didn't bother to dry it. Ogrins kept their buildings warm. When he stepped outside to go to the mess, though, he realized that for the first time in a long time, nobody was telling him where he could and couldn't go, or chasing him so he had to hide. He decided to keep walking. He went past the mess hall, an old warehouse the Shotet had repurposed, and toward the Shotet Ogren village of Gallo. The Shotet had done such a good job of adapting that he couldn't tell them apart from Ogrins most of the time, even though Tekka had said this village was full of exiles. He caught a few Shotet words passing by one of the market stalls, an old Shotet man bickering over the cost of an Ogren fruit that looked like a brain and glowed faintly with some kind of dust. And the fabric one of the women was shaking out of her window was stitched with a map of Voa. The permanent structures were bent into each other, some walls warped from age. Some of the doors opened into each other, warring for dominance in front of the shops. Alleys only as wide as his shoulders led to still more shops buried behind the first row. There were hardly any signs. You had to figure things out by poking your head inside. Half the objects they were selling weren't familiar to him anyway, but he got the sense Ogrins liked their things small and intricate, if at all. He felt jumpy, like someone was going to catch him walking around and punish him for it. "You're not a prisoner anymore," he kept telling himself. "You can go wherever you want." But it was hard to really believe it. Then he caught a scent on the air that reminded him so much of jealousy dust he couldn't help himself. He ducked into one of the alleys, turning sideways so he wouldn't scrape his shirt on the damp stone, and inched closer. Vapor huffed from a window up ahead, and when he peeked between the bars, he saw an older woman bent over a stove, stirring something in an iron pot. Hanging all above her were bundles of plants, tied off with string, and from floor to ceiling, wherever there was room for a shelf, were jars marked in Shotet characters. The cluttered space held knives and measuring cups and spoons and gloves and pots full to bursting. The woman turned, and Akos tried to slip out of sight, but he wasn't quick enough. Her eyes trapped his, and they were as bright blue as Tekka's. She had a beak of a nose, and her skin was almost as fair as his own. She whistled at him between her teeth. "Well, come in then. You may as well help stir," she said. He bent under the door frame. He felt too big for her narrow shop. Was it a shop? And too big for his own body. She came up to his chest, and she was slim, her arms muscled despite her age. There was no place for the feeble here, he thought. He would have asked Cyra what became of the feeble-bodied who dared to defy the Novex, but he didn't want the answer. He took the spoon from her. "Clockwise. Scrape the bottom, not too fast," she said, and he did his best. He didn't like the sound the metal spoon made against the bottom of the pot, but there was nothing for it. There wasn't a wooden spoon in sight. Trees probably tried to kill you if you cut them down here. "What's your name?" she said gruffly. She had moved on to a countertop only as wide as her hips, and was chopping leaves he didn't recognize. But dangling right in front of his nose was a bundle of sendas leaves. Where had she gotten them? Could they grow on Agra? Surely not. "Akos," he said. "How did you get sendas leaves here?" "Imports," she said. "What, do you think it's cold enough to grow an ice flower here?" "I don't think the warmth is really the greatest obstacle," he said. "No sun. Now that's a problem." She grunted in what sounded like agreement. "They don't risk flying in new shipments often," she said. "You're not interested in my name?" "No, She laughed. "I'm Zenka. Don't get so twitchy about it. I'm not about to scold a person for caring more about the plants than they do about me. That would be downright hypocritical. Slow down. You'll beat the poor things half to death at the rate you're going." Akos looked at his hand. He'd picked up the pace of stirring faster than he meant to. He slowed his hand. Clearly he was out of practice. "You ever get hush flowers here?" he said. "Not much good they do me," she said. "Don't know how to handle them, and they're not to be trifled with." He laughed. "Yeah, I know. My town had a fence around them to keep people from hurting themselves." "Your town?" she said. "Where's that, then?" He realized, too late, that he might not want to run his mouth about being Thuvhe in unfamiliar company. but it had been so long since he'd met a person who didn't already know who he was. Hessa, he answered, since he couldn't see a way around it. Not my town anymore, I guess. If it ever was, she said. Your name's Akos, after all. That's a Shotet name. I've heard, he said. So you know about ice flowers, then, she said. My dad was a farmer. My mom taught me a few things, too, he said. I don't know anything about what grows on Agra, though. Agran plants are ferocious. They live on other plants, or meat, or current, or all three, she said. So if you aren't careful, they'll bite your arm clean off, or shrivel you from the inside out. Harvesting here is more like hunting, with the added benefit of nearly poisoning yourself every time you take a step into the forest. She was smiling a little. But they can be useful, if you can get them. They need to be cooked, usually. Takes away some of their potency. What do you make with them? Been working on a medicine that will suppress the current for those whose current gifts are too strong for them here, she said. A lot of Shotet find it unlivable. I could use the help, if you're interested in chopping and peeling and grating. He smiled a little. Maybe. Not sure what else I'll have to be doing while I'm here. You don't intend to stay long. She meant that he didn't intend to stay on Agra long, but Akos heard it first as bigger than that. How long would he live before he met his fate? A day? A season? 10 seasons? He felt like a deep-sea creature on a hook, being drawn toward the surface. He couldn't help but go where the line pulled him, and death waited above the water. But there was nothing he could do about it. My intentions, he said, don't really matter anymore. The mess hall was too quiet when Akos got to it. His fingertips stained green from some Ogren stem he had cracked open for Zenka. Too quiet and too busy, everyone rushing around but not really going anywhere. He was scanning the room for Cyra when Jorik came up to him, his skinny arms bared by his shirt, which, judging by the frayed edges near his shoulders, he had cut the sleeves off of himself, maybe with his teeth. There you are, Jorik said. Where'd you go? Everyone's losing their minds. Right away, Akos felt so tired he might collapse right there on the mess hall floor, on top of a discarded bread crust. What's going on? The Ogren satellite brought down a bundle of news a few minutes ago. They're beaming it to the screens here as soon as they can, but apparently it's a doozy, Jorik said. They wouldn't say much, but they hunted down Cyra, and I don't think it's just because Issei Benazit thinks she's our sovereign. Akos spotted Cyra across the room, from the shine of silver skin on her head, which was bent toward Asa, one of the exile leaders. She was scowling, which he knew didn't mean she was mad, even though that's how it looked. When she was mad, she was a statue. When she was laughing, she was scared out of her mind. And when she was scowling, well, he didn't quite know. He was making his way over to her when the screens, there were 4 in the room, suspended from the middle in a cluster like a chandelier, lit up and started playing footage. At first it was just the standard news feed, and then it switched over to a shot of a man's face. He was fair-skinned, with a deeply lined face and a stern brow. He was thin and narrow through the shoulder, but he didn't look fragile. The opposite, really. He looked like he was using every bit of himself for muscle and energy, with nothing to spare. Most peculiar, though, was the dusting of freckles across his nose, too youthful to belong to such a stern and aged face. Everyone in the mess hall went silent. I am Lazmet Noavek, he said, and I am the rightful sovereign of Shotet.
Chapter 14. Cyra. My father's face is a spark, and all my memories are kindling. 1,000 moments of his eyes skimming right over me as he scanned a room, and his taut, wiry arm with its rows and rows of kill marks, and the vein that pulsed in the center of his forehead when someone displeased him. Those were the images I had of him, sealed away in my mind. But the worst ones were not those. I never saw him in his worst moments, because I was never invited into the room. A favor, I now knew, though at the time it had felt like exclusion. Ryzek had been invited, though. When he was young, he had attended executions and interrogations and brutal training that treated soldiers of Shotet as disposable. And when he was older, he was forced to participate, to learn the art of pain the way others learned music or language, and to build a reputation for himself every bit as terrifying as my father's. So my worst memories of Lazmet were actually memories of Ryzek, or my mother, finally dismissed from his presence. My mother's hands trembling slightly as she removed her necklace, or undid the buttons of her gown. Ryzek clamping both hands over his mouth so no one would hear him sob, though of course I knew what to listen for, or screaming at Voss for no reason, screaming himself hoarse. Now, Lazmet Noavek himself stared at me from the screen above my head, and I forced myself to straighten. He was looking at a sight, of course, not at me, but it felt like the first time he had ever made eye contact with me, and I wanted to bear up under his scrutiny. He was the worst of Ryzek, bound in sinew and bone, but I still wanted his approval. My father's approval. Maybe not your father, a voice in my head said.
I am Lazmet Noavek, and I am the rightful sovereign of Shotet,
he said. He looked thinner than he had the last time I saw him, and more lined, but he was otherwise unchanged. He had begun shaving his head when his hair thinned, and his skull was smooth except for the bones that protruded on either side at sharp angles. The defined muscle that wrapped around his bones, and the armor that he wore even now, could not quite disguise how narrow he was through the shoulders. He was tanned and weather-beaten, not brown like I was. He had the look of someone fair who has been scorched by a harsh sun for many seasons. His face was rough with the start of a beard. Only Ryzek and Voss had been there when he supposedly died, out on a sojourn. They had been on a separate mission, and a secret one, finding and capturing an oracle. Ever since my father learned my brother's fate, the first child of the family Noavek will fall to the family Benazit, they had both been searching for a way out of it. Every sojourn was a new chance to hunt down an oracle. On this particular sojourn, they had been attacked by local armed forces and, outnumbered, Lazmet had fallen, forcing Ryzek and Voss to flee. There had been no body, but no reason to suspect Ryzek hadn't told the truth. Until now. I wondered if they had even been attacked at all. Where had Lazmet been all these seasons? He couldn't have been in hiding. He would never have surrendered his power willingly. He must have been imprisoned somewhere. But how had he gotten out? And why had he returned now? Losmet cleared his throat, and it sounded like rocks tumbling down the face of a cliff.
Whatever you have previously heard from the woman-child who murdered both my wife and my son should be disregarded, as she is not the leader of Shotet based on our laws of succession.
Eyes shifted to me from all angles, then flicked away again. I told myself I didn't care, but I remembered my shadow-streaked hand clamping on my mother's arm to push her away, and shuddered. I had not killed Ryzek, but I couldn't claim to be innocent of my mother's death. I could never claim to be innocent again.
I speak for the people of Shotet, a people who have for hundreds of seasons been scorned, insulted, and disparaged by the nation planets of the Assembly. A people who have, despite that constant scorn, become strong. We have met every possible criteria for inclusion in the Assembly. We settled on a planet, and still we were disregarded. We formed a mighty army, and still we were disregarded. We were given a fated family, spoken into being by all the oracles in the solar system, and still we were disregarded. We will be disregarded no longer.
Despite my fear of him, I felt something surge within me. Pride in my people, my culture, my language, and yes, my nation, which I had never stopped believing in, though I had disagreed with the methods my family had used to establish it. I was buoyed by his words even as I was afraid of what they meant, and when I looked around, I felt certain I was not the only one. These people were exiles, enemies of the Noavex. But they were still Shotet.
We reject the terms of Chancellor Benazit's peace, he said. There can be no peace between us while there is no respect. Therefore, the most efficient course of action is to work against peace. I submit this message as a declaration of war against the nation of Thuvhe, led by Chancellor Issei Benazit. We will meet again in battle, Miss Benazit. Transmission complete.
The screens all switched to another piece of footage, something from the high peaks of Trella, where fog swirled so high it turned into clouds. All around me, the mess hall was oddly quiet. We were at war. Cyra. Akos's voice was a comfort. So familiar, its rumble. What were the first words he had said to me? Oh yes, they had been explaining his gift. I interrupt the current, he had said, no matter what it does. If my life was a different kind of current, and it was, in a certain sense, a flow of energy across space, brief and temporary, he had certainly interrupted it. And I was better for it. But now the question I had held in my mind ever since he first kissed me, about whether it was his fate tying him to me or not, felt more urgent than before.
That was my father, I said, with something between a hiccup and a giggle. Pleasant man, he said. A little too soft-spoken, though, don't you think?
The joke eased me back into the present. When before everything had been quiet, now it was roaring with conversation. Tekka was having a heated argument with Etrek, which I knew because her finger was in his face, almost jabbing him in the nose when she gestured. Asa was with a few other grave-looking people, her face half covered with her hand. "What happens now?" Akos said to me softly. "You think I know?" I said, shaking my head. "I don't even know if you and I count as exiles, or if Lasmet counts exiles as Shotet. Maybe we're on our own, you and me." He said it with a glint of hope in his eyes. If I was not an exile, if I was not even Shotet, then staying with me was not a sign of his inevitable betrayal. The family Noavek had so long been synonymous with Shotet in his mind that the sudden paring down of everything I was appealed to him. But I could not be made smaller, and, moreover, I didn't want to be. "I am always a Shotet," I said. He looked taken aback at first, tilting away from me. But his rejoinder came quickly, and it was sharp. "Then why do you doubt me when I tell you I am always a Thuvhe?" It wasn't the same. How could I explain that it wasn't the same? "Now is not the time for this debate." "Cyra," he said again, and he touched my arm, his touch light as ever. "Now is the only time for this debate. How can we talk about where we're going now, what we're doing now, if we haven't talked about who and what we are now?" He had a point. Akos had a way of getting to the heart of things. He was, in that way, more of a knife than I was, though I was the sharper-tongued of the two of us. His soft gray eyes focused on mine, like there were not over 100 people crowded around us. Unfortunately, we didn't possess the gift of focus in equal measure. I couldn't think in all the chatter. I jerked my head toward the door, and Akos nodded, following me out of the mess hall and into the quiet stone street beyond. Over his shoulder I saw the village, faint dots of light dancing all over it, in all different colors. It looked almost cozy, not something I had thought a place like Agra could be. "You asked who we are now," I said, looking up at him. "I think we need to move even further back and ask, are we a we?" "What do you mean?" he asked, with sudden intensity. "What I mean is," I said, "are we together? Or am I just some kind of warden again? Only it's fate keeping you prisoner this time, instead of my brother?" "Don't make it sound simple when it isn't," he said. "That's not fair." "Fair?" I laughed. "What, in your entire life so far, has made you think anything will be fair?" I stepped wider, so I felt like I was rooted to the ground, the way I might have if we had been about to spar. "Just tell me. Tell me if I'm something you're choosing or not. Just tell me." Just to get it over with, I thought, because I already knew the answer. I was ready to hear it, even eager, because I had been bracing myself since our first kiss for this rejection. It was the inevitable byproduct of what I was. Monstrous, and bound to destroy whoever was in my path, particularly if they were as kind as Akos. "I," he said, slowly, "am a Thuvhe, Cyra. I would never oppose my country, my home, if I felt like I had a choice." I closed my eyes. It hurt worse, much worse, than I was expecting it to. He went on, "But my mother used to say, 'Suffer the fate, for all else is delusion.' There's no point in fighting something that is inevitable." I forced my eyes open. "I don't want to be something you suffer." "That's not what I meant," he said, reaching for me. I backed up. For once, The pain that wrapped around every limb was not a curse to me, though not a gift, never a gift, but another set of armor. "You're the one thing that makes my life bearable," he said, and the sudden tension in him, suffusing every muscle, reminded me of how he had braced himself every time Voss came around. It was the way he looked when he was guarding himself against pain. "You're this bright spot of light. You're... Cyra, before I knew you, I thought about..." I raised my eyebrows. He drew a sharp breath. His gray eyes looked glassy. "Before I knew you," he began again, "I didn't intend to live past rescuing my brother. I didn't want to serve the Noavek family. I didn't want to give my life to them. But when it's you, it seems like whatever the end is, it might be worthwhile. Maybe, to another person. This might have sounded kind, or at least realistic. A person couldn't avoid fate. That was the whole point. Fate was the place at which all possible life paths converged. And when the oracles said all, they meant all. So was it really so bad, being something good in the fate Akos dreaded? Maybe not. To another person. Unfortunately, I was not another person. "What you're telling me," I said, "is that if you're going to have your head chopped off anyway, it's at least nice to have your head on a very soft chopping block." "That's..." He made a frustrated noise. "That's the worst possible way to interpret what I said. Yeah? Well, it's my way," I snapped. "I don't want to be the gift someone gets when they've already lost. I don't want to be a happy inevitability. I want to be chosen. I want to be wanted. You think I don't want you? Haven't I made that clear? I still chose you over my family, Cyra, and it wasn't because of fate." He was mad now, practically spitting at me. Good. I wanted to fight. Fighting was something I could do, something I had trained myself to do whenever things got difficult. It was what kept me safe. Not avoidance, because when had I ever been able to avoid the things that hurt me? No, it wasn't pretending I wouldn't get knocked down that protected me, but the knowledge that I would get back up as many times as I had to. "How do you know?" I demanded. "It's not saying yes if you don't feel like you have a choice. This isn't about me. This is about your own insecurity." He spoke fiercely, hotly, against my face. We were too close together, but neither of us moved back. "You don't think anyone could possibly want you, so therefore I must not be able to really want you. You're taking something good away from yourself because you don't think you deserve it. It's because no one has ever wanted me that I feel this way." I was almost yelling. There were people milling around, and they stopped at my sudden increase in volume, but I didn't care. He was knocking me down, again and again, every time that he didn't say what I wanted him to say. That he chose me, that he wanted this, that he knew it, that fate was irrelevant. All I wanted was for him to lie, and for me to believe it. But I didn't have to be an oracle to see that of all the possible futures that existed, there wasn't a single one where that outcome was possible. I would never believe a lie, and Akos would never tell me one. "I am in love with you," I said, "but for once in my life, I want someone to choose me. And you don't. You can't." I felt the mood change as we stepped back, Akos looking suddenly bereft, like he had had his arms full, and someone had come along and taken away everything he was carrying. I felt the same way. Empty-handed. "I can't change the way things are," he said. "You can't blame me for that." I know. He was right, and that was why there was no point in arguing anymore. I had begun the conversation with a demand for honesty, but honesty didn't need to come from him. It needed to come from me. His fate was a reality, and as long as he had his fate, he couldn't care about me the way I needed him to. And I only knew that I needed him to because he had encouraged me to try to value myself more highly. So we were tangled in a web together, cause and effect and choice and fate all intermingling. "So you're going to stay here because your fate is with me," I said hollowly. "And I'm going to stay here to help them figure out how to handle my father. And you and I will be what we are," he said. So quiet. "Right." My eyes burned. "Well, I need to talk to them about Losmet. Can you find Thuvhe and make sure she's all right?" He nodded. I nodded. We both walked back into the mess hall, where everyone was still gathered around the screens, which now showed the wavy blur of heat above the sands of Tepes. Chapter 15. Cyra. The problem with Agra, I decided, was that it was dark. Well, that was obvious, but it was a different kind of dark than other places, where you could turn on a lamp and see everything in a room. Here, no matter what lights you attached to your clothes or fixed to a wall, the darkness crept in, devouring. So though everyone in the storm shelter, the most trusted and capable among the exiles, Jorek had told me, wore something that glowed, and though lanterns hung from long chains, like vines, from the ceiling, I still felt like I was surrounded by shadows. It was thanks to Jorek that I was invited to this meeting at all. Though I had acted as something of a leader when called upon to do so, I had not earned a place among them, not really. But I knew more about the family Noavek than all the people in this room put together, so here I stood, at Jorek's shoulder, too stung by what Akos and I had said to each other to pay much attention to the exiles' bickering. I had told him I loved him. Loved him. What had I been thinking? Jorek elbowed me. He had embraced the bright adornments of Ogren clothing with enthusiasm, the lines of his jacket traced in bright fabric panels 2 fingers wide. The after-image of the green bars lingered for a few moments after I looked away from him, and across the room, at Sifa and Ija Karaseth. They were oracles, after all. A group of fate-faithful Shotet couldn't help but hunger for whatever scraps of vague wisdom they could offer, if any. "Sorry," I said, and cleared my throat. "What did you say?" Asa raised an eyebrow at me. Whatever I had missed had been important, it seemed. "I asked you if you could offer us any guidance as to whether your father will come after us here on Agra or not," she said. Oh. It was my supposed expertise on my father that had won me my place here, and now was the time to put it to use. I shook my head. "He knows better than to fight a war with 2 fronts, particularly when the targets are so far apart. I'm sure he doesn't view you as worthy of his attention, so he'll focus on Thuvhe." I winced, half out of pain and half at my own clumsy phrasing. Slow down on making enemies, Akos's whisper from earlier reminded me, his lips brushing my ear. Such a short while ago, but everything was different now.
Lovely, Asa said, sharp. Thank you for that insight, Miss Novak. We need to kill him.
The words launched from my mouth without warning, sounding desperate and small. Everyone looked at me, and I was thankful to the current shadows staining my skin and the relentless Ogren darkness for disguising my blush.
We do, I added, as an afterthought. He's a greater danger to Shotet than the Chancellor of Thuvhe ever will be. Forgive me for saying so, a wry voice spoke from somewhere near Asa, coming from a man with a shadowed face and a somewhat pointed beard. But are you really telling us that we should focus our attention on just one man instead of the declaration of war that has just come our way?
Just one man, I said, anger rising fast and hot within me. Does the Chancellor of Thuvhe go after a person's family for multiple generations to punish them for disloyalty? Does the Chancellor of Thuvhe collect eyeballs in jars? No. Thuvhe can wait. Losmet needs to be handled now.
How dare you,
the bearded man said, stepping toward me fast.
Even speak of the horrors committed by your father in such a cavalier fashion? How dare you even stand here?
I moved forward to meet him in the space between us, now clear of people. I was ready to fight, ready to scream. I had seen my father come back from the dead, and I didn't know what to do with all that I felt about it except punch this man right in his perfectly shaped facial fuzz.
This is unproductive, spoke a cool, clear voice from my right.
It belonged, of course, to our resident oracle. Thuvhe came to stand between me and my would-be opponent, her hands tucked into her sleeves.
Behave like an adult, please,
she said to the man. And to me,
you too, Miss Novak.
My instinct was to snap back at her. I hated to be patronized, but I knew that would only make me look more impetuous, so I denied myself the impulse.
Can you guide us, Oracle?
Asa said to Thuvhe.
I am not yet sure, Thuvhe said. Things are changing quickly.
Maybe you could just tell us whether we should focus our energy on Losmet Novak or on Thuvhe, Asa pressed.
Thuvhe glanced at me. Thuvhe is the greater threat to you, she said.
And we should just trust you, I said, without knowing what your aim is? You will speak to the Oracle with respect, Asa scolded.
The Oracle's job is to work for the best future for our planet, I said. But whose best future is that exactly? Thuvhe's or Shotet's? And if it's Shotet's, then is it the best path for the Shotet exiles or the Novak loyalists? Are you suggesting I have given preferential treatment to Thuvhe thus far? Thuvhe scowled at me. Trust me, Miss Novak. I could have buried the fates of your family and told the other oracles to deny them as well, if I had thought it would result in the best future for our planet. But I didn't. Instead, I allowed your family to use their new fate-favored status to justify seizing control of Shotet government. My lack of intervention is why your family ever came into power in the first place, because it was what needed to be done. So do not think to accuse me of favoritism.
Well, she had a point.
If you all ignore my father now, I said, you will regret it. You will. Is that a threat, Miss Novak? The bearded man demanded.
No! Nothing was coming out right.
It's an inevitability.
You asked me here to tell you about my family. Well, I just did. Thuvhe may destroy Shotet lives, but Lasmet will destroy Shotet's soul. I could almost feel them rolling their eyes at me. Perhaps I ought to have chosen less dramatic words, but I had meant them. It was difficult to explain to a person who feared for his life that death was not the worst he could encounter. Lasmet Noavek was.
Chapter 16. Akos. Are you still sleeping? Jorek said. His face was right next to Akos's somehow, even though Akos's bed, or really his hole in the wall, was high off the ground. Jorek had to be standing on the edge of another bunk. Akos wasn't still sleeping, and he hadn't been since the general clamor of everybody getting up and going to the mess hall woke him up. He just hadn't gotten up yet. Getting up meant splashing water on his face and neck, combing his hair flat, changing his clothes, eating, all things he just didn't care to do just then. "And if I am?" he said, rubbing his face with his palm. "Am I neglecting some duty I don't know about?" "No," Jorek said, frowning. "I guess not. But Cyra was arguing with exiles all morning, and I thought you'd be with her, since you two are basically welded to each other." Akos felt guilty at that. Pretty much the only duty he did still have was to keep Cyra away from pain, and he wasn't doing such a good job at that lately, even though her current gift was worse here. "Well, I can't get up if you're blocking my way, can I?" he said. Jorek flashed a smile and hopped down from his perch on one of the lower bunks. Akos put his legs over the side of the bed and dropped heavily on both feet. "They still don't want to go after Lasmet?" he said. "We still think Thuvhe is a far greater threat than Lasmet, and we should focus our energies there," Jorek said. "Plus, we don't even know how to get to him, or where he is, or how to get through the wall of soldiers he's undoubtedly surrounded himself with." "Well, we could probably find him by looking for the wall of soldiers," Akos said. "Don't see that every day." Jorek winced, looking at him. "You're looking a little rough there, Karaseth." Akos grunted and stuck his feet in his shoes. "Wash face, comb hair, eat breakfast," he told himself. He went to one of the sinks that stood right in the middle of everything and stuck his head under the faucet. He braced himself on the edge of the sink and sighed into his reflection. He did look bad. Paler than usual. Dark circles, faded bruises from the fight with Voss at the corner of his eye and jaw. His freckles standing out like little pockmarks all over his nose. He dragged his fingers through his hair a couple of times just to make it flat, then touched the bruise on his jaw. Voss's fist was swinging, split knuckles coming at him. His stomach sucked in hard, like he was about to puke. "You okay?" Jorek asked him. "I'm fine," he said. "Gonna go make Cyra some painkiller." "All right," Jorek said, but his brow was furrowed with concern. He tapped the door frame to Zenka's shop. She was bent over a table, digging what looked like a mix between a spoon and a knife into the pulpy flesh of an ogren fruit. At each new dig, the fruit flickered with light, like a faltering lantern. "Don't be so dramatic," Zenka said to it. "You had a good, long life." "You can't blame it for trying to survive," he said to her. She didn't startle, just glanced up at him and arched an eyebrow. "It's already lost that fight. This is a liek. When it's still on the vine, it heats at a touch. burns most of those who try to harvest it right through their gloves. So if it's here now, that means its harvest was well earned. And we all accept the fates we earn, he said. What kind of question is that? You sound like some kind of Ogren mystic. She rolled her eyes, which told him how she felt about Ogren mystics. Or like my mom, he said. The Oracle. Maybe I'm turning into her. Ah, we all become our parents, eventually, Zenka said, stabbing the fruit again. What do you want, Thuvhe? I want a space to brew a painkiller, he said, and access to ingredients. Do you also want the moon in a jar? Does Agra have a moon? Yes, and it's almost small enough to put in a jar, to be honest. She put the fruit down, and the tool she was using to scoop its flesh. I'm willing to work for the privilege of using your space, he added, in case that wasn't clear. All right, she said. But if you prove yourself to be lazy or useless, I reserve the right to revoke that privilege at any time. Agreed, he said. She set him the task of grinding the tooth of a particularly ferocious flower into a powder. In its powder form, she said, it can help with circulation. Akos had a hard time focusing on the task in front of him, but his hands were capable enough from seasons of practice. Later that day she cupped some seeds in her hands to show him how they glowed and what color. Hunching over her in the little shop, peeking between her fingers, made him feel like a kid again, and he ached so badly he had to pause for breath. The only real marker of time on Agra was the waning of the bioluminescence that supplied Agra's only natural light, or the storms that battered the walls in the evening. He didn't know how long he spent crushing teeth before Zenka told him he could start on the painkiller. Then she stood at his shoulder, watching, as he measured out ingredients. He had brought some of his own hush flower, but the supply was getting low. Zenka dug some out of her storeroom and shook the jar at him. I thought you said you didn't have hush flower, he said. No, I said I didn't know how to use it, she said. Besides, you don't go around admitting to strangers that you have a dangerous poison on hand. Fair enough, he said, and he got to work. Chapter 17. Akos. He started going to Zenka's shop in the mornings before most of the others woke up. Cyra's bed was always empty by then, the blankets rumpled near the foot of the bed, like she'd kicked them off in her sleep. If she slept at all, Akos wasn't sure she could rest much, with her current gift acting up the way it was. He made her painkillers, but they weren't as good as they had been in Voa. He was having trouble focusing. Zenka was always brewing when he got there. She wasn't much for chatter. She just told him what to stir, or slice, or peel, and then she'd choose an Ogren ingredient to tell him about. One day it was the pulpy flesh of a fruit that grew only in the warmest months. It looked harmless enough, but when it was on the vine it sprouted hooked barbs at a touch. Another day, she showed him how to peel the wings off a dead beetle without provoking it to squirt poison posthumously. Often the work he did was more practical. He spent a couple of mornings in a row painting the outside of woven baskets with something that would keep their contents fresh, and those went to Ogren harvesters so they could eat lunch at midday. Akos still wasn't sure how anyone knew what midday was in this place where the sun never shone. Akos expected to feel the absence of the sun at one point or another, and from time to time he did note it, the same way he noted the temperature of the air. But he didn't suffer for the lack of it any more than he suffered from the heat. It was just another thing that pricked at his mind, drawing out new questions. Zenka was silent for the most part, unless she was telling him what to do. But one day, she asked him the question he'd been waiting for her to ask since he first met her. How did you come to be among the Shotet if you grew up in Hesse? Akos nearly sliced through his own finger as he said, schooling his features so they stayed neutral. I was an enemy of Ryzek Noavek, a captive. At that, Zenka laughed a little. That doesn't say much, does it? We are all enemies of the family Noavek here. Kidnapped, imprisoned, mutilated, tortured. A colony of the bereaved. Her teeth clicked like she was snarling. It makes you more Shotet than not to have made an enemy of a Noavek. I try to understand, he said, why you all insist that being Shotet is something other than it is. I was born in Thuvhe. I'm Thuvhezit. How is it not that simple? He paused. And if you say something about the revelatory tongue, I will mangle these ureste. It's always more complicated than that, Shotet or not, Zenka said, with a strange softness in her voice he hadn't heard before. You think being Thuvhezit is only about being born on one side of an imaginary line on the ground or another. No, but we didn't always have a planet, she said. The current stream was home, more than a piece of rock, or our ship. But as a people, we are maybe more closely tied than most to our identity, because we have always had to struggle against disappearing completely. We fight for you, for your belonging, because we fight for our existence. We will surrender the one only when we surrender the other. Akos stood still. He felt like he was standing inside her words for a tick. Issei had said something similar not a few weeks ago, had touched his face and told him that he belonged to her, to Thuvhe. But her claim to him had been shaken by Ori's death. The same could not be said of the Shotet. They had claimed him without knowing him, without needing him to even accept it. All they had needed were however many drops of Shotet blood he had in his veins. He drew a sharp breath. Come, she said. Let me show you something. She led him out of the shop, which she left open with everything boiling just as it was, and into the room next door. The door was on a swinging hinge, so it hit Akos in the butt after he walked in, startling him. The room beyond was Zenka's living space, clearly, since it looked just like the shop, with all its clutter and jars of ingredients and bundles of herbs hanging from the low ceiling. There was a bed in one corner with the sheets rumpled, and a desk along the far wall with a book open on it. Zenka picked the book up and held it out to him. It was so stuffed with pages it didn't close right. It fell open in Akos's palms. On the page in front of him was a sketch of a plant, roots to flower. Next to it, in her tight little script, were Shotet characters he couldn't read. There hadn't been time to learn more of them. What is it? He said. This is my journal, she said. I keep track of all the plants I find. I've been doing it since I was young. Sometimes you can dry them and fix them to the pages, but most of the time I sketch. I did it for every sojourn we went on, so I have plants from every planet in there. That's a soft willow. They grow sparsely on the peaks of Trella. They aren't much good for medicines, but their tufts smell sweet, so they're good for stuffing in your shoes. Akos smiled and turned one of the thick, sturdy pages. On the next page was an ogrin plant he recognized. It produced a bulbous fruit that looked like a person with puffed cheeks, and its main roots grew straight down, deep, much bigger than the plant itself. "That one's a voma," she said. "Its juice is the most powerful strengthening agent I've ever encountered. Even better than Harva or Sendis from your country. You should keep one of these journals. The 2 planets you've been to are widely regarded as having the most interesting plant life in the system. You should keep track. Here." She took the book from him and set it down, then hunted in a pile of books next to the desk. When she didn't find what she was looking for, she crouched next to the bed and pulled out another box of books. She found a red one, about the size of his hand, from heel to fingertip, and offered it to him. It was a simple thing, but he felt a thrill of fear as he took it from her and ran his fingers down the cover. For a long time he had not dared to own much of anything, because it might be taken away. And this, every page, was a place he might go, a thing he might see. It should have been exciting, all the new possibilities, the complete freedom, but it was overwhelming. "Blank," she said. "Fill it. It'll give you something to do other than mope." "I'm not moping," he said, frowning. Zenka laughed. "Then maybe you mope so often you've forgotten what not moping is like. But you're especially downtrodden today." He opened his mouth to explain, and she held up a hand. "I'm not asking," she said, "just observing." He touched a hand flat to the cover of the empty journal. He wanted to fill it, or really, he wanted to want to. Wanted to remember having goals in life, the way he had before he was kidnapped, or even after. He'd wanted to save Ija, to get home, to help Cyra, but the space that had been filled with fire, the space that knew desire and drive and perseverance, was empty now, the flame gone out. When Akos wasn't toiling away in Zenka's shop, he was with Jorek. At meals mostly, because it seemed like Jorek was always at meals. Not eating necessarily, but holding court. Sometimes he was there for hours at a time, telling stories and prompting other people to tell them, drumming with spoons, shouting teasing insults at whoever had just come in. After a couple days, though, Akos realized that wedged between the jokes and the drumming and the stories were other conversations, about Agra, or Voa, or the Assembly. This was how Jorek gleaned information, by making himself available for people to talk to. It was easy to be with him, though, because he didn't ask for anything, even Akos's attention. He seemed to know that his constant chatter was soothing, even if Akos didn't give anything back. He kept waiting for Jorek to run out of patience for his moping, as Zenka called it, but it hadn't happened yet. "Well, Karaseth, you gave me a great idea," Jorek said, sliding his tray into place next to Akos. "Not sure how that's possible," Akos said. "I haven't had a great idea in seasons. Normally I'd argue with you, but you're the one who wanted to hoist Cyra Noavek out of the packed amphitheater with nothing but a rope and some hope." He paused so that the full effect of the rhyme could be felt. Akos groaned, and then continued. "So I believe that you're not an idea man, but you did spark one. Do tell." "You said we should look for a wall of soldiers to figure out where Lasmet is," Jorek said. "So I sent a message to my mother, who observed a larger-than-usual concentration of soldiers around Noavek Manor, and she figured maybe we should get someone we know in there just in case we need that intel." He raised his eyebrows once, twice, 3 times. "Guess who's going to Thuvhe?" Akos felt the weight in his stomach get, if possible, even heavier. "You're leaving," he said. "Yeah." Jorek's expression softened a little. "With my name, I was maybe the only exile who had an in with Vakrez Novek." "Sure," Akos nodded. "And you'll be with your mom in Thuvhe, too." "There is that." Jorek elbowed him. "I'll be back, though. This war thing can't last forever, can it?" Akos didn't point out that the reason wars didn't last forever was because too many people ended up dead. "It's a good idea," Akos said. "When do you go?" Jorek shrugged. "A week or so. Gotta wait for an Ogren transport. Do you know they export dead bugs to Othir? This place is weird." Zenka had told Akos that Agra's primary export was extracts of various poisons and excretions to Othir. Some were for medicinal purposes, but most were for various Othirian vanities: skin cream, cosmetics, spa treatments. Zenka rolled her eyes at it. "The Oracle's coming," Jorek said in a low voice. "It's too late for you to bolt, sorry." Akos sighed. "You've been avoiding me," Thuvhe said matter-of-factly, as she plunked herself down in the seat across from his. His first instinct was to deny it, but that never worked with his mom. Once she decided she knew something, there was no point in arguing with her about it, even if she was wrong. "Being an oracle doesn't mean you know everything," he sometimes wanted to tell her, but that was something a child said. "That's because you're spending all your time with Aija, doling out prophetic wisdom to the exiles," he said. "And I've heard about all I can take from him, and prophecy, and wisdom in general." Jorek snorted into his food. "The exiles may have given us a little apartment to use as a makeshift temple, but they are too awed to consult us as often as I expected, so we are far from busy. As for Aija, well, I convinced him to begin again with me, as if we had just met," she said, stirring the grainy mush in her bowl. If it was possible to stir a spoon thoughtfully, she was doing it. "You might try doing the same." "I'm no good at games of pretend," Akos snapped. "Nor am I," she said. "Though I guess I have the added benefit of having seen possible futures in which he and I really hadn't met, where he was taken from me sooner, or had his memory entirely erased instead of just altered. There wasn't much of her that wasn't Oracle, he'd realized. Her current gift had taken her over, and it was now the whole of her inescapably. It was hard not to blame her for it, even though he had no idea what it was like to have a gift so intrusive, so constant, that it changed the way you saw every part of your existence. His was the opposite. Sometimes he forgot his current gift was even there. "Please don't go," Thuvhe said, putting her hand on his. "What?" he said. "I wasn't going to." And then Aija set his plate down next to Thuvhe. All he had on it was fruit. Akos remembered Aija stuffing his face with everything he could find in the kitchen, getting up to cut himself 2 slices of bread right when dinner was over. A lot had changed. Thuvhe's hand tightened. "I'm going to need your help in a moment," she said. And then, at the same time, both her and Aija's eyes went unfocused at once. Not long after, They both started screaming.
Chapter 18. Ija. It is still strange, not feeling the other heartbeat, but we are adjusting. If anything, it's easier now with just the one body to contend with. Still, when we wake in the middle of the night, in a hole in an Ogren wall, there is a kind of loneliness. And when we see him, this Akos, we are never sure whether he is an enemy or a brother. There are parts of us that reflect on hazy memories of chasing him through fields or laughing with him across a dinner table, and others that see him as a catalyst for trouble, a factor of unpredictability in a plan that must remain predictable. He did, in fact, bring about our ruination, inspiring Cyra's betrayal, facilitating her escape, driving her toward renegades and exiles alike. But he did it for us as much as he did it to destroy us. And we are always holding those two opposing forces in tension. We are getting better at holding things in tension. Two histories, two names, two minds. We are becoming more of an I. We are watching him, the oracle's hand covering his, a plate of fruit in front of us to appease one appetite. When it happens, a sudden jerk, like a hook caught around a rib and pulling inexorably. But it is not the rib cage of this body that is pulled. It is our combined being, the Ija and the Ryzek, the Shotet and the Thuvhe, the very all of us. And then we are a ship. Not a small transport vessel or a passenger floater, but a warship, long and narrow, sleek at the top and bottom, but craggy on the side like the face of a cliff. We descend through a dense layer of clouds, white and cold and vaporous. When we break through the cloud layer, much of the land beneath us is also pale, a distant, stark white, shifting into beige and gold and brown, as the land warms along the equator. Then we are not a ship, but a child, small, standing near the edge of a packed clay rooftop. We scream for a father as the dark shape descends, casting a shadow over the city. A city of patchwork, part of us recognizes. The city of Voa. Is it the sojourn ship? We ask our father as he comes to stand beside us. No, our father says, and we are gone again. We are not a child, but a maintenance worker, dressed in coveralls that are patched at the knees. We have both hands buried in an instrument panel, a tool between our teeth as we feel for the right part. Pressure around our abdomen and thighs tells us we are in a harness, and we dangle from the anchor higher up on a metal face. We are on the sojourn ship, part of us helpfully suggests, making repairs. A shadow falls over us, and we tilt our head back to see the smooth underside of a ship. Its name is painted across its bottom, in a language we do not recognize and cannot read, but we know this ship is not Shotet. We are a woman with a scarf wrapped tightly around her neck, bunched beneath her chin, and we are running toward the sojourn ship with a child's hand clasped in ours. We carry a heavy sack over one shoulder. It is soft with clothing, but the corner of a book pierces our side with every other footstep. Come on, we say to the child. We'll be safe on the sojourn ship. Come on. We are a younger woman with a screen in hand, standing at the loading bay doors as a crush of people fight to make their way inside the ship. We cling to a handle on the wall to stay steady as people push and push and push. We shout to a young man behind us, "How many have evacuated so far?" "A few hundred," the man shouts back. we look up at the big, dark ship. A set of doors opens on its underbelly, and another. A huge section of metal pulls apart, showing an open hatch right above us. The ship has come to hover right over the Sojourn ship, which is perched on a metal island across the sea from Voa, so that we can repair it and improve it in time for the next sojourn. "Are they deploying ships?" we demand, though we know the man behind us has no answer. Something falls from the rectangle, something big and heavy and glinting in the sun. And then, brilliant, blinding light. We are the child on the rooftop again, watching as light so white, so scorching, envelops the Sojourn ship and radiates out like rays from the sun. But the rays are curled, like roots, like veins, like the dark fingers that cradled the traitor Cyra Noavek's face as she killed our sovereign. The brightness sprawls across the ocean, sending water scattering away so it swells, huge, toward the shores of Voa. The brightness burns through clouds, reaching as high as the atmosphere, or so it seems. It is a wall of light that collapses all at once, like two hands clapping together. And then wind. Wind so strong it roars in our ears and makes them ring. Wind so strong it knocks us, not just over, but a few feet forward, slamming into the clay of the roof. It rushes over us, and we lose consciousness. We are hundreds of slowing hearts.
Chapter 19. Cyra. I stood with the Shotet exiles around the screens in the mess hall, all of us pressed together. Enemies, friends, lovers, strangers. We were shoulder to shoulder, watching as the Sojourn ship was ripped to shreds. It was 100 things, the Sojourn ship. Our history, our freedom, a sacred vessel, a workplace, a symbol, a project, an escape, a home. As I watched the footage play again and again, I thought of clearing my mother's closet of all her clothes and shoes, too small and dainty for me to wear myself, for the most part. I had found secrets tucked away in her pockets and shoeboxes, love letters from my father, when he was a gentler man, labels from bottles of pain medication, and wrappers from the drugs she took to escape. Another woman's lip paint, smeared on a scarf, from an affair. The story of her imperfect life, told in stains and scraps of paper. And I had filled that space with my own story, my splattered stove, the suits of armor that glinted when the lights I strung over my bed struck them, and the rows upon rows of footage from other worlds, dancing and fighting and building and fixing. They were not just objects, but escapes when pain made it hard for me to stay in my own body. My comforts in despair. It had also been the place where I fell in love. And now it was gone. The fourth time the footage played, I felt fingers against mine. I pulled away instinctively, not wanting to transfer my current gift to someone else, but the hand found mine, insistent. I turned to see Tekka at my side, her eye welling up with tears. Maybe she wanted my pain, or maybe she wanted to offer me comfort. Either way, I held on to her, keeping most of my current gift to myself, as much of it as I could. Her grip lasted only for a moment or two, but it was enough. We stood and watched the footage play again, and we did not look away. Later, I pressed my face to my pillow and sobbed. Akos climbed into my bunk and curled his body around mine, and I allowed it. "I told them to evacuate," I said. "I'm the reason there were so many people on that ship." "You tried to help," Akos said. "All you did was try to help." It wasn't reassuring. What a person tried to do didn't matter. What mattered was the result. And the deaths of hundreds were the result here. That loss was my responsibility. In a fair world, I would have marked every single life on my arm to carry them around forever. But I did not have enough skin for that. Akos held me tighter, so I could feel his heartbeat against my spine as I began to sob again. I fell asleep with the press of wet fabric against my face.
Chapter 20. CZ. Confirmed. Code 05032011. Proceed. Some moments you put into a little file in your mind because you know they're important. And what Issei Benazit says to signal the attack on Voa is one of those. She says it clearly, every consonant crisp, and she doesn't hesitate. When she's done, she pushes back from the desk where she was speaking to General Then, stands up, and walks away, brushing off Ast's outstretched hand. It doesn't take long for the attack to start, for the anti-current blast Pitha loaned us to fly toward Thuvhe on a special ship designed for just this purpose. The crew of the ship is Pithar, but it's General Then, the commander of Thuvhe's armed forces, who actually presses the button, per Thuvhezite law. I imagine the hatch doors opening at his touch, and the weapon, long and narrow, with squared edges, falling, falling, falling. There's poetry in it, in that poetry can be raw and cruel and strange, like this. Issei asked and I watch it from her quarters. The assembly ship is facing the sun then, so the walls are opaque, and they show an image of Shisa in the swirling snow. The little flakes get stuck to the sites that captured the footage every now and then, so the image is blurry most of the time. White blobs right up against the dark night sky. Between them, though, I see the buildings hanging from the clouds like drops of rain suspended in time. Shisa isn't home, but it's where I went to school, where I found a life away from my mom and her constant prophecies. So I still love it there. Shisa is what I'm looking at when the news footage comes up on the screens, and I see only a flash of the Sojourn ship's destruction before closing my eyes against it. Issei stifles a sharp sound. "What is it?" Ast says. No robotic guide beetle can help him with something on a screen, after all. "There were people around it. Did you see?" Issei says. "Why were there people around it?" I turn up the volume on the news feed just in time to hear, "Initial reports suggest there were a few hundred Shotet around the craft, attempting to evacuate the city." I turn the screen off. "A few?" Issei gasps. "A few hundred?" Ast shakes his head. "Stop that, Issei. Casualties were still minimal." "Minimal," I say. And it's all I can manage. General Then's estimates said casualties would be around 3 dozen, not hundreds. Yeah, asked Says, eyeballing me. Minimal, compared to what could have been. That's why you suggested the sojourn ship, remember? There's a flow of words in my mind. Hundreds, men, women, children, old, young, middle-aged, kind, cruel, desperate, people. But I stop it, like 2 hands clapping around an insect to kill it. I am better at this than I should be, after too many tragedies poisoned my memories. It's how I survive. I don't answer Ast. I am tired of the way he prods at me. I pull back on my gift as hard as I can, hoping that if Issei feels less comfortable, she'll call him off. She's facing the swirls of snow, arms folded. The Shisa buildings in the footage light up green, purple, pink. They remind me of the baubles they sold at the Hesse market when the planting started, for people to hang in their windows for luck. Issei's shoulders shake. Shudder, really. She slaps a hand against the glass to steady herself. Ast and I both stand, eager to comfort, even though I'm sure he doesn't know how any more than I do. Issei is hunched, turning so I can see the side of her face. She's laughing. All those people, she gasps, wrapping her free arm around her stomach. Bowled right over. Ast's face goes slack with horror, but I know what this is. Issei, I say, take a deep breath. All those. Issei bends at the knees. Her hand squeaks against the glass as it slides down. I walk to the bathroom and run cold water over a washcloth to soak it all the way through. I carry it back to her, dripping all over the floor. She is crouched next to the window, laughing, sobbing. I put the wet cloth on the back of her neck and run a hand over her back. Ast finally seems to catch on. A bit late, I think, but he seems dense that way. And he urges Pazha forward with a whistle, so its clicking guides him to us. He crouches near us, silent but present. It's the closest he and I have ever been to each other, sharing air. All those people, she whimpers. I watch Ast's reaction as I unfurl my current gift like a banner and drape it over all 3 of us. For once, he doesn't object. I miss her, she whispers later, and we sit together by the window and watch the current stream. I take her hand and press it to my cheek. I show her a memory of Ori asleep at our kitchen table, slumped over a detailed sketch of an ice flower. There was ink smeared on her cheek. My father sipped his tea, smiling fondly down at her, and my mother clicked her tongue, though her eyes still smiled. My father bent to ease his arms around her and carried Ori to the living room. I watched her long legs bounce up and down with his footsteps. Well, my mother said to me, we do call it Ori's room, after all. Issei and I drift gently out of the memory, her hand still pressed between my cheek and my palm, and she smiles at me. I'm holding her together, I think. And what happens when I can't anymore?
2. Kirta. Noun. In Ogren, that which has been crushed into a new shape.
Chapter 21. CZ. The descent to Agra almost kills me. It took some doing, and some careful use of my current gift, but I convinced Issei to let me go to the Shotet exiles to start peace talks. We can work together to unseat Lasmet. The exiles are not our enemies. Their goals are aligned with ours. It took a while for my words to take root, and even now, she's still skeptical. But she did agree to let me suss out the situation at least. 7 days after the attack on Voa, she secures me a spot on a transport carrying food to Agra. I squeeze into a seat between a massive crate of fruit engineered in an Ophir lab and a refrigerator packed with bird meat from Trella. The crew is Trellan, a language I don't speak, so I can't join in when they joke with each other. And Trellan is spoken in a monotone, so I can't even pretend I'm listening to music. They smile at me every now and then, so I know they don't mind me, but that's no surprise. No one minds me, even if they haven't quite figured out why. Then the ship's captain, who is thick through the legs and shoulders, with a tuft of chest hair poking out the top of his shirt, tells me in broken Othirian, "Buckle. Now." It's lucky, maybe, that no one told me what to expect, because I might have made them turn back. All the lights on the ship go off at the same time, and then I'm screaming, and it's dark, and I'm screaming. I can't breathe, and I'm sure then that the ship is running out of air, and I'm going to die here in a pile of meat. I'm clinging so hard to the straps covering my chest that my hands go numb. Or maybe that's from terror. The last thing I think is that I never even got to speak to Mom again. Then the lights come back on, and gravity catches me, and the crew are all staring at me like I sprouted a third eye. They laugh, and I try to join them, but really I'm just focused on breathing. It's not long before we're standing on Ogren soil. An Ogren woman named Isa, she says to me slowly when I don't get it the first time around, takes me to the exiles in a little boat that cuts like a knife through the light-streaked water. She speaks Othirian like she's counting beans, dropping words one by one. But it's the only language we have in common, so we trade nonsense until we reach solid ground again. She walks me through the uneven streets of a village where Shotet and Ogrens live side by side. Isa points things out to me. A stall of polished stones she likes. The place where she buys her groceries. The tiny carved dolls that gave her nightmares as a child. She doesn't explain how they know what night is here, and when she gestures, the glowing bracelets around her wrist clatter together. "Which one is your brother?" she asks me. "Very tall, fair-skinned, like you," I say. "He came with Cyra Novak." "Oh, the heavy one," she says. "Heavy?" I say, confused. "No, he's thin." No, not heavy in body. He carries a weight," she says. "I don't know the word." Oh. I've never thought of my brother that way. The tall, deadly man who fought his way out of a Shissa hospital and into an amphitheater prison didn't seem weighed down by anything. If anything, he seemed faster and lighter than everyone around him. But maybe I just can't really see him. There's a special kind of sight that comes with not knowing someone your whole life, and Isa has it. "I will take you to where they gather," Isa says. "He may be there, and he may not." "That's fine, thank you," I say. She leads me to an old warehouse with cracks climbing up the outer walls. There's a sign fixed above the door with some characters on it I can't read. They look Shotet. We walk in, and it definitely feels like a Shotet place, in all the ways I've been taught to expect. All the tables have been pushed back against the walls, and people are either sitting at them or perched on top of them, in a kind of ring. As we walk in, people are pounding on the tables in a rolling rhythm, so loud it's all I can focus on at first. Then I look at what's happening in the middle. Cyra Novak, her hair and a long tail behind her, is throwing her body at a giant of a man. She is graceful and strong, like a knife thrown by a skilled hand. The large man, and he must be large to make a woman of her stature look so dainty, catches her, wrestles her over his shoulder, and hurls her away. I gasp as she topples to the floor, which is covered with mats, but still looks hard enough to hurt. But she's already rolling over like her body is made of rubber, grinning, a ferocity in her eyes I recognize. It's the way she looked at Ryzek Novak before he peeled the skin from her skull. And it's the way Issei looked right before she committed murder. With a yell, she throws herself at him again, and the crowd roars. It goes on this way for a while, with Cyra building speed and determination before my eyes. It's the speed that seems to unsettle her opponent. He doesn't know where to look, or how to block what she throws his way, though it doesn't do much damage. She tries to tackle him, and he catches her, trapping her, only for her to twist her body around him like a necklace. She locks her legs around his neck, and he chokes. He taps one of her legs with one hand, and she releases him, sliding to the ground. The crowd roars, and she moves to the side to chug water from a spout near the windowsill. They do this all the time now, Issa says. I am not sure what the goal is. Do they intend to fight the Thuvhe one-on-one? Cyra spots me across the room. The spark in her eyes dies. She comes toward me, and when she's closer I see bruises and scratches up and down her bare arms, probably from other fights. Issa edges closer to me, putting a shoulder in front of me. I was asked to ensure Miss Karaseth's safety among you, Issa says to her. Please don't make that task difficult for me. Cyra stops right around spitting distance, and for a tick, I think that's what she's going to do. Spit at me. Instead, she demands, What are you doing here? She holds up a hand. Don't pull that currentgift shit on me. I've got no use for ease right now. It's so automatic I didn't even realize I was doing it. I pull back as much as I can. Her current shadows have buried themselves under her skin again, and they cover her in dark webs. She grits her teeth. I'm here to... I pause. I don't want to give myself away. I'm here to see my family, all right? You're not welcome, she says. Or did the declaration of war escape your attention? I wish, not for the first time, that I could turn my own gift on myself, set myself at ease, just for a little while. But I can't soothe away the lump in my throat or ease off the weight of guilt. I helped Issei pick her target. Before I got here, I felt confident that I did something good, considering the options I had. I talked her down from hitting Voa head-on, didn't I? I had saved quite a few lives with nothing but a clever tongue and my current gift. But right now I'm standing among people who lost something. Friends, family, a place that was special to them, maybe even sacred. So how can I feel like I did something good? How can I think that these people are any different from my own, any more worthy of violence or loss? I can't. I don't. But I'll do what I have to, just like anybody. Just tell me where to find Akos, I say. Akos, she snorts. You mean my faithful servant, determined to die for me? Her eyes close for a tick. Yeah, I know where to find him. It's just down the road.
Chapter 22. Cyra. Everything hurt, but I no longer cared. Well, I did, because no one wanted to be in pain. It was a survival instinct. But insofar as my rational mind was capable of overcoming my physical state, I embraced the pain. I let it throw me into frantic motion. I was sweat-soaked and exhausted and ready for more. Anything to make it easier to be this burning, writhing thing I had become. I didn't want to take Thuvhe Karaseth to the quiet place Akos had claimed as his own in the wake of the attack, the old woman's shop off an alley in Gallo. There was too much of him there, in the bubbling pots and tap of the knife against the cutting board. As Thuvhe, Issa, and I exited the cafeteria, a young woman, with densely curled hair cut short, spat on the ground near my feet. Oruzo, she called me. The literal translation was, a mirror image, but the real sense of the word was that one person had become another, or was so similar to them as to be indistinguishable. So, after the attack on Voa, many of the exiles had taken to calling me Oruzo, successor to Ryzek, to Losmet, to the Noavek family. It was a way to blame me for all the lives lost in the failed evacuation, because of my foolishness. If I hadn't sent that message to them, telling them to flee. But time could not run backward. I walked too fast for Issa and Thuvhe to keep up, so that I wouldn't have to speak to them. Thuvhe had gone to be with that woman, the one who had destroyed my home, and I would not forget. Akos was hunched over a pot when I reached the shop, dipping a finger in whatever he was brewing, likely a painkiller, as his perceived duty to me was his only motivator these days. He sucked the fingertip, tasting what he had made, and swore, loudly, in Thuvhe. "Wrong again?" the old woman asked him. She was sitting on a stool, peeling whatever it was into a bowl at her feet. "The only thing I'm good for, and I can't even get it right," he snapped. He looked up at me and flushed bright red. "Oh," he said. "Hi. I'm here to—" I paused. "Your sister is here." I stepped aside to reveal her. They stood at that distance from each other for a few long, quiet moments. He turned off the burner and crossed the room, folding her into a hug. She squeezed him back. "What are you doing here?" he asked her softly. "I'm here to open peace talks with the exiles," she said. I snorted. Not only was her mission ridiculous, how could we have peace talks with a nation that had destroyed the Sojourn ship? But she had also lied to me about it. "I'm sorry I lied to you," she added over her shoulder to me. "I thought you were going to hit me, so I reached for the most convenient excuse to be here." "Cyra would never hit you," Akos said. The way he said it, without hesitation or doubt, made my chest ache. He was the only one who had ever thought so well of me. "If you are all going to stand around chatting, do it somewhere else," the old woman said, getting to her feet. "My shop is too small and my fuse too short for such nonsense." "I'm sorry for the waste of your ingredients, Zenka," Akos said to her. "I learn a great deal from your failed attempts as well as your successful ones," Zenka said to him, not unkindly. "Now go." Her lined face turned to me, and she gave me a look of appraisal. "Miss Noavek," she said as I retreated into the alley, by way of greeting. I nodded back and slipped away. There was no room to walk side by side in the alley, so we filed down it one by one, with Issa in the lead and Akos bringing up the rear. Over Issa's shoulder, I saw Thuvhe and Ija waiting for us in the hard-packed street beyond the alley. Thuvhe pretended to be interested in the little glowing fish at the stall nearest to her, kept in tall cylinders full of water, but I wasn't fooled. She was waiting for us. Ija looked nervously over his shoulder. His hair was curling behind his ears now, grown out enough to show its natural texture. There was a slim ribbon sewed into the shoulders of his shirt, and it glowed a faint blue. Most people here adopted some elements of Ogren dress, so they would be visible in the dark. Not me, though. I knew I had no place here, at this impromptu Karaseth reunion, which was probably orchestrated by the oracles, if Thuvhe and Ija's presence meant what I thought it did. I moved to leave, meaning to disappear into the constant night, but Akos knew me too well. I felt the shock of his hand pressing against the small of my back. It was brief, but it sent a shiver through me. Do that again, I thought. Never do that again, I also thought. Sorry, he said, in low Shotet. But would you stay? Behind him, Sizi and Thuvhe embraced, Thuvhe's hand running over Sizi's curls with a tenderness I remembered from my own mother. Akos's gray eyes, set now in a face more sallow than it had any right to be, begged me to stay. I had distracted myself from him in the week since the attack, refusing most of the comfort he offered, unless it was in the form of a painkiller. I couldn't let myself stay close to him now, knowing that he was only here because of his own fatalism. He made me weak, though. He always had. Fine, I said. I hoped you would come, Thuvhe was saying to Sizi, whose eyes were on Ija. He held himself at a distance from the others, plucking at his cuticles. His posture and gestures were still like those of my late brother. It was disconcerting. Ija thought it was likely, she continued. He's only a beginner, but his intuition is strong, so we came to facilitate a particular path. Ah, you're admitting to it this time? I said, my arms crossed to disguise the clench of my hands. Akos's fingertips touched one of my elbows, sending the pain away. I didn't let myself look at him. Yes, Thuvhe said. Her hair was in a pile of curls on top of her head, a hat pin stuck through the middle of it so it stayed in place. The little jewels at the end of the pin glowed pale pink. Come, we're wanted elsewhere. Probably, Ija qualified. Probably, Thuvhe repeated. You're not making me want to spend more time with oracles, I said. Akos's lips twitched into a smile. And what a shame that is, Ija replied dryly. Our loss, I'm sure. I stared at him. I had never heard Ija Karaseth make a joke before, particularly not at my expense. There was no time to retort, because I turned and saw a menacing sight. The outline of an Ogren transport vessel. Its edges were lined with white tubes of light, but the persistent dark flattened them, making the whole thing look like the face of a beast hanging in the air. Tucked back wings became ears. A vent beneath the forward fuselage was a mouth, and the tail was a single horn. An Ogren in a flight suit came toward us. His skin was dark brown, but his eyes were iridescent, like the scales of a fish. They caught all the light around them and tossed it back, silvery bright. A manifestation of his current gift, I was certain, though what it did was as yet a mystery. Somewhere to my right, Issa uttered what sounded like an Ogren curse word under her breath.
Chapter 23. Akos. Akos tried to get a sense of the Ogren ship in the dark, but it was difficult. When they first landed on Agra, he thought the sky was always the same, but that wasn't the case. Sometimes it was velvet black, sometimes worn black, sometimes almost blue. And now, with the sky at its darkest, the ship all but disappeared, but for the light they had used to mark its shape. Issa stepped forward. "Perry, hello." She didn't sound cold exactly, just as she never really sounded warm. But something had changed in her. She knew this person. "Issa," the Ogren said, "I'm surprised to find you here." "I was sent to be an ambassador from our people to the Shotet," she said. There was definitely something off about the two of them, Akos decided. There was too much familiarity in the way they spoke to each other. Ex-lovers, maybe? "And you're surprised to find me among them?" "I meant here, with two oracles of Thuvhe," the man called Perry said. "But maybe that was foolish of me." Akos felt Cyra shift under his hand, getting restless. Sure enough, she was already opening her mouth. "State your business, would you?" she said. "We've got a family reunion happening here." "Miss Novak, you are just as anticipated," Perry said with a wide smile. "My business is that of the Oracle of Agra. You have, all of you, been summoned by her, and I am tasked with taking you to her immediately. She is on the other side of Agra, on the edge of the wilderness, so we must fly there to make it on time." Of course, Akos thought, with no small amount of scorn. His mom and Ija had come into the village, where they almost never went, for just this reason. He hated the feeling of it, all the threads of fate coming together and tangling in a knot. The only other times in his life he had felt it happen. His dad had ended up killed, or he had killed Vas. Vas, his face shining with sweat, a bruise at the corner of his eye from who knows what. "And if we don't want to go?" Cyra said. "That would be unwise," Perry said. "According to Ogren law, the Oracle's summons must be obeyed. And as a Shotet exile, you are obligated to obey our highest laws, unless you want to compromise your own refugee status." Cyra glanced at Akos. "Oracles," he said with a shrug, because there wasn't much more to say. The inside of the Ogren ship was downright startling. It was alive in a way Akos had never seen, didn't think a ship could be. The structure was metal, but there were plants growing everywhere, some behind glass, some out in the open. He recognized a couple of them from what Zenka had taught him, though he'd only seen them shriveled or sketched or chopped up. One of the plants behind glass looked like a perfect globe until its thick, jagged petals peeled apart, revealing the same teeth he had learned to grind into a powder. It snapped at him as he walked by. Zizi went to one of the others, a flowered vine that twisted around one of the ship's support beams, like she was pulled there by a magnet. A dark green tendril reached for her finger and wrapped around it, gentle. Akos rushed to her side and flicked it to make it back off. "Apparently they start off friendly and turn fierce," he said to her. "But if you ignore them, they don't usually do anything." "Do all the plants here try to kill you?" Cyra said. "Almost all," he said. "Some try to befriend you so you'll defend them against other plants. You'll notice there are almost no animal species on Agra," Perry said as he walked past them. "That is because the plants are so highly developed. There is a wide variety of insect species for the propagation of plant life, but we are the only warm-blooded beasts that walk this planet." Perry settled into the captain's chair. There was no co-pilot or first officer that Akos could see, just Perry and a stretch of buttons and switches and levers. Issa took the seat beside him, though. The forward fuselage was big enough to fit all of them, on bench seats with protective straps. Given what Akos knew about the planet's tendency to fight back against everything, everywhere, he thought they needed more than some straps to protect them. But nobody had asked him. "Did the Oracle say why she wanted us dragged to her?" Cyra said, while she was strapping herself in. She finished her own buckles and then reached over, unconsciously it seemed like, to help Cyra with hers. Akos took the seat on her other side at the end of the bench. "It's not for me to ask," Perry said. "The Oracle is not very—" Issa paused, searching out the word in Othirian. She asked in Shotet, "How do you say forthright?" Akos repeated the word in Othirian for Cyra. "It is not an oracle's job to answer questions like those," Thuvhe said. "We have only one job, and that is to protect this galaxy. Sorting through the inconsequential information that other people find essential is not up to us." "Oh, you mean inconsequential information like you, my youngest son, you're going to get kidnapped tomorrow?" Cyra snapped. "Or Issei Benezit is about to murder your brother, Cyra, so you may want to make your peace with him?" Akos grabbed a handful of his own leg to steady himself. He wanted to tell Cyra not to use his pain as a weapon against his own mom. He wanted to tell his mom that Cyra had a point, but he felt so heavy with the hopelessness of it that he gave up before he started. "You demand to know things from the Ogren Oracle that you will find out within the day," Thuvhe snapped. "You're angry that you aren't told what you want to know exactly when you want to know it. What a frustrating existence you must find this, that it doesn't meet your every need for you instantaneously." Cyra laughed. "As a matter of fact, I do find it frustrating." She had been this way since the Sojourn ship attack, Akos thought. Primed for a fight no matter what form it came in, no matter who it was with. Cyra was always prickly, and he liked that about her. But this was different, like she kept throwing herself at a wall in the hope that one of these days it might finally break her apart. "Quiet on deck," Perry announced. "Can't focus with all of you arguing." Issa joined in the dance of readying the ship, and the way they did it together, Perry and Issa, made Akos think they had done it 100 times before. Their arms crossed, fair and freckled against dark and unblemished, and stretched past each other without getting in each other's way, the choreography of familiarity. The ship lurched and shuddered as it rose from the ground. The engines roared, and the vines and plants twitched and fluttered like the wind was blowing. Akos watched the flowered vine curl more tightly around its support beam. The plant behind glass curled into itself and glowed orange in warning. "We'll be flying above the storm to avoid its damage," Perry said as the ship flew up and forward. "It will be rough." Akos couldn't help his own curiosity. They'd been hiding from the storms whenever the alarm went off since they arrived on Agra. Almost every day, it felt like. But he'd yet to hear a good description of what the storms were exactly. The ship's flight wasn't as smooth as a Shotet ship's. It jerked and shivered, and from what Akos could tell, it was slow. But they got up high enough that he could see the little glowing patches of villages, and then the big, bright splotch of Agra's capital city, Pokgo, where the buildings were tall enough to make a jagged horizon. The ship turned as it climbed, away from Agran civilization and toward the stretch of dark that made up the southern forests. There were plenty of glowing things there, as there were everywhere else, but they were covered by dense greenery, so from a distance it was difficult to see anything but void. The ship jerked up, which made Akos grab blindly for Cyra's hand. He didn't mean to squeeze hard, but judging by her laugh, that's what he was doing. The clear view they'd had of Agra's surface was gone, replaced by the dense swirl of clouds, and then up ahead, color and light coalescing, just like they had when the Sojourn ship passed through the current stream. A blue line of lightning cut through the cloud layer and stretched down. The ship jostled Akos's head from side to side so hard he could hear his own teeth clattering together. Another flash, this one yellow, seemed to happen right next to them. Perry and Issa were shouting things at each other in Agran. Akos heard retching as someone, Ija probably, he'd always had motion sickness, threw up. Akos watched as Agra took the glowing colors the rest of the planet boasted so proudly and hurled them right back, brutal and relentless. As Perry promised, they moved right over the storm, which jostled them all but didn't down the ship. The acrid smell of vomit, combined with the constant shuddering of his head, made him want to be sick himself, but he tried to keep it down. Even Cyra, who usually loved things that made other people scared out of their minds, looked like she had had enough, her teeth gritted even though he was taking care of her current gift. It took a long time for Perry to announce that they were landing. Next to him, Cyra heaved a sigh of relief. Akos noted the shift of the ship toward the ground, aiming at some dense forest that looked the same to him as everywhere else. But as they came closer, the trees seemed almost to part, making way for a cluster of buildings. They were lit from beneath by pools of glowing water, saturated by the same bacteria that made the canals around Gallo light up, Akos assumed. Otherwise, they were small wooden buildings with high peaked roofs, connected by paths that looked bright against the otherwise gloomy backdrop. Spots of light moved erratically everywhere, tracing the paths of flying insects. The ship touched down just inside a stone wall on a landing pad. They were at the Temple of Agra.
Chapter 24. Cyra. I bent to touch the path beneath our feet. It was smooth, flat stone, white, a color uncommon to Agra. This place was packed with glowing things, in the gardens and pools, and flitting around in the air. Perry led us toward one of the larger buildings. We had landed at the bottom of a hill, so it would be a climb to get anywhere, and I assumed the oracle resided at the top. The air tasted sweet after the stale panic inside the transport vessel. I never wanted to travel during an Agran storm again, and I gulped it down, keeping pace with Perry, with the others behind me. As we passed through one of the gardens, most of the plants were held away from us by a mesh fence that had a current running through it, I noted. Issa spoke from behind me, with a tone of controlled fear. "Perry?" I turned back to see a large beetle, almost as long as my palm, crawling on Akos's cheek. Its wings had bright blue markings, and its antennae were bright, searching.
There was another one on his throat, and a third on his arm. "Stay still," Issa told him. "Everyone else step back from him."
"Shit," Perry said. "I take it these insects are poisonous," Akos said. His Adam's apple bobbed with a particularly hard swallow.
"Very," Issa said. "We keep them here because they are very bright when they fly."
"And they avoid anything that is a particularly strong conduit for the current," Perry added. "Like people. Most people."
Akos's eyes closed. Frowning a little, I stepped forward. Perry grabbed my arm to stop me, but he couldn't stand to touch me. His grip slipped, and I kept walking, inching closer and closer until I was right in front of Akos, his warm breath against my temple. I lifted a hand to hover over the beetle on his face, and, for the first time, thought of my current gift as something that might protect instead of injure. A single black tendril unfurled from my fingers, obeying me, and jabbed the beetle in the back. The light inside it flaring to life, it darted away from him, and the others went with it. Akos's eyes opened. We stared at each other, not touching, but close enough that I could see the freckles on his eyelids. "Okay?" I said. He nodded. "Stay close to me, then," I said. "But don't touch my skin, or you'll turn us both into poisonous insect magnets." As I turned around, I made eye contact with Thuvhe. She was giving me an odd look, almost like I had just struck her. I felt Akos behind me, staying close. He pinched my shirt between two fingers, right over the middle of my back. "Well," I just said. "That was exciting." It was the sort of thing Ryzek might have said. "Shut up," I replied, automatically. There were beautiful, expansive rooms on the hill. Grand spaces, the furniture covered with protective cloths, the planks of the wood floors stained in different patterns, the tiles painted with geometric designs in sedate greens and muted pinks. The warm Ogren air flowed easily through each space we walked through, most of the walls built to fold back. But Perry didn't take us to any of them. Instead, he brought us to the series of buildings where we would stay overnight.
"She wants to see each of you separately, so it will take some time," he said. "This is a peaceful place, so take advantage of the opportunity to rest."
"Who gets to go first?" I said.
"The Oracle's esteemed colleague, Thuvhe Karaseth, of course,"
Perry said, inclining his head to Akos's mother. "I am honored," Thuvhe said, and they walked away together, leaving me, Akos, Ija, Cizi, and Issa. "Anything we should know?" I said to Issa. "You used to live here, I assume. You seem to know as much about it as Perry does." "Yes, Perry and I both worked here once, before I was sent to be an ambassador," she said. She switched into Shotet. "I'm afraid I have nothing useful to say except that the Oracle is far more than she initially seems, and if she wants to see each of you separately, that is because she has something distinct to say to each of you." Akos repeated this in Thuvhe to Cizi, on a slight delay. I had never seen Cizi look quite this way, not frightened exactly, but tense, like she was bracing herself. I didn't often think of Cizi's fate, but I thought of it then. The first child of the family Karaseth will succumb to the blade. The little buildings where Perry had told us we could stay were arranged in a circle around a garden, and all the walls were open, so it was easy to track who came and went. Thuvhe didn't return from the oracle, but Perry came to collect Ija, who was increasingly making me feel like I was in the presence of Ryzek again. Akos joined me in the garden, after ensuring there were no killer beetles flying around. Still, he stayed close to me, closer than he normally would. "What do you think she'll say?" I asked him. He sighed, and I felt it against my hair. "I don't know. I've given up trying to know what oracles are going to say to me." I laughed. "I bet you're tired of them." "I am." He stepped closer, so his chest was against my back, and his nose was in my hair, tilted down so I could feel his breaths against the nape of my neck. It would have been simple to move away. He wasn't holding me there. He was hardly touching me, in fact. But so help me, I didn't want to move. "I'm tired of everything," he said. "I'm tired all the time." He sighed again, heavily. "Mostly," he said, "I'm tired of not being near you." I found myself relaxing, shifting back so I was pressed against him, a wall of heat all the way down my spine. He rested his hands on my hips, his fingers creeping under the hem of my shirt just enough to dull my pain. Let the damn poison beetles come, I thought, as I felt a kiss on my neck, right behind my ear. This was inviting further pain, and I knew it. His fate wouldn't let him choose me, and even if that wasn't the case, I suspected the deep well of his grief wouldn't let him choose anything at all. But I was sick of doing what was good for me. He kissed where my neck met my shoulder, lingering, his tongue tasting my skin, which was likely salty from sweat. I reached up and buried my fingers in his hair, holding him against me for a moment, and then twisting my neck so our mouths collided. Our teeth clacked together, and normally we would have drawn back and laughed, but neither of us was in a laughing mood. I pulled at his hair, and his hands tightened around my hips so hard it was just on the good side of painful. I had buried myself in rage since the destruction of the Sojourn ship, and since the illusions between him and me fell away. Now I buried myself in wanting him instead, twisting into him, grabbing his body wherever my hands found purchase. "Want me," I told him with each clutch of my fingers. "Choose me. Want me." I leaned back for just a moment, just to look at him. The straight line of his nose, and its scattered freckles. His skin was the color of sandstone, and the powder people used to keep their skin from shining, and the envelopes my mother had used to send letters. His eyes were insistent on mine, their color exactly like a storm rolling in over Voa, carrying in them the same apprehension, like even now he was afraid I might stop. I understood. I was afraid I might stop too. So I pressed into him again, before I could. We stumbled together toward one of the rooms, stumbled out of our shoes. I yanked a curtain across the space exposed to the courtyard, but really, I didn't care if anyone saw. I didn't care if we were interrupted. I just wanted to take and take and take whatever he would give, knowing that this might be the last time I let myself.
Chapter 25. Sizi. The Hall of Prophecy, where I go to meet the Ogren Oracle, is big and grand, like its name suggests. It's about what I expect, since that's what the hall in Hesse Temple is like, and I used to go visit Mom at work all the time. The Ogren space isn't as colorful as Hesse's, though. The walls are paneled with dark wood. Carved and etched into the wood are elegant designs that take the shape of what I assume are Ogren plants. They look almost like they are writhing and snapping right in front of me. There are windows near the ceiling, untinted, that must be lit from outside, because they glow with a light that's not natural to Agra itself. The room itself is narrow and long, with sculptures about an arm span away from each other. Some of them are as carefully shaped as the carvings on the walls, and others are hard and grotesque, but all have a kind of menace to them. Most things on Agra do. The oracle herself stands in front of one of the sculptures, one of the taller ones, made of metal plates that arc toward the ceiling and twist around each other. They're all polished on one side and raw on the other, and fastened to each other with big bolts the size of my fist. The oracle's hands are folded in front of her. Her oracle robes are a deep, rich blue, and she's barefoot, stouter than Mom, and smaller. She glances at me and offers me a smile. "CZ Karaseth," she says. "My name is Vara. Come, look at this." I smile back and stand next to her, looking up at the sculpture. I only do it out of politeness. I'm no good at looking at art. This sculpture was constructed about 30 seasons ago, when the city of Pokgo began to expand. People were angry that we were losing some of what they called Ogren humility. The traditional Ogren belief is that our planet humbles us, reminds us that there are some things we cannot overcome. Vara shrugs. Some things we should not try to control. She gives me a pointed look. I'm not sure what to make of it. My instinct is to calm her. I try water, the most useful of my textures, but I can tell it doesn't do much to her. What makes Ogrens comfortable, I wonder? Wind, the warmth of a fire, the softness of a blanket? I sift through a few in my mind before finding one I think seems right. The feeling of cool glass under your palm. Vara raises an eyebrow. "I have often wondered what that felt like," she says. "It is a heady thing to be touched by your gift. It is all too easy to succumb to its influence." "I'm sorry," I say. "I don't mean to—" Vara rolls her eyes. "Come on, girl. You can fool people who don't know you that well, but I, along with every other oracle in my generation, have been seeing visions of you from birth. I know that your control is far more advanced than most who can influence their own gifts. I also know that you are trying to do good when you use it against people. So let's talk about Issei Benazit, CZ." The way she lays it all bare makes me feel jumpy, and all the words I could say to defend myself get stuck in my throat. I nod because that's all I can do to show her that I heard what she said. "Do you truly care about her?" she asks. "Or are you just manipulating her to accomplish your own aims?" "My aims?" I choke out. "Yes, I know you are only doing what you think is best, but the fact is, you are making decisions about the future of this galaxy unilaterally, so they are your aims, and no one else's. I don't like to think of what I'm doing with Issei as manipulation. It's not that simple. If only Vara knew how much Issei worried me sometimes. How easy it was for her to kill Ryzek and order an attack on innocents in Voa. How wild her eyes are when she lets herself disappear into anger, and how settled she seems when I draw her back. She needs me. Which gets me back to Vara's original question, of whether I really care about her. I do care for her, I say. I love her. But I worry for her. In a fair world, she would have space to feel her grief, but we don't really have the time to let her work out what she's going through on her own, not with a war going on. Vara purses her wrinkled lips. Perhaps you are right, she says. In that case, I must tell you to be careful of the one I've seen in some of your futures. The mechanics boy? Asked. He senses current gifts, doesn't he? I say. He always seems to know when I'm using mine, even if I'm being really careful. It seems that way, Vara says. And he's getting more and more suspicious of you, and more angry that Issei is not suspicious, I think. I nod. Thank you for the warning. Be careful, girl, Vara says, catching my hand and squeezing it tightly. A little too tightly. Her pupils are big, most Ogrons are, since there's so little light everywhere. But I can see a slim green ring around them that makes up her irises. And don't trust the Otherians. She squeezes still harder. Don't let her agree to it. Whatever you do. I'm not sure what she means, but I know she wants me to nod. So I do.
Chapter 26. Akos. It was late that night that the Oracle finally asked for him, or rather them, because she wanted to see him and Cyra at the same time. Earlier they had fallen asleep, tangled up in each other, with light from the plants in the garden casting a soft glow through the curtain Cyra had drawn. The silver skin on one side of her head had been cool against his chest, where she insisted on laying to listen to his heartbeat. He didn't know what had come over him in the garden, pulling her close when he knew it was selfish, that he couldn't give her what she wanted at her own insistence. He ought to listen to her, maybe even break things off with her completely, because there was no ridding him of his fate and no way of convincing either of them that things would be the same if he didn't have death in service to her family to look forward to. But the longing for her had pierced right through the haze that had settled over his mind the past few weeks, and he was too relieved at feeling something that he hadn't had the heart to suppress it. And he'd gone on wanting her, even while they struggled closer and closer, like there just wasn't enough of her and never would be. He couldn't take her hand as they walked. It would only attract the beetles, and he wasn't eager to have one of them perched on his face again. But he stayed close so he could almost feel her. Her current shadows were moving faster, darting across her throat and disappearing under her collar. And he wished he could do more for her than the mediocre painkiller he had given her before they left. Perry led them to the top of the hill, but not to the large hall lit bright from within. Down to the lower level of the place, where the ceiling sloped too close to the top of his head for comfort, and the floorboards creaked with every step. He had to bend to pass through a doorway, and found himself in what looked like a kitchen. A woman not much older than his own mother stood there, her hands buried in a pile of dough. Her arms were freckled, and her hair was gray and curly, cut short around her head. She smiled up at them when they walked in, with all the warmth he'd learned not to expect from oracles, who always seemed disconnected and harsh to him, even the falling oracle of Thuvhe before his death. "Cyra, Akos, welcome," she said. "Please sit." She gestured to the bench across the table from her. Akos did as she said, but Cyra stayed on her feet, arms crossed. "Would you feel more comfortable with busy hands?" she asked Akos. "I know you have an affinity for making elixirs. There's plenty here to chop." "No," he said, his face flushing with warmth. "Thank you." "Do you have a name?" Cyra asked, blunt as ever. "Or should we just call you Oracle?" "Ah, forgive my rudeness. My name is Vara," she said. "I sometimes forget that people I know do not know me in turn. Is there anything I can do to make you less hostile, my dear?" She nodded to Cyra. "Or are you content to remain this way?" A faint crease appeared in Cyra's cheek, the way it did when she was suppressing a smile. "Fine, I'll sit," she conceded. "But don't read too much into it." "I wouldn't dare," Vara said as Cyra perched on the edge of the bench next to Akos. Even sitting down, the two of them were taller than Vara, who was short and thick through the middle. There was something familiar about her. "Are you related to Issa in some way?" he asked. "Well spotted, darling, yes. She is my daughter. A rather late-in-life entanglement it was," she said. "She gets her father's frame, tall and long-limbed. The rest was mine." She broke a piece off the dough and popped it in her mouth. "Now," she said as she swallowed, "I'm sure you are wondering why I didn't put on my traditional Ogren robes and meet you in the Hall of Prophecy like a proper oracle." "It crossed my mind," Akos said. "I would expect no less from the son of an oracle," Vara said, still with that kind smile. "Well, really, let's keep this between us, but I hate that hall. It makes me feel short. So do the robes. They were made for the last oracle, and he was much bigger than me. Besides, I thought, given the nature of what I have to discuss with you both, you might appreciate the more comfortable surroundings." Akos felt like he'd been dunked in cold water suddenly. "Given the nature of what I have to discuss with you." "So it's not good news," Cyra said, wry. Leaning on sarcasm almost always meant she was scared out of her mind. The tightening of her hands around the edge of the bench suggested the same thing. Vara sighed. "Oh, the truth rarely is, dear girl. What I have for you today is something we call kirta. Do either of you know the word?" Cyra and Akos both shook their heads. "Of course not. Who speaks Ogren but Ogrens?" Vara's laugh was like a thin trickle of water. "You see, we think of oracles as delivering the future only, and that's most of what we do, yes." She grabbed a fat metal cylinder from a shelf behind her and used it to roll the dough flat. "But it's the past that brings about the future. Often it stays hidden, shaping our lives in ways we do not understand, but sometimes it must force its way into the present in order to change what's coming." She broke the dough into 3 large pieces and rolled them between her hands until they were long and thin, like tails. Then she began to braid them. "Kirta," she said, "is a revelation that causes your world to shift on its axis. It is a profound truth that, once you know it, inevitably alters your future, though it has already occurred and should therefore change nothing." She finished the braided dough and set it aside with a sigh. Dusting off her hands, she sat down across from them and leaned into her arms. "In your case, this kirta comes in the form of your names," she said. "You have lived your lives as Akos Karaseth and Cyra Noavek, when in fact, you are Akos Noavek and Cyra Karaseth." She sat back from the table. Akos struggled to breathe. Cyra let out a peal of laughter.
Chapter 27. Cyra. I clapped my hand over my mouth to stop the sound, a horrible, forced laugh without any mirth in it. Cyra Karaseth. It wasn't the first time I'd ever thought the name. I had daydreamed about it once or twice, leaving the name Noavek behind and taking on Akos's name, someday in an ideal future where we got married. It was customary for the lower status person in a marriage to change their name in Shotet, but we could make an exception to rid me of the label I hated. The name Cyra Karaseth had become, to me, a symbol of freedom, as well as a sugar-sweet unreality. But Vara didn't mean that my name was Cyra Karaseth through some hypothetical, far-off marriage. She meant that my name was Cyra Karaseth now. The hard part was not believing I wasn't Cyra Noavek. I had suspected it since my brother told me I didn't share his blood. Maybe even since my blood didn't work in the gene lock that he had used to keep his rooms secure. But believing I belonged to the same family that had raised Akos to a soft heart and a knowledge of ice flowers, that was another thing entirely. I didn't dare look at Akos. I wasn't sure what I would see when I did. I took my hand away from my face. "What?" I said, stifling another giggle. "What?"
Thuvhe would tell the story better, Vara said. But unfortunately, that task now falls to me, because it is Agra's future that hangs in the balance. When you were born, Akos, to Illyra and Lasmet Noavek, Thuvhe saw only dark paths ahead of you, and likewise Cyra, born to Thuvhe herself, and Ausa Karaseth, only dark paths ahead of you. She despaired for both of you. And then something happened that had not happened in quite some time. A new possibility presented itself. If she crossed your paths, if she switched your places, new possibilities opened up, and a few, very few mind you, but a few, did not lead to doom. So she reached out to Illyra Noavek, a woman she had never met before and would never again meet, to present the solution to her. It was very fortunate for her that Lasmet had not yet been to see his child. It was likewise fortunate that the bloodlines in both your families are so richly varied that virtually any combination of features and skin shades wouldn't raise eyebrows. They met just past the divide, the feather grass that separates Shotet from Thuvhe, and they traded their children, so that both might have a chance to avoid their darkest paths, Vara said, with a tone of finality. Her fingers were dusted with brown flour, her nails bitten down to stubs. Lasmet was told that he had been misinformed about the sex of his child. The messenger who had delivered the news was executed, but Lasmet accepted you as his, Cyra, and all proceeded as Thuvhe had hoped. I was caught in my imagining of the moment. My swaddled, infant form passed into Illyra Noavek's hands, with feather grass swaying in the background. I drew myself out of the fiction, suddenly furious. "So you're telling me," I said, slumping forward over the table to point a finger at her. "You're telling me that my mother handed me over to be raised by a bunch of monsters, and I'm, what, supposed to be grateful because it was for my own good?" "It's not up to me to tell you how to feel," Vara said, her dark eyes soft. "Only to tell you what happened." I felt like a pot boiling over, all anger and hysteria bubbling up inside me, irrepressible.
I wanted to shake the soft look from her eyes or laugh in her face. I wanted to move above all else, to escape the pain that now raced through every islet of my skin, covering me in dark patches. When I finally dared to glance at Akos, I saw him stone-faced and completely still. It was unnerving.
I'm sure I don't have to point out to you that there is one bright spot in all this, Vara said. Your fates.
Our fates, I repeated, feeling stupid. What about them?
There is a reason the fates don't name names, Vara said. The second child of the family Noavek will cross the divide. The third child of the family Karaseth will die in service to the family Noavek. My dear girl, you are the third child of the family Karaseth. And I suspect your fate has already been fulfilled.
I made a big show of putting 2 fingers against the side of my throat to check for a pulse. Silly me, thinking I hadn't died in service. I cut myself off. But that wasn't true, was it? My brother had tried to make me torture Akos, there in the underground prison where he had captured us and forced us to our knees. I had drawn all my current gift into myself, trusting in my strength to keep me alive. But that strength had faltered, just for a moment, just enough to be considered a death. My heart had stopped, and then started again. I had come back. I had died for the family Noavek. I had died for Akos. I stared at him, wonderingly. The fate he had dreaded, the fate he had allowed to define him since he first heard it spoken by my brother's lips. It was mine. And it was done.
Chapter 28. Akos. All the things that he was, fated traitor, Karaseth, Thuvhe, had been stripped away. He hadn't said a word since the oracle invited them to share a cup of tea with her and Cyra declined. The truth was, he'd lost all his words. He didn't even know which language he ought to speak in. The categories he'd used to define them, Thuvhe, the language of his home and his people, Othir, the language of off-worlders, Shotet, the language of his enemies, didn't apply anymore. Cyra seemed to know that he couldn't speak. Maybe she didn't understand it, and how could she? She had lit up like a piece of kindling when Vara told them the truth. She was emotionally elastic, could throw herself out of rage just as fast as she could throw herself into it. But even though she didn't understand him, she didn't pester him either. All she had done was touch him, tentative, on the shoulder, as she said, "I know. I didn't want to share blood with them either." And that was it, wasn't it? She shared a history with the Noaveks, and he shared blood. He was hard-pressed to figure out which one was worse. He didn't sleep, just walked the paths around the temple, not even bothering to avoid the dangerous plants that were growing everywhere, or the beetles that could kill him with a bite. He didn't recognize most of the growing things, but some of them he did, and he looked for them just to give himself something else to think about, for just a little while. The beetles came and went, except for one, a small one that perched on his hand, twitching its light-up wings and wiggling its antennae. He sat on a rock in one of the gardens to stare down at it. It reminded him, for some reason, of the armored one he had killed for its skin. He had been out there in the fields outside of Voa, where the armored ones wandered, keeping to themselves for the most part. It had taken him a while to realize they weren't going to attack him. It was the current that enraged them, not him. He was a relief to them, just like he was to Cyra. Maybe this beetle was the same, avoiding those who channeled the current because the energy was too harsh for it to stand. The pattern on its back was like spilled ink, taking no particular shape. It lit up blue-green when it did light up, a soothing color. After some time, the prickle of the little clinging legs didn't bother him, and neither did the threat of its substantial pincers. It was a little monster, just like him. It couldn't help how it was born. The oracle's revelation was like a crumpled piece of paper that just kept unfolding more and more. First it showed him the things he wasn't anymore, and then it showed him the things he was. A Shotet, a Noavek, the man who had taken everything from him, father, family, safety, and home, had been his brother. And the man who had made Ryzek, Lasmet, he was Akos's father. Still alive, still so alarming to Cyra, unshakable, unfaltering Cyra, that she had panicked at the sight of his face alone. "What do I do now?" he asked the beetle on his hand. "Surely that thing won't respond to you," Perry's voice said from behind him. "I don't claim to understand other people's current gifts, though." Akos whipped around fast. The beetle on his hand still didn't stir, thankfully. "Don't come much closer," he said. "Killer beetles and all." "They seem to like you," Perry said. "Whatever you are is a very strange thing." Akos nodded. That wasn't up for debate. Perry stood in front of him, at a safe distance, with his hands in his pockets. "She must have told you something difficult." Akos wasn't sure difficult was the right word for it. The beetle crawled from his thumb to his sleeve, pincers clicking audibly. Hopefully that wasn't what it did before it attacked. Akos didn't think it was going to attack him, though. "There are a lot of people across the solar system who think oracles are elitist, you know," Perry said, "only giving fates, and therefore importance to certain families. It seems like an unnecessary display of favoritism to people who don't understand how fates work, how they do not allow an oracle to choose anything at all. But those who have fates know better." Perry's eyes glinted with the glow of a flower in the garden, reflecting orange. "A fate is a cage," he said. "Freed from that cage, you can choose, do, go, whatever, wherever you'd like. You can, in some ways, finally know who you are." Akos had been too busy thinking about who he was related to think about fates, though he knew that's where Cyra's mind had gone. Maybe he ought to be happy that he wasn't fated to die anymore. But he'd been hanging on to that so hard that it was hard to adjust. It was like he'd been carrying a weight around for so long he forgot what it was like to be without it. And now he felt too light, like he might float away. And his true fate? The second child of the family Noavek will cross the divide. Well, he'd already done that. Crossed the stretch of feather grass that separated Thuvhe from Shotet. He'd done it more than once, so his fate had been fulfilled. And now, Perry was right. He could choose whatever, do whatever, go, wherever he wanted, wherever he needed to go. A decision was just coming together in his mind when he heard the scream, high and grating. A wail joined it, and then a low shout. 3 voices raised in acknowledgement of pain. 3 oracles. By now he knew what it meant. There had been another attack. The beetle fled from his wrist as he ran up the hill to the room where his brother slept. He ripped the sheer curtains aside to see Ija sitting up in bed, his fingers knotted in his curly hair as he moaned. It had been a long time since Akos had seen Ija so rumpled, his shirt twisted around his torso and half his face marked by the crease of a pillowcase. Akos hesitated at the edge of the room. Why had he come here, instead of going to his mom's room? He'd lost the parts of Ija he'd been so determined to save, and now he knew that what was left of Ija wasn't even related to him anyway, so what kept drawing him back? Ija lifted his head, eyes locking on Akos's face. "Our father," Ija said. "He's attacking them." "Ija," Akos said, "you're confused. Our father is—" "Lazmet," Ija said, rocking back and forth, still clutching his head. "Shisa. He attacked Shisa." "How many dead?" Akos touched Ija's shoulder, and his brother. His brother. Pulled away. "No, don't. I need to see." "How many?" Akos demanded, even though deep down he knew it didn't matter whether it was a handful or dozens or hundreds. Ija said, "It's raining glass." Then Ija burst into tears, and Akos sat on the edge of the bed. No, it didn't matter that it was hundreds. His path forward remained the same.
Chapter 29. Ija. "You have to find ways to ground yourself," Thuvhe said to us, "or the visions will take over. You'll get stuck in all the possibilities, and you won't be able to live a life." We answered, "Would it be so bad? To live 1,000 different lives instead of your own?" She narrowed her eyes at us, this woman who was our mother, an oracle, and a stranger all at once. We had ordered the death of her husband. We had suffered the loss of that man ourselves. How odd it was to be responsible for so much pain, and to have suffered as a direct result of that responsibility all at once. As our identities melded more and more, we felt more profoundly the contradictions inherent in our being. But there was nothing to be done about it. The contradictions existed and had to be embraced. "Whatever made you for a purpose," she said. And it wasn't to become a vessel for other people's experiences. It was to have your own. We shrugged, and that's when the images came. We are in the body of a man, short, stocky, and standing before a cart full of books. The smell of dust and pages is in the air, and shelves tower above him. He places a heavy volume on a tray that sticks out from the shelf and keys in a code on a device he carries. The tray zooms off to the shelf where the book is supposed to go. A story above his head and to the left. He sighs and walks to the end of the aisle to look out the window. The city, which we recognize as Shisa in Thuvhe, is full of buildings that hover so far above the ground that the ice flower fields beneath it look like mere patches of color amid the snow. The buildings appear to be hanging from the clouds themselves. Across the way is a tiered diamond-shaped structure of glass that glows green at night, lit from within. To its left, a curved mammoth lit up soft white, like the land beneath it. It is a beautiful place. We know it. We are not a man anymore. We are a woman, short and shivering in a stiff vest of Shotet armor. "Why does anyone live in this damn country?" she says to the man next to her. His teeth are chattering audibly. "Ice flowers," the man said with a shrug. She flexes her hands in an attempt to bring feeling back to her fingers. Shh, he says. Up ahead, a Shotet soldier has her ear pressed to a door. She closes her eyes for a moment, then pulls back, and motions the others forward. They slam a metal cylinder into the door several times to force it open. The lock pops off and clatters to the cement floor. Beyond the door is a control room of sorts, like the nav deck of a transport vessel. A scream pierces the air. We rush forward. We are standing at a window, one hand pressed to cold glass, the other pulling a curtain back. Above us is the city of Shissa, a cluster of giants that drape over us always. It has been our colorful comfort in the night ever since we were a child. The sky without buildings in it seems bare and empty, so we do not like to travel. Since we have been staring at them, the buildings do not move, not even in the strongest wind. That is thanks to the Pithar technology that holds them upright, controlled by small towers on the ground near the ice flower fields. We don't understand how it works. We are a field worker. The boots, with hooks on the bottom to catch on ice sheets, are still on our feet from the day's labor. Our shoulders still sore from hauling equipment. As we watch, the hospital, a bright red cube right above us, shifts, shudders, and drops. It falls, pulling a gasp from our lungs. Like something dropped into a bucket of water, it seems to move slowly, though that can't be true. It sends snowflakes up in a faint white streak as it drops, and then it collides with the ground. We are a child in a hospital bed. Our body is short and slim. Our hair sticks to the back of our neck. It is hot in here. The rails are up on the side of the bed, like we're some kind of kid, and can't be trusted not to roll off in our sleep. The bed jerks beneath us, and we startle, grabbing the rails. Only it's not the bed that's moving. It's the floor. It's falling out from beneath us. The city slides away just outside the windows, and we cling to the rails, teeth gritted. And then we're screaming. The Shotet woman, tugs at the straps of her armor as we run. We fasten them too tight, and they're digging into our sides, keeping us from moving as fast as we'd like. The sound as the building falls is nothing like we have ever heard. The crunching, smashing, the screaming, wailing, gasping, the rush of air around it. It is deafening. We clap our hands over our ears and keep running toward the transport vessel, toward safety. We see a dark shape flinging itself off the hospital roof. Our knees are buried in the snow. The man from before is next to us, shouting something we can't hear. Our cheeks are hot. Startled, we realize that the Shotet woman's face is wet with tears. This is the retribution Lasmet Noavek ordered. But it feels more like horror. "Come on," the other soldier is saying. "We have to go!" But how can we go when all those people need help? How can we go on when so many are lost? How can we go on?
Chapter 30. Cyra. That evening, Akos left to walk the gardens, and I found myself alone. The humid Ogren air had made my cheeks damp, and I wanted to wash my face. I stumbled to the bathroom, stinging and aching, and leaned my forehead against the tile wall as I turned on the faucet. My fingers always hurt worse than the rest of my body, the current shadows coalescing in my extremities, like they were itching to escape. I splashed my face with water
and dried it with the front of my shirt. Cyra Karaseth, I thought, trying out the name. It felt false, like I was trying to put on someone else's clothing. But being in this place, where the blankets were still thrown back from where Akos and I had lain tangled together, felt just as wrong. I had been someone else when we rested here, with my ear against his chest. Suddenly I needed to get out, to move. I walked to Perry's ship, on the far side of the hill, away from the gardens, so I wouldn't run into Akos. The ship's hatch opened at the touch of a button, the interior lights on, guiding me to a seat near all the restrained plants of Agra. I was sitting there, in front of the plant that looked like a giant mouth, my head in my hands, when the hatch opened again. I lifted my head, sure it would be Akos, that we could finally talk about what we had heard. But it wasn't. It was Thuvhe. She didn't close the hatch, so I could still hear the buzz of insects and the whisper of wind while she stood, staring at me. I stared back. The pain that surged through me at the sight of her, at the thought of what she had surrendered me to as a child, was startling. I stayed still to keep it contained. No flinching, no shaking, no moaning. Nothing that invited comfort. I didn't want her to see that she could hurt me. "You spoke to Vara," she said to me at last. I sat up and pushed my braid over one shoulder. "Yeah, thanks for that, by the way," I said, twitching a little at a current shadow racing across my face. "Nothing like the news of your own abandonment coming from a stranger." "You have to know," she began, and then I was on my feet, boots planted on the great floor, a line of guiding light between my feet. "Yes, please, tell me what I have to know," I snapped. "Is it how you felt dumping your own daughter into a family of monsters? Or lying to your son for his entire life? Is it how you did it for the good of Thuvhe, or Shotet, or the goddamn current? Because yes, that's really all I want to know. How hard this was for you." I felt huge, suddenly, like a wall of muscle. She wasn't frail. She had a certain wiry strength to her, but she was not built like me, solid through the hips and shoulders. I could have knocked her down with a punch, and part of me wanted to try. Maybe it was the part of me that was Noavek, the part that wouldn't have existed if she had kept me safe instead of trading me away. Thuvhe stayed by the hatch, silhouetted by the lights on the little runway behind her. Her hair was piled on one side of her head, scraggly, like she hadn't combed through it in days. She looked so tired. I didn't care. "What did you see?" I said. "What did you see in our futures that made you trade us? What could possibly have been so bad that it was better to hand me over to the Noaveks than to let me suffer it?" She closed her eyes, face tightening, and I felt cold creeping down my spine. "I am not going to tell you that," she said, opening her eyes. "I would rather you hate me than know what I saw become of you, of Akos. I chose the best path for you, the one that had the greatest potential." "You don't have the right," I said in a low voice, "to decide my path for me." "I would do it again," she said. I was thinking about that punch again. "Get away from me," I said. "Cyra, no," I said. "Maybe you could determine what happened between us when I was an infant, but you have lost that power." I stood, As I moved toward the hatch to pass her, her posture changed. She slumped oddly against the doorway, head angled down, hair spilling around her face. And then raised her voice in a harrowing scream. Another vision, then. Something horrible. At first I stood before her, simply listening, her voice scraping at the insides of my head. And then I crouched before her as she slid down the wall to the ground, unwilling to offer comfort, but unwilling to leave without knowing what she saw. It took some time for her to go quiet. The scream stopped with a sound like a gag. I had learned that asking Thuvhe direct questions rarely resulted in anything productive, so I didn't speak. My current shadows burning across my belly, I waited, hunched there in the dark. Behind me, the mouth plant snapped its brittle jaws. It took so long for her to speak that my legs went numb. "There's been an attack on Shisa," she said, breathless. "Courtesy of Lazmet Noavek." My first thought, though it shamed me a moment later, was, so? Thuvhe had struck us first. Alarming though it was to think of an armed force at my father's command, this was a war, and both sides suffered in a war. But I had not forgotten how I felt when the Sojourn ship broke apart over Voa. Wherever Akos was, he was about to feel the same thing. Despite my anger at our enemies, I couldn't wish this on someone I loved. I left Thuvhe there, the woman who had given me blood and then given me away. I had no comfort to give her, and no desire to give it. I sprinted down the white stone path to the gardens to find him. But that place was empty, the beetles buzzing undisturbed. So I ran instead to the room where we had slept. The bed was empty. I went from room to room, searching out Cece's bed, empty. But in the room that would have been Thuvhe's, I found Isa instead. Her red hair clung wetly to her cheeks, as if she had just bathed. "I'm sorry," she said. "For what? The attack?" I said. It was a strange thing to apologize to me for. "Attack?" she said. She didn't know yet, then. "What attack?" I shook my head. "In a moment. What are you sorry for, Isa?" I said, impatient. "I need to find Akos now." "That's just it," she replied. "He's gone." I felt like I might burst into flames, like one of the lethal vines in Agra's forests, exploding at a careless touch. "Perry left just a moment ago with Cece and Akos. They intend to depart Agra on the same vessel that Jorek Kuzar will be on, headed back to Voa at the break of day," Isa said. "They didn't leave word," I said. I wasn't asking. "I wish I knew more. Perry didn't tell me anything. I know you must be confused," she said. But I wasn't confused. Perhaps if I had been normal, if I had grown up with any other name, I would have been. Akos had been released of his fate, and of his obligation to me. And so he had left. Gone home. Why would he feel the need to leave a message of farewell, or simply of explanation, to Ryzek's scourge? That would be too considerate. Too much for a person like me to possibly expect. I sat, heavy, on the trunk that stood at the foot of Thuvhe's bed. My current shadows ran thick across my skin. He was gone. And I was alone again. 3. Oruzo. Noun. In Shotet, a reflection, as in a mirror. Chapter 31. Cyra. Sweat ran into the corner of my mouth. I licked the salt taste away and burst into a run. It was a risk, but I thought I could surprise him with strength he wasn't ready for. My opponent was tall and lean. Etrek, the one who had called me Ryzek's scourge in the storm sanctuary when I first arrived, and insisted on the name whenever he saw me. But right now, he was just an arrangement of limbs, a particular density of meat. I threw my body at his, driving my elbows low, toward his gut. The school of the mind, Elmatahak, would not approve of my risk-taking. A risk should only be taken when there is no other option available, the teachings said. In this case, they were correct. I had miscalculated. Etrek's arm slammed like a girder against my chest and shoulder, knocking me flat on my back. All around me, the crowd roared their pleasure. "Bleed, Oruzo!" Someone in the crowd jeered. I heard, in their shouts, a memory of kneeling on a platform with a knife against my throat. My brother poised above me with rage and fear intermingled in his eyes. My people calling me traitor. My people crooning for my blood. The silver skin on my head prickled. They still crooned for my blood, even here, on Agra. To them, I was still a Noavek, still better dead than alive. I looked up at the wall, at Etrek, about to bend down to deliver the final blow. I knew him. He called me ally. He fought me for sport, but deep in the heart of him, he still wanted me to hurt. So I slid a hand behind his head, as tenderly as a lover, and drew him closer. Hurt me more, the movement said. Go ahead. He jerked back like my touch was poison, and it was, and he fell back, off balance. I crawled on top of him, pinned him, made to elbow him in the face, but I stopped before striking him, my eyebrows raised. Yeah, I concede, Etrek said, and the crowd booed. They were tired of watching me win, tired of watching Noaveks win. That Losmit's blood didn't run in my veins, that I might not technically even be Shotet, didn't matter to them. Did it matter to me? Later, when the leaders of the Shotet exiles asked me to represent my people to the Ogren leadership, not knowing, of course, that I was not the true inheritor of my brother's throne, I thought of how I had felt, with my back flat on the ground, with those people cheering for my pain and defeat. They hated me. They did not accept me. They didn't want me to represent them. The more traditional of the two Ogren leaders values law very highly, and you are the legal heir to the sovereignty, the exile leader, Asa, said to me with a hint of desperation. Tekka added, "We need your help, Cyra." I looked at her, her pale hair limp from Ogren humidity, a dark circle beneath her remaining eye betraying her fatigue. And suddenly, Shotet was not the nameless crowd that had surrounded me more than once. Shotet was her, and Jorek, and even Ima. People who had been trampled by the powerful, just as I had. People who needed this small thing in order to fight back. And I owed it to them. I had told people to evacuate. I had let slip that the exiles were on Agra. I carried the Noavek legacy, even if I didn't carry their blood. I owed this, at the very least, for what I had done. Fine, I said. I look ridiculous, I said to my reflection. Or really, I said it to Tekka, who stood behind me with her arms folded, sucking a dimple into her cheek. I wore a floor-length jacket with sharp shoulders, buttoned tight across my chest and falling straight to the floor. Every seam was stitched with glowing thread, though, which made me feel more like an Ogren spacecraft than a person. The collar, made entirely of luminous fabric, lit my face from beneath, making my current shadows especially nightmarish when they flowed across my skin. Which was constantly. What little control I had retained when we first landed on Agra was gone, as if Akos had taken it with him when he left. Asa wanted to make sure you looked the part of a sovereign, even if you're not really one. And now you do, Tekka said. Besides, everyone here looks ridiculous, so you fit right in. She gestured to herself. She was dressed like me, except her jacket was gray, to complement her coloring, the Ogren seamstress had said, and fell to her knees instead of her ankles. She wore pants to match it, and her pale hair was pulled back into a sleek knot. My own was in a thick, bumpy braid over one shoulder, on the side opposite the silver skin. We were about to attend a meeting with representatives of Agra in Pokgo, Agra's capital city. They had invited us to discuss the request, more like a demand, issued by the government of Thuvhe that the Ogrens no longer give shelter to Shotet exiles in the wake of the attack on Shissa. I felt ill. The only reason Thuvhe had known to make that demand of Agra was because I had told Issei we were here. My current shadows were dense and quick, and this restrictive clothing wasn't helping. I couldn't deny that it emphasized the length of my body in a nice way, though. You're going barefaced? I said to Tekka, turning away from the mirror. You could at least smudge something on your eye, you know. Every time I try, I just end up looking stupid, she said. I could give it a try, I said. My mother taught me when I was young. Just don't zing me with your current gift, Tekka said, a little grouchy. I had found a little black pencil to trace my lash line in one of the shops in Gallo. I had tried to barter with the clever Ogren woman who ran it, but she had pretended not to understand my accent, so I eventually gave up on the game and bought it for its full price. I removed its cap and stood in front of Tekka, bending so our faces were on the same level. I couldn't brace myself against her, so I braced my hands against each other to steady them. We could talk about it, you know, Tekka said. Him leaving like that? Not so much as a goodbye? We could talk about it if you needed to. Not so much as a goodbye. He had decided I wasn't worth that basic decency. I clenched my jaw. No, I said. We can't. If I talked about it, I would want to scream, and this coat was too tight around my ribs for that. It was the same reason I now avoided Ija and Sifa, always together these days, and consulting with exiles about the future almost hourly. I couldn't bear the feeling. In light, short strokes, with pauses as my current gift swelled and receded like a tide, I lined Tekka's eyelid with black, using the other end of the pencil to smudge it. When I first met her, she would have stabbed me rather than let me get this close to her, so though she would deny it if I asked, I knew she was softening toward me, as I had already softened toward her. A soft heart was a gift, whether given easily or with great reluctance. I would never take it for granted again. She opened her eye. Its blue looked even more brilliant with the black to frame it. She wore what she called her fancy eye patch on the other eye. It was clean and black, and held to her face with ribbon instead of a stretchy band. "There," I said. "Almost painless." She looked at herself in the mirror. "Almost," she agreed. But she left the pencil in place, so I knew she liked it. I tried not to think about Akos, or dream about him, or imagine conversations we might have had about what I was experiencing. I was already barely containing my rage at Thuvhe. I didn't need something to stoke the flames further. On the flight to Pokego, however, I allowed myself just a moment of weakness before reprimanding myself. As the ship glided between tall buildings, built higher than any of the ones in Voa, so tall they might have scraped the bottom of the Shissa ones that fell, I pictured the look of wonder his face would have worn if he had seen it. And I would have said something like, "Ogrins allowed a certain percentage of trees to be preserved when they built Pokego, which is why it still looks like a forest below us." He would have smiled, amused as always by the knowledge I kept filed away, but not amused enough by me to give me a damn explanation before— "Stop," I told myself, blinking tears from my eyes. There was pain in my knees, hips, elbows, and shoulders, pain in all the spaces between my bones. I couldn't indulge this. There was work to be done. The ship docked at a building near the center of Pokego, where all the buildings were so close together I could peer into strangers' offices and living spaces and see how they decorated them. Ogrins favored excess, so most of them were packed with objects of personal significance or fine craftsmanship. Everyone seemed to have the same decorative boxes, made of polished wood with little patterns carved into them. When the hatch opened, I shuddered a little, because the wind that blew in was strong, and it was clear we were higher up than I had realized, given the drop in temperature. Someone on the docking station guided a motorized walkway to the hatch. It had neither handrails nor some kind of visible fail-safe to keep a person on top of it. Our Ogrin captain, a thick man with a substantial gut, walked right across it with the grace of a dancer. Issa followed, and I was close behind her, forcing my eyes up and focused on the open doorway that was my destination. If Akos had been here, I would have held his hand, my arm stretched out behind me like a banner. But Akos was not here, so I made it across alone. Ogrins were ruled by a pair of people, one a woman and the other Sima, the word in Shotet for neither woman nor man. There were two major political factions on Agra, I knew, one amenable to change and the other not. Each one presented a viable candidate every 10 seasons, and they ruled together, by compromise or by bargaining. It seemed impossible to me that such a thing could work, but apparently it wasn't, because the system had lasted 200 seasons so far. The Sima leader introduced themselves as Roka, and had close-cut hair the color of Urek sand, a dusting of freckles on their skin, and delicate, pursed lips. The woman, Lucia, she had called herself, as she gripped my arm in greeting, was taller, thicker, and several shades darker skinned than I was. The pencil smeared above her lashes had a faint shimmer to it, lighting her eyes from above, and it suited her. "You are Cyra Noavek," Roka said to me, as we all stood in a group before the meeting was called to order. Lucia was talking to Isa and Aza behind me. I could tell because her hearty laugh kept filling my head with a mirth I couldn't feel. "Allegedly," I said, because I couldn't help myself. Roka laughed. "You're taller than I thought," they said. "I suppose anyone looks short beside Ryzek Noavek." "Looked," I corrected them. To me it was just a grammatical error, a courtesy to someone who didn't speak Shotet as a native. But their face tightened in recognition of the insensitivity. "My apologies," they said. "You lost him so recently." "I wouldn't say I lost anything," I said. Roka raised an eyebrow. The freckles on their eyelids made me think of Akos, and a web of current shadows spread over my eye socket, making me wince. "I can't tell if you are joking or not," Roka said. "That should please you. Ogrins love mystery, don't they?" I replied sourly, and Roka squinted at me, as if puzzled, as Lucia called the meeting to order. "Let us speak plainly," Lucia said, and Roka snorted. Lucia wrinkled her nose at them, like a child might at a sibling. She was the more traditional of the two Ogren leaders, I knew, so she had a tendency to pontificate and stand on ceremony. I suppressed a laugh as Roka winked at me across the low table. We sat on stools around it. The heavy fabric that covered me from throat to ankle pooled around me, glinting with the luminous thread that held it together. "Then, plainly speaking, we are surprised that Agra would even consider expelling us when we have coexisted comfortably for so long on this planet." "We would not consider it if the pressure were merely coming from Thuvhe," Lucia said with a sigh. "But Thuvhe is backed by the Assembly, and they are seeking powerful alliances. Our intelligence reports the Chancellor is on her way to Othir at this very moment." I glanced at Tekka. She looked as troubled as I felt, her mouth drawn down toward her chin. If Thuvhe made an alliance with Othir, this war was effectively over. No one would stand against Othir, not without a cause greater than keeping Shotet from being obliterated. As far as I knew, Othir had always been the wealthiest and most powerful planet in the galaxy. It had been, at one time, rich with natural resources, but as our race advanced, they turned to more intellectual pursuits than mining or farming. Now they developed technology and conducted research. Nearly every advance that had been made in the field of medicine, space travel, food technology, or personal conveniences had come out of Othir. If a planet were to cut itself off from Othir, it would lose access to the things we had all, Shotet included, come to rely on. A leader would be mad to risk it.
Why is the Assembly backing Thuvhe instead of maintaining neutrality, as they have in the past? Suddenly this is no longer a civil dispute, as they've been insisting for over 10 seasons?
Tekka said. "They sense that we are vulnerable," Aza replied. "They undoubtedly see this as a cleanup effort. Get rid of Shotet trash. Blast it into space." I relished the anger in Aza's voice, so similar to my own. "That may be a slight exaggeration," Lucia chastened. "The Assembly would surely not engage in a conflict unless they thought—" "Then tell me why," Aza's voice shook as she interrupted Lucia. "Tell me why an attack against innocents fleeing to the sojourn ship in Voa was not considered a war crime when an attack against innocents in Shissa was.
Is that not because Thuvhe children are considered innocent and Shotet children are not? Is it not because Thuvhe people are considered productive and the Shotet are characterized as brutal scavengers? I thought you didn't support Losmet Noavek's actions against Thuvhe, Roka said, voice hard. You issued a statement condemning the attack immediately upon hearing about it, after all. And I stand by that statement. Losmet Noavek has recruited himself an army composed of supporters of his late son. His actions against Shissa had nothing to do with us, and we certainly would not have done something so cruel, Asa said. But that doesn't mean that Thuvhe doesn't deserve some kind of retribution for what they did to us. I didn't have to be an expert in these kinds of meetings to know this one wasn't going well. The preferred communication style for an Ogren was like a hammer hitting a nail, and it was the same for Shotet. In fact, our cultures had more in common than not. We valued resilience, we occupied planets that defied us, we revered the oracles. If I could make them see how connected we were, maybe they would agree to help us. Why do they hate us? I said, head tilted. I pitched my voice high so it would sound like I was genuinely confused. What do you mean, why? Asa scowled at me. They have always hated us. Their hatred is without basis, without foundation. No hatred is mindless, not according to the mind of the one who hates, Tekka said, nodding at me. They hate us because they think we are backward. We follow the current stream. We honor the oracles. And the oracles, by naming the Noavek family's fates, have affirmed Shotet's place in the galaxy, I said. But the Assembly didn't listen. The Assembly didn't grant us sovereignty. They want to limit the oracle's power, not magnify it by honoring the fates. And so they hate us for revering the very people from whom they want to wrest power. That is a bold claim, Lucia said. Treasonous, some might say, to suggest that the Assembly wants to strip the oracles of their power. The only treason I acknowledge, I said, is treason against the oracles. And I have never once committed that crime. The same cannot be said of our governing body. Asa said, 2 seasons ago, Agra was on the verge of war because the Assembly wanted to release the fates of the fated families to the public, was it not? I read the transcript. You yourself, Lucia, seemed particularly angry about their choice. I didn't see a reason to break our traditions, Lucia said stiffly. That act, Tekka said, of needlessly declaring all the fates to the general public resulted in the kidnapping of an oracle of our planet and culminated in the very war that we're in right now. The Assembly sowed the seeds for this war by defying the oracles, and now they want to crush us because of it? I didn't know if she was making any headway. I wasn't good at reading faces. Nevertheless, she persisted. The Assembly is threatened by any planet that is fate-faithful, Tekka said. It started with us, but don't think it will end with us. Tepes, Zold, Asander, Agra, all the fate-faithful planets are at risk. If they can call us backward and orchestrate a war to get rid of us, they can do it to you. We all have to stand together if we want to keep their power limited, as it should be. I tried to read Roka and Lucia's body language. I was not so poor at that, but it was difficult without understanding Ogren culture better. Roka's hands were folded neatly on the table in front of them. Lucia's arms were crossed. Surely not a good sign in any culture. I cleared my throat. I have an idea, before we even get that far. Everyone turned toward me, Tekka with her mouth puckered.
I have met Isay Benezit, Chancellor of Thuvhe. She spent days with Shotet renegades when she was in Voa. She just sent someone to Agra to talk about an alliance. She knows that we are not the same as Losmet Noavek. I lifted my shoulder. It's not Shotet that's the problem for her. It's the current regime. And we are in agreement on that point.
First you say it's the Assembly waging this war, and then it's just Isay Benezit? Lucia demanded. Which is it?
It's both, I said. The Assembly is using Isay Benezit for a reason. They want to follow the law. They won't attack without cause. So if Thuvhe won't attack us, the Assembly has no intermediary through which to wage war. The conflict dissipates. Appease Isay, and we appease the Assembly. Unseating Losmet would appease Isay.
Let me guess, Tekka said. Your proposed solution is to kill him.
I wasn't sure how to answer, so I didn't try.
You know of X, she said, always eager to draw blood.
I refuse to choose a complicated solution just because it leaves my hands clean, I snapped. I have been urging you all to take Losmet Noavek seriously since his face first appeared on screens across the galaxy. He is powerful, and he holds half of Shotet in his fist. If he is dead, we can reclaim our people and negotiate a peace. Until he is dead, peace will be impossible. I was sitting like my mother, I realized. Back straight, hands folded, legs crossed at the ankles. Perhaps she was not my mother by blood, but I carried more of her in me than I carried of the oracle who had traded me for the sake of fate. I had not ceased to be a Noavek. It was not often a comfort, but in this situation, where strength was required, I did not disparage it. Roka bobbed their head a few times.
I think there is a solution here that suits all of us, they said. Miss Noavek, since this is your idea, we will arrange for you to propose your solution to Chancellor Benezit herself, on a secure feed. In the meantime, we will open discussions, Shotet and Agra both, with Tepes, Zold, and Asander, just to explore our options. Lucia? Discussions only, Lucia said, jabbing the table in front of her with one finger. Covert ones. We don't want the Assembly to think we are planning some kind of rebellion.
We can send our envoys on delivery vessels as they exit the planet's atmosphere, Asa said. The Assembly hardly pays attention to Agra to begin with. They won't be checking your flight ledgers.
Fair, Lucia said. We are agreed, then. Miss Noavek, we will arrange for you to speak to the Chancellor of Thuvhe within a week.
I felt my pulse in my fingertips. I needed time. More time than I could ask for. More time than they could give me. And even with time, could I really plan to assassinate my own father? Could I even do it successfully, given what had happened when I made the attempt on Ryzek's life? If you can't do it, no one can, I reminded myself. If you can't do it, we're done for anyway. So you may as well try. When I stood, it was on steady feet, and with steady hands. But I felt anything but steady. Chapter 32. Cyra.